Greetings, I am Lies and I use she, her.
And I am Scandal and I use they, them.
And let's play a game together!
Alright, so we're going to go down to load and we are going to
Yes.
continue on with meeting the sister.
We are! So
The
for
sister.
anyone who doesn't know where we are going to meet Omen's alleged sister. And somehow, through a glamour, we can tell that they look alike.
Yes! You know, where you adjust the magic to look like whatever you want.
It was nice visiting with everyone for a couple of minutes. Thank you for that.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. The second I lay my eyes on her, it's more than a little obvious that she truly is related to Omen. Maybe even his twin, unless the glamour is simply fooling me.
It's a huge fool.
Ezra has a poultice carefully pressed to her dainty hand. Apparently not in the illustrations, but that's
It's okay. That happens.
A pile of gauze covered in a thick black ichor discarded upon the counter by his side. She blinks at me once, twice. It's the anime blink. Slow. Blink, blink.
Blink, blink, blink.
Her eyes big, brown. See, there it is. Your obsession with eye color. It came back.
Yeah.
And every bit as earnest as Omen's.
Hi. Elaine. I already have two American.
It's okay. You've got a lot of people. I don't know. So I assume she's supposed to have an American accent since I gave Omen an American accent.
Yeah, I know. And I'm like,
but I'll just be like, hello? We'll go very girly.
Her voice is disarmingly sweet.
Yes! Her voice is disarmingly sweet, almost musical. Even, I smile at her politely, looking to Ezra for a little guidance. What are we doing here?
Elaine, this is Owu. This is Elaine, Owen's twin sister.
Yes!
Yes!
That makes me so happy.
So good.
All right, so we've started collecting clips of like highlights and putting them on our Tumblr. Like I've only got one up there so far, but if you guys want to make clips of anything you think is hilarious and you know how to do that, you are welcome to.
Yes.
And I might just put them up there and on our Tumblr and credit you with them if you so desire, because that would be super fun. Well, bless you.
Son of a turtle.
Other than that, I'm going to be doing it to try and capture some of our highlights, because I've wanted to make a highlight reel for like basically as long as we've been gaming, but our computer is not robust enough to do it. It starts crashing after about 3 or 4 cuts in a video, and so I can't actually make a highlight reel, so I'm going to start collecting them there. Anyway.
It's true.
Yes. I assume Ezra was just as unaware of her existence as I am, but he's polite enough to stay calm and focused. As friendly and as hospitable as ever. Make her Karen. You know, I'm not going to have her be super bitchy. Just going to say that, but I like the idea.
Yes.
I think, honestly, if I had to have a Karen, it would be like the sister in the church cult group.
I've got to say more blonde. The usual stereotype with Karens is they're blonde.
A little bit more blonde, but also just very much more entitled of, I'm right and this is the truth.
Absolutely.
It's nice to meet you, Elaine. Oh, you too. Elaine narrows her eyes at me for a brief moment. And who are you? I mean, I know you've been introduced, and why are you here? And shaking her head. She looks terrified. I mean, you do kill beings like her, and you are, and we are wearing our uniform. Just so you know. Why are you
surprised? It's okay.
It's okay. I'm not surprised.
Your character's a dingbat sometimes.
She looks terrified. What is she afraid of? Murderer of me and my people standing in front of her. I have no idea.
I don't know what's going on. What's the issue? You sighs heavily in French. Ezra, I hate my life. This is the problem. This fucking moron. They come in here and they're just like, oh, I feel nothing. You do not realize the powers you have over everyone. You could just kill them and they come up with an excuse for you in the government. And what do we do about it? Nothing.
Nothing. It's fine.
It's fine.
She addresses Ezra, but she certainly keeps her eyes on me, on my weapon. Where is Armoros? I look at Ezra, my confusion quite evident. Armoros?
Ah, yes, that.
Her face lights up when I say his name, but I gather that she doesn't fully understand my trepidation. Ezra turns to address the demon, patting her hand gently.
I love the fact that she's just the demon.
We should have named her Gerald.
Oh, God. I mean, honestly...
Do you mean Geralt?
Yeah, Geralt. Yeah.
Yes, that would be amazing.
Geralt.
What are you? A little bit clueless and disconnected to other people's emotional experiences?
He is so much more of like a himbo in the series. It's really funny. Honestly, I'm just like, dang.
I did not expect to be as entertained by the Witcher series as I was, and it was pretty good.
Yeah.
Ezra turns to address the demon. Again, we are othering her real hard. We're not going to say her name, which is the demon.
She is the demon.
Patting her hand gently.
He's just outside and you're all healed up, but I do think you should go and see your brother now, Elaine.
Oh, Omen has 2 names. Okay. Yes, I should.
No, but that's not. Armorous is the twin brother.
Oh, thank you. Oh my god. Armoros is... I forgot who it was.
That's okay. I did not, because I was like...
Okay, so Armoros is also waiting outside, so Omen and Armoros are chilling together.
Thank
you for that.
I didn't actually know that, but because we didn't see Armoros, so...
I was just saying, maybe he's outside the back of the building?
Right? Maybe? Who knows?
Ezra releases her, throwing me a sorry look over his shoulder as he returns to quickly dispose of the mess of medical supplies. I'm so sorry, my house is a mess. Forgive me. It was lovely to meet you, Uwu. Her demeanor is delightful, elegant, not dateable. Damn. And I'm still slowly processing exactly what her brother just told me. Yes, you too. She's a dem an BuzzFeed reference. You know what? I don't know that reference, but it's good.
They just have a BuzzFeed Unsolved thing where they go and they hunt down ghosts and whatnot, as far as I recall. So they're like, Deman! Yeah, it's a thing. It's okay. I'll show you at some point.
So Scandal knows, and I will get caught up on this meme. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll look at it.
She glances at me briefly before shyly averting her gaze, turning to meekly part the curtains that lead into the shop. She is delicate. She is femme. She is great. Wait, now he's inside?
What? Whoa.
Zip. Hello. Poof. Like, he just zipped in like you would not believe.
Immediately. Poof. Boink.
The second she's gone, a tall, pale figure burst through the back door. Oh, he was outside... out back. That's why we didn't see him.
You even called it, though.
I did. I was
Congratulations.
I'm glad they had that kind of continuity, though, because sometimes they go, where are they? This other place that is the only thing I can think of that would make sense? No, they were at front, and, they just showed up in between. And somehow this other person knew that wasn't there when it happened. So, continuity? Nice. Yeah. Love that. He looks shocked to see me, but quickly recovers. I did both of these guys.
So I should...
Remember, because I did her as, the older sister kind of thing from, Who Killed My Father Academy. So didn't I do both of them, or did you do him?
Oh, no, you did it because, Crispin and...
Because they would sound similar.
You did do it, yeah. Mm-hmm. You've got a lot of voices again.
Yeah, it's okay. I will spend a little bit of time talking to myself. You know what? No matter how we parse this, there's always going to be a scene where 2 of your own characters are talking to each other. It's gonna happen.
Yeah, it's true.
The one believer and the non-believer. It's fun.
Yes.
Kinda, yeah. The one that is the oppressee and the oppressor.
Yeah, the one who's going, the world will heal, but only a good demon or a good monster is a monster that eat people.
Right. Is she healed? So the demon letter was from her, not from Omen. They have a thing together. Oh my god.
She's fine. She's with her brother. I suggest you give them space for the time being.
That's so cute. I was like, is Omen hitting on him? No, it's his sister that is.
I actually wasn't sure. I wasn't sure even though what our character thought of it either. It was just kind of like, this thing, heart him this person. And you're like,
what?
What?
Ezra's words are final, stern, and Amoros quickly wilts under his vibrant green gaze, still lightly glowing from whatever magic he's just performed. I don't really know how to unpack all of this. It's a lot of information all at once.
Yes.
But what happened to her? And why are you so desperate to be by her side? He stares longingly at the curtains. He's just like, I know she went that way. Hi. Elaine's voice quiet on the other side. Oh, I'm guessing Omen came back in then, and they're talking indoors.
Possibly.
Mm-hmm. Then I remember the note on the stoop of the Ibeck. I think I am going to call it just Ibeck. The little heart. Is this Hewa? Well, I'm courting her, you see? We're together. She was attacked last night by it. The one that's been getting to your kind, I think. Holy crap, if you guys know what the it and thing is and you've not been sharing,
that is...
Holy shit.
Why would you not share that? But
because
then again,
his sister's stopping him.
Yeah.
But also, if he's been, connected to Ezra during this time...
Which seems weird, since they seem really casual. I don't understand the relationships
Like,
here.
it doesn't seem like they've just met.
No.
So I'm wondering if this was something that Ezra knew and was like, yes, I can't tell you either, because it would basically break his trust.
I mean, unless he could be lying here, but I don't know if this
Or
line.
just Ezra didn't know, according to this.
Yeah.
Ezra and I share a look, doing little to hide our shock.
Is it, as in the creature?
As in, the murderer?
The person who's calling the issues. Why do you not talk about the issues?
Murdering? Shit. -1. I mean, honestly, we're having a real time in this investigation, learning anything except to trust no one.
Right.
And that everyone will deceive you and is all having a secret they can't share. So...
However, also it's really humorous to me because I keep going, yet you're supposed to trust everybody who's clearly your love interest because metagaming, so it doesn't really matter.
Right.
You can't not trust them because they're all on your list. Like, if you hid who the love interests were, it would make way more sense to me.
Okay, it would be fascinating to have a really hyped big game release of a dating game where you do not know who the love interests are.
I would think that would be cool
And
as
you've got basically a mystery in there, and so you have no idea who you can or cannot romance. Sort of Dragon Age style, where you don't know who the romanceable roots are, but you know it exists in there, or like Fallout style kind of thing.
Right,
but
absolutely.
you do it visual novel setup. That could be super fun.
I mean, but also, like, the big problem with, though, like, dating games for me is that they literally just bank themselves, though, on basically how hot or how attractive or how interesting their love interests are. So the contrast there would be huge, where they'd be like, how do we sell this without giving away who they are so that you can actually engage in the mystery, rather than going, a lot of basically the tone is lost because you're just going, look at all these hot people and I can date this one and that one, and that's kind of like your focus. You sort of ruin your story, I feel like.
Right? And so the thing is hey, Nyagaku, 17, haven't seen you before, welcome aboard.
Hey, greetings!
I'm glad you're into that concept. God, we pitch a lot of dating concepts, and we're pretty sure that one of these days, like maybe like 5 years down the road, we're probably going to make a dating game, because we've done so many of these things.
It's true.
But yeah, I think it would also be nice to enter it more like it's a real world, if you will. So like in the real world, you can date people, and some people will be interested and some won't, but you don't know, like going into any environment, who's going to be available to you.
Right.
And it'd be cool to pitch the game just as the story and with the character art and like who's there, but not who the love interest
And
are.
also, again, I still really would like it where you get rewarded for paying attention to specific characters, where like you learn things about them, or you have opportunities to ask things about themselves, so then you can kind of fill in basically a quiet little dialogue, basically like box or something for your information, and go, okay, so I can give you things, or I can find things in the visual novel somehow.
Right, I say, Wattpad writers taking notes, yes.
Yeah!
Additionally, I think it would be really cool to have an experience where in dating games, they can initiate the romance and you can choose to accept, or you can initiate the romance.
I was so disappointed still in Arcade Spirits, where it was like, I thought that you actually finally had characters that were going to start initiating. Like, I was really thrown off, and I thought it was kind of cool, and then it was just one character, and it was just completely dropped, and I was like, not that you need the whole crew, obviously, to do it, because that's not going to be every personality, but I really was like, what happens to, like character initiative?
And for me, I so much want mutual interest, like all the time. There's this experience of like you like choosing a route in some games, or having this experience of, you know, you pursue one and they're receptive to you, rather than what if a love interest just pursued the shit out of you?
Right.
Like that would be so much fun.
Right.
Or if a couple of them did and you get that experience of they're interested and you have to decide what to do about it. At any rate, Amoros closes his eyes, sighing heavily. Then he nods. Yes.
Amos, if you need to tell us something, we can help. Elaine didn't need to get hurt, so if you know where this thing is...
Or what this thing is.
Right? It's very important.
Yes, Palm, us make a romance. I would do it.
I think it would be fun.
Oh, you've been following us on YouTube. Thank you for coming over to Twitch. I'm so glad you found us.
That's super cool.
That is wonderful. But yes, one of these days, it is almost inevitable that we are either going to write a romance book together, or that we're going to write a romance game. But this is super cool.
It's a lot of fun.
I am very glad that you like our ideas. Ideas is one of like story ideas are the least of our problems.
Oh God, we have so many, but this is also why we just like to roleplay though too. I don't know. I think story creation is a lot of fun.
It is. He looks at me, then back at Ezra, throat bobbing as he swallows thickly. He's quite clearly battling with the idea of divulging any more information. But you've already kind of... I think we'd encourage him first.
I don't think pushing him, because he reacted really badly to, like, it seemed like to being pushed in the building, but I don't know.
Yes, another person of culture. Thank
Yay.
you. We are now the culture.
Oh,
So
we are such culture.
I think also we would do the encourage him because of the basically training that we've received. The little bit of information we received about interrogating them was that being forceful did not work well.
Yes.
And so I think since everyone's been withholding so much information, I think encourage him would be the way to go.
Yes, so let's encourage him.
Amaros, it's okay. You can trust us. Says the police.
To your face.
We just want to help. And by that, I mean I want the police to stop getting murdered.
Please. It's alright. No one will know what you tell us. We just want people to be safe.
He sighs again, his shoulders sinking.
Sinking? He's not sagging?
Not sagging.
I've never heard, like, sinking shoulders. Like, maybe, like, posture sort of, like, sinks or, like, he seems like he, like, curls into himself.
Drooping.
Yeah, droops
I'd say
a little bit.
sinking. I imagine it's so he's certainly drawn with extremely good like shoulder pad enhanced posture.
Right.
So perhaps it's like relaxing a little bit, but also just kind of like giving in a little bit.
Right? Maybe. I mean, but honestly, though, like, language can do so much to tell you about a character, which is why it's really important to be very specific about the language you associate with said character. It's because you're going to give your audience, obviously, an impression of them.
Right.
So,
Well, thank you, Nyagaku.
Yeah.
We have a lot of fun with our commentary, so it is lovely that you say so, and we appreciate it.
yes, absolutely.
I just want her to be safe.
We can see you care for her a great deal, and we want that too.
His ice blue eyes quickly flicker between each of us, and it's the most animated I've seen him. You've seen him twice, so honestly, that's not a large body of evidence. Just saying.
The bar is not high?
Well, again, like your graph is very small. Oh, we have 2 points of data, and
The biggest blip I've ever seen!
Honestly, I think it's
Yes.
really hilarious when people do that in games where they're like, "This is the most expressive I've ever seen them." I'm like, "This is the second time you've seen them, so this is the most you've seen them." Period. In any state at all.
I mean, I'm very proud that you have been observant, because that means you've been paying attention, but also that sounds a little silly. It's a little exaggerated in that
I was
way.
going to say, I've encountered sinking shoulders before, but my friend and I engage in very different media on our own time.
Absolutely.
And so, yeah, they just haven't really been exposed to it. But I know it's a tenable term. It works.
Yes, I'm like, it's not bad. I'm just like,
Sounds unusual.
it does sound unusual. Like, it's not really common.
Less common. Also could be depending on what you're reading, that kind of thing.
Absolutely.
Right. Why are you being nice to me? My sister and I... He trails off, almost looking right through me. Almost, but not quite.
Whoa, are you very, like, open book then, Ubu?
Well, just basically like, I'm staring into you, and he nearly gets to your soul, but I'm guarded. It's okay.
Right? Honestly, though, I do actually really appreciate sometimes that nod. Like, I've come to, I think, start to accept it a little bit more, of where you're like, I feel like they can just see me, or they know me, and they see into my soul, even though, honestly, the character doesn't. What I get annoyed by is when the character does, and they have no reason to.
Right?
Like, at all. Like, your character hasn't been actually showing off any outward signs, they haven't been making any gestures, they haven't been doing anything, and they just look at you and go, yes, I know your secrets. And you're like... unless you're magical, or if you've been in this situation before, or you have heard about this a lot.
Where did that come from?
Where did that come from?
Yeah, seems like out of left field occasionally.
Yes.
All right. If you have information about the creature, we need to know. We now just assume it's a creature. I had never thought that we had established in any way that it was a creature rather than a murderer.
Yeah, I didn't think so either. But we are really good at, like, dehumanizing and putting people...
muttering has entered the chat.
I need to know. Are you...
That is why people look through you, don't you know? It's because they're interested in what's there.
Oh dear, I mean, sometimes, yes, because we need to do the bone.
Okay, fair. All right. If you have information about the creature, which we now assume is standard label,
Right.
we need to know. Let alone that it is a creature. For me, I'm like, if you happen to know that the murderer is a creature,
like that,
I wish to know. Like that in and of itself is a huge piece of
even
information.
just being like, you don't have to tell me what it is. Can you give me a hint about who or what or the experience that is? Because it could be a force of nature that couldn't even be something you could communicate or understand.
Right.
Is it like magic that's gone mad? Is it some sort of like basically converging of the realms that sort of become its own entity because it swallowed up basically death near a graveyard? Like, it could be any number of things.
On the other hand, we haven't been permitted to investigate any of the other sites.
Yes.
So we don't know where anyone else was killed, if there's anything in common with the locations.
Right.
We don't know if they were killed at a common time. time, if there was like a murder time other than the day.
Right.
We don't know if it's always at night or not.
Right.
We don't even know if they were all killed in the same way. We know that in general, just like the last one, but not just like all of them. Were they all scorched into nothingness? Because I don't think that's even been confirmed yet.
I don't know.
Because we've had really very little information on this investigation that would make it so, if we now know that it's a creature, which it's appropriate for Uwu to assume, to just pick up on creature, because that's what he's saying. Clearly it's more information than anyone else has.
Right.
But it is a little bit wild, you know?
Right.
All right. About the creature, we need to know. People are dying, so I find it hard to hold your beliefs against you if you can offer assistance.
Yes, I need the assist, please.
Very well.
It's also like, I don't know if you believe it. So are we now just assuming that these are your beliefs? Because to me, based on my perspective, that looks more like a domineering sibling controlling basically their other siblings' experience, going, of course we believe these things. This is our system. And the other one's going like, I just kind of go along because otherwise you get mad at me.
Yes.
Yeah, that doesn't seem the same.
Hurt me. Yes. Aurora has been sneaking out at night as of late.
Ooh, Aurora is the one who's doing the monster.
Aurora is dating the murderous monster.
Oh,
it's okay.
Which would make, I guess in that sentence, it'd be like, it makes sense.
If Harry is the bad guy and the two of them are involved, I will be so disappointed. So disappointed.
Also, I will be disappointed because of this. Keep going.
I mean, that's not exactly uncommon for her, but I believe she's doing more than satisfying her baser urges. So she goes out in bones a lot, according to her brother.
Well, I was about to say, I hope they kind of subvert this a little bit, but I do kind of get tired of the trope of, you know, the one who's a little bit more, you know, basically, it's the slut-shaming thing of going, like, you have somebody who's like, I'm the zealot, and I go satisfy my urges, and I'm the more coded bad person. And basically, I don't really appreciate
if you do sex that is less socially endorsable, like endorsed,
right,
then you are also a bad guy.
Yeah, and I find that
or a lower class character, that kind of thing.
Especially in regards to now, like, the contrast between the two twins, which is always fun. Like, don't get me wrong. I like twin characters that have contrast sometimes. Like, and it's really, helpful because twins are people. It makes sense.
Right.
But it's just like, I don't know. I'm like, please don't make this... I don't know. Well, like, I keep hoping that they're gonna have then basically, I'm like, where's then your good slut character?
Right.
I need a good, aggressive slut who's like, yes, it's magnificent. I do a lot, and I go out and I have a fantastic time, and I'm very safe, and whatever else.
And everything's consensual, and everyone loves me, and I have basically 400, sort of rotating partners, and they all are, basically aware of my proclivities, and
I love satisfying my basic desires.
It's so good.
It's magnificent.
Honestly, I would love a character, yes, that was basically sexually prolific, that was not shamed or written in a sort of like downcast way in any way, and that they weren't considered to be stuck in the situation either.
Right.
Because a lot of my familiarity is if they're sexually promiscuous, they are the bad guy, or they're stuck in that lifestyle due to basically being oppressed and controlled and underprivileged, and I just can't make a living any other way, or someone's forced me into this or whatever.
Right.
And like, it's just like, I don't think anyone should be shamed for just being themselves, and certainly the idea of sexual shaming is mostly attached to largely controlling women. And so, it should just stop.
It really should.
Baser urges.
Hello, a little tappy. Did it work?
Did the tap go away?
It go away.
Ezra looks away, covering a quiet cough with his hand. No, it's the virus. Sorry.
I don't... it's okay.
What do you think?
I keep having a confused reaction with, I don't know how dark-skinned Ezra is supposed to be. And so I brought this up before in the last stream, and the reason also that I do it too, and this doesn't mean at all that I am an authority in any way, shape, or form, and I don't want to imply that. I do have basically black relatives, and so I find this to be a little strange sometimes, where I'm like, actually the more that I've seen it now in Otomes, I get a little confused, going like, but they have dark skin. How dark a skin are we talking then, if you can see the blush?
And that's what I was going to say. Of the friends that I have or have had with darker skin, and the people that I've known that, that are black, especially that I've worked with and stuff, I've never been able to perceive a visual blush like they have on Ezra's face right now. Like, that looks like sunburn more than it does blush to me.
Right?
Like, and I have seen, like a couple of different black people who have been subject to sunburn, and you can tell. But I've never seen that kind of like really visible blush, and it looks out of place.
It's okay.
All right.
Anyway, Quiet cough. With his hand. It could also be like a convention trying to convey, obviously, to the viewer that, you know, he's having this reaction, which is fine. I appreciate that, but I wish they would be more clear about that, because that is sort of... It's very common, it seems.
I say blushing seems to be the answer to everything in this game. It's okay.
True.
Now, we don't have time to unpack all of that, but I'll store it away for later. What do you suspect? I suspect nothing. I know she's feeding it, or something, at least.
Aye.
She's feeding something.
Feeding it?
That's so good. It's just that thing that people do, where
That's
there's
that
tight-lipped nod. He seems unfazed. Startlingly so. So what I'm hearing is stakeout and we follow her. That's what I would do.
That's
my
what I'm
next
hearing.
investigative step, except for we have to go down to the dungeon.
Right?
We've already agreed to go down to the dungeon and to go into the vampire catacombs, and now we need to follow her, and we're not doing any of it.
I know, it's
We're just
amazing.
making this giant like quest list, but instead of do the mini quest, just keep collecting more mini quests. I need every one of the mini quests before I even start the first one.
Honestly, I feel like sometimes that obnoxious person, like, this is what we're doing. We are that PC character where you just go into the MMO and you collect every single exclamation point on your map in one area before you go out, because you know you're going to do about 35 of them.
At once.
Yeah, and you're just like, so that way, then I can collect the underwear and pick up the pine cones and also talk to the dude who's far out here on the road and this
And you
person's
have
dog
to-
back simply by defeating the monster and finding the missing child. You know, like, it's all there.
And I was like, and you have to walk past the various people that you have quests with 7 or 8 times, so they keep going, did you find that thing yet? And you're like, fuck you, I'm hurrying.
I'm only one hero who's going to save the world, all right?
She may seem cruel and cold, but Aurora has a good heart. She cares for the creatures, makes sure they're safe.
Oh, there's multiples?
Well, again, she advocates for all creatures of the night,
No,
all
no.
inhumans.
I know, but I'm like, well, but I guess that, like,
So this could be like feeds the birds, care for the creatures.
bird. Yeah, okay.
So, like, based on what we know, I don't think that's a definitive that there's multiples doing the murder. I think it's
Also-
just that she cares for creatures.
I love this implication that there is actually a division of going, well, those are bestials. Those are, like, they're ferals that are truly without human or basically any amount of what we'd consider to be human intelligence. Now, it seems to be the vague, like, implication here.
No.
Like,
I disagree.
I agree, because even he's calling them creatures. So socially, if you're like, if his sister's the one advocating for going, what needs to happen is that only good demon, or basically good monster, is a monster that acts according to their baser natures, not according to, you know, let's work with people, let's be social, or let's just, you know, or whatever, right? What it sounds like everyone else is basically trying to do.
See, and what I'm hearing is more of an experience of not they are any less intelligent, aware, sentient, or sapient, only that they are choosing to behave viciously, and she thinks that's appropriate.
Oh, are you talking about sort of like a reinforcement of going, it's good, you're a creature, this is amazing, I can still talk to you, but I'm still going to be like, my expectation of you, though, is still like,
You're going to be a force of nature. You're going to behave primally because that is what is natural for you.
Okay.
Not saying that then she wouldn't think that our good werewolf friend isn't a werewolf, only that he's not behaving appropriately. Because that's what he described as well, that she doesn't approve of behavior that works well with organized society.
All
She
right.
thinks we should return to the land, return to the forest, strip off our clothes and be creatures like we're supposed to. That's what I'm getting anyway.
I could see both. I could see both.
But
Like,
I think
that
we're going
works
to
for
probably
me.
need more information to know for sure.
Oh, yeah.
Can I see Elaine now? Can you maybe elaborate a little on that first? He shrugs, sighing again. It is what it is. I don't dictate to her what she can and cannot do. I find myself losing interest in our preachings. I just want to keep Elaine safe now.
That's amazing. Like, you were right there with her and going like, well, I just don't really pay attention.
On
Like,
the
and
other
I'm not
hand-
saying, like, that is, like, some deep, like, disassociation, disconnect. Like, I really don't care.
And also, I really don't want to know or be involved.
Yeah.
Like, this isn't doing it for me. Additionally, he would have a real conflict here because Elaine's clearly behaving in a civilized fashion, which his sister doesn't approve of.
Right.
And her clothes suggest highly civilized.
Right.
Based on, posture and clothing.
Right.
As well as her glamour.
Right.
I just want to keep Elaine safe. Ideally, we'll leave this wretched place for good, but... You're homeless and have no resources? Oh.
Her and Omen have only just reunited. Would she be so quick to leave him?
Maybe not. I think it's best for both of you to stay here and lay low. I'm not sure why the creature attacked her. It hasn't attacked anything inhuman so far. He looks at me, fixes my gaze, and with perfect confidence, hold on. I was gonna say, thank you, that was gonna be my question. How do you know it hasn't attacked anything inhuman? You don't seem to care about inhumans, nor to keep track of them, nor have you been investigating inhumans. Let alone, we still have that one rogue vampire that was a young village girl that was just murdered and we've done nothing about.
We've had no follow-up. We haven't done anything with that case. And again, I appreciate people trying to do establishing stuff, but I really like when stories will go, here's basically your introduction, but then do something with your introduction. Because otherwise it feels sort of empty. It's like, why the hell did you do that?
That was also confusing for me, though, in reference to the wandering mob vampire, as I've come to call her.
Right.
Because we were looking for a murderous creature in the night. Then we found a murderous creature in the night, and it was somehow irrelevant and unrelated, so it seemed like poor timing to introduce that.
And also, too, it doesn't work, because a lot of people go, you must basically suspect everything, but also try not to assume.
But then forget about this thing. All right.
Yeah, I didn't.
I'm so glad he asked this question. How do you know? Like, I love that he asked that question. A chill rolls along my spine, but I shake it off. You're right. I don't. I've only read the reports that I haven't actually read. I've only been told the reports.
Pretty much.
I'd really like to leave now. I love how he sort of sticks his ground, really. Like, he just is like, I assert this is what I want. I will answer your question. Then I assert this is what I want. You can leave, but I need you to promise me something. He narrows his gaze, his head tilted. Go on. Watch Aurora, and the second you see her doing anything out of the ordinary, find me. I will ensure Elaine is safe. I swear to you. But your compliance is essential here.
More people are still dying.
Yes, people
every
are
single
still dying.
Freaking 4 days.
Additionally, though, we use really strange language. The second she does anything unusual or out of the ordinary, he just said it's ordinary for her to go do a thing that we find incredibly incriminating. So that wouldn't be suspicious or out of the ordinary.
It's also like, if he literally also, too, seems to be showing traits of I'm completely dissociated, well, he basically said, well, I'm not my sibling's keeper, kind of thing. That was like a really casual way of just going like, I'm not really invested, I don't care. She does what she does. And it's like, he might not even know at this point anymore what's unusual.
Well, we got like, if it's normal for her to go out every single night to feed or care for a or the creatures, then that's not going to be abnormal behavior.
That's all we got.
So he wouldn't be contacting us about that, but hopefully we're talking about something else, I guess. If there's a shift in her really suspicious behavior, let us know. If it becomes differently really suspicious.
Amorous.
A confused face. What? I see Ezra shifting nervously out of the corner of my eyes, but I stand my ground. Armoros continues to assess me. He has used his assess materia. Pep, he knows all about us.
No.
Okay, if you guys haven't seen or aren't interested in our Final Fantasy playthrough, there's a magical tool in there that, if you're familiar with Final Fantasy, it's called a materia. And it assesses things, and it tells you basically all of their stats and weaknesses and strengths and stuff. But every one of them also has a little like character or creature description blurb.
Yes!
And it would be hilarious to see what that blurb is written for him assessing us.
I honestly, though, still want to know in Final Fantasy VII, like, remake, like, even just from the original game, too, this concept of going, you can assess something, and then what happens? Does it, like, print out a tiny little thing? Here's your little receipt
like a
for
magic
information.
ball. It just voices you can read it in there.
That's so good. Or it, like, just projects its way into your face or into your head, and you're like, I suddenly have all this information I didn't want.
I have a lovely mental top-down display that tells me this.
Yeah, right.
And then the writing is just how your brain would interpret the information, so it's you writing the description, basically.
Oh, God, can you imagine somebody who's, like, super visually oriented, though, how disorienting that would be? And you're like, how do I calculate HP?
Right?
What does that mean? like visually at all. They look strong. Okay, this one looks even stronger. That one looks weak. Yes, they are like precious baby, but they are this huge monster.
Goes to the mirror with the assess materia, assesses
Yourself.
self. Is weak too cold? Am I weak too cold? I'll buy a warmer wardrobe.
That'd be so useful. You'd be like, all right, what is today going to be like? You're just like assessing various things around the house.
Today your hit points are real low. You're like, what's wrong?
What
Have I
happened?
drank water? Have I had a food?
Suffering, basically stat, debuffs and whatever.
Right? I am under
You didn't take your medication.
this
today.
altered state. Shoot, I will go take care of it.
Oh dang! I drank
Honestly-
too much last night. I have a hangover.
Okay, but like think about it this way just for a second, and we're gonna get right back to the game. But like, imagine if you had essentially an assess.
Spoon stats. Yes,
that one.
See,
like
I
spoon
wanted to
stats.
go there, but I didn't know. Okay. Like,
Okay, I was gonna say, and for anyone who doesn't know spoon theory, you can look that up on your own. Spoon theory is all you need to know for spoon stats.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, but can you imagine for people who can't feel the effects of their medication, or can't feel the effects of either exercise or walking outside or whatever, so they say that measurable goals are really, really valuable in your life, right?
Right.
And like, so if you're like, I went for a walk, then I can reassess myself, and it shows that you have 1 pip higher in both social and like comfort kind of thing.
Aw.
Then even if you're still stressed out in other areas, you can see that it had a positive effect on you.
But you would have to figure out what game you were in.
Oh my God.
Because then you have different stats, right? So like if you're playing, for example, like Vampire the Masquerade, you have very different stats compared to like just regular old D&D. Or then you get into Pathfinder, or you get into Rifts.
Right.
Like they've all got different emphasis because they're all going for different goals. So you're like, oh God, I'm in a fighting game.
Right. Oh my God. But wouldn't that I think that would just be so cool, because then things that don't feel like they're helping, you could literally measurably see if they were helping.
Yeah.
And it wouldn't be like how good am I at measuring this? There's another way to measure it. Sort of like, measuring your blood sugar when you're diabetic. You can really see the difference.
That would be
There's
cool.
real numbers. That would be super cool.
Yeah.
All right. Almaros continues to assess me. Calmer than he's ever appeared. You didn't know the word assess would be so important, but it is.
It is super important.
Super important. Fine. I will seek you out, and I will watch my sister. If you won't interfere with me and my girlfriend,
I do.
farewell, Hunter. Witch. Boosh! Poof! I love how quickly everybody just runs out as if they're
bolts.
super uncomfortable at all times. I mean, he did seem really uncomfortable, but just like, goodbye, 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 and also scooted out backwards. The level of discomfort was so hard that he exited the room backwards to get away from you.
Pretty good,
I am not
honestly.
taking my eyes off of either of you, but back to the curtain. Boosh!
Well, that was interesting.
I anticipate some commotion from behind the curtains, but I hear nothing, and I hear nothing but silence.
Honestly, I walked through the door, complete silence. Elaine looks at Armoros. They reach out, they hold hands.
Very, very
sparkles.
gently.
Omen, I am now a third wheel.
Yes!
Holy shit, aggressively. And they just sit there and there's glitter in their eyes.
Yep.
And Omen's like, I don't know, is that a part of the glam? What is that?
Right.
My sister's really
kind of awkwardly just twiddles his thumbs while both of them just quietly hold hands in that chaste
Intensely.
Victorian fashion with an intensity of, like gentle sparkles and an interest between them. That would be so
There's the
cute.
vibration. Hunter, I feel nothing. What is this? I don't understand. Vibration. Ezra, ooh, you are really insensitive sometimes, like dang. Nothing but silence.
Interesting is putting it lightly.
How are you, anyway?
I huff a quick lap.
Take a shot!
Oh, it's time. We
Huff
There's a
has
huff.
returned.
All right, everyone who doesn't know, we have a drinking game going on in here, but we're drinking water. We recommend that you drink something you're comfortable with. We've had energy drinks and stuff like that. There's no requirement or expectation to get drunk, but like huff is one of our drinking game words. So if you want to grab yourself some water or soda or something,
Yes, because at
join
least
us.
in the previous chapters, they seem to have dropped off a little bit, but like huff has been super popular
Yep.
for like common words that
Yep.
that are seem a little bit unusual, but they're very common that this
Yeah.
writer enjoys using.
If you want to play, it's huff and eye roll and
Or like, so basically some form of rolling the eyes. What was the other ones? Crap, I forget.
yeah, huffing
I
a laugh seems
know!
like a weird thing to me. Actually, I huff a quick laugh. I guess it's supposed to be like a short, like smaller
breathy.
than like barking a laugh. It's just that kind of thing.
I honestly, you just be like snorts, like snickers.
It's a short burst of laughter, right? But I think it's supposed to be soft. So they were trying to figure out how to have a soft, sort of involuntary laugh.
I know, huff with smelling things. Yeah, I know, I feel you, right?
Okay.
Like, cause you're sort of
Like,
Yeah.
I take it, like, I huff it in,
like this inhale and then huffs out, sort of.
On the other hand, you could still be huffing up a hill.
Sniffle. Oh my god, I love it!
It
smells funny.
smells funny in here. Ha, I have an
Honestly, I would love that, having like a character who's like, I don't really get people emotions, but dang, you can smell them because it's literally a chemical response that a lot of human beings experience. Like you can, like after fashion, you could argue basically you can smell humor or smell laughter because there is a biochemical response that you have to things that make you laugh or make you happy or make you sad.
Yeah. So and your hormonal and chemical state does change depending on what emotion you are in. And if someone has a really sensitive sense of smell, or if you have strong pheromonal like projection, then people can smell how you're feeling.
Yes.
I have a character who's a lot of his perception of the world is based on extremely sensitive like taste and smell. And he can perceive your emotions from across the room.
Yes.
Half a quick laugh, because that question feels far too casual for the amount of information I've digested in the last forever, honestly.
It feels
I feel like I have
decades.
had huge amounts of information put on me, but also that I've been doing this my entire life.
It's also really funny because for me, I'm just kind of going like, it also feels really abstract and disjointed. So it's like, I have all this information. Where the fuck do I put it?
It's
I'm
again
so
picking
tired.
up like 14 side quests before you try and stitch anything together.
And I didn't find any of the main quests. This is just weird side and
Exactly. Tired, confused, the usual. Poorly slept because I had a really terrible bed.
I suppose I haven't done much to help with that, have I?
You're not obligated to. You don't work for us.
I wanted to apologize for not being totally honest with you, and for making your life a little harder than necessary. You already have so much on your plate.
And yet still never eating food. Because tell me once when we've eaten food in this game.
Not at all.
Like,
we've
we had
had
chocolate.
booze.
We had hot chocolate and we've had booze.
Yeah, that's all we have.
That's all I've got.
That's all I hunters fueled on hot chocolate and booze.
And booze.
Sometimes together.
Yeah. Canon, spiked hot chocolate is the power food.
Sometimes spiked hot chocolate is just like really good. I haven't had it for a long time, but yeah.
I have never had, so there we go.
Really?
No,
Oh, okay. Well,
right.
okay.
He seems genuine, and aside from his odd behavior yesterday, I have no reason not to trust Ezra. We will assert again.
Right.
I spoke to August last night, and Piper this morning. They know about the sash. Fear flashes across his features, but I quickly reassure him.
Why would he look afraid about something you weren't talking about?
Well, remember, he examined the sash for us, and we had been told that we were supposed to keep it secret from the person who gave it to us.
Oh, okay.
And then
Sorry.
he was scared.
Sorry. I had, so sometimes I have that thing where, you have specifically a character voice and you use it also for their inner dialogue and you mix up when they're talking and then when they're thinking. So that's what I just did. That was why I got confused.
Okay. So we have reassured him, and I assume it'll be the next line what we actually say.
Because the other reason also that I am a little bit sensitive to that is because already with this author, they have made an assumption about something that you said out loud, or that apparently there was something that was said out loud, and I was like, I even looked at it and I was like, none of that was said out loud. Like, I was watching it and I kind of went,
but we did.
Why did the character react to something that was never said?
Unfortunately, it was said out loud, so there we go. All right.
In this case, though, it was.
Yep. It's fine, Ezra. They're on our side, which I now have included you in my side, and there is a side. They want to help.
Even Gus?
I feel like you guys really did have more of a relationship going on, because you have like a lot of anxiety like about them, you know?
Really just like Ezra is basically the parent.
I feel like Ezra is dad.
I dad, I mom, I here for everyone.
Yeah, I was just saying Ezra is dad. Right. Yes. Even August.
I am amazed that we don't just like immediately call them Gus.
Because like, I immediately called Finn.
I know! I'm still annoyed by that. Like, I don't know why it bugs me so much, but sometimes I'm just like, you literally were just introduced to this person as, like, their name is Finnegan, and then suddenly going, hi, Finn, and then you're like, oh, yeah, this thing, but now everybody else, you go, well, I won't use the shorthand name. It seems like a weird character inconsistency, and maybe it's also, like, something that I am not picking up on. Like, your character's like, I will be super professional, and I will completely just be like, hello, August Willingham III.
Yes, right.
I am here for you and for you alone. Like, you're really like, I'm going to use your full name because I am...
It is not
I am trying
a
to
flirt, but a flex.
I know, right?
Right.
Are you sure you're not magic? Because that seems like an impossible task.
Oh no, we are the special MC.
I mean, we kind of are. I still don't understand the whole, like, emotion sensitivity thing. They haven't explained it at all. It's just a feature.
I mean, they've explained that hunters have it, so there's a little bit of explanation.
Sort of? Because it doesn't sort of sound like everybody... Because again, that question that we had of going like, but the enforcers were hunters. Do they just magically lose this power then when you cease being a hunter?
Okay, so that is one of our biggest questions as far as like world building and like character continuity, if you will. There's an experience of going, so... Hunters apparently have this ability that's been confirmed that they can sense people's emotions. They can sense people's auras as well.
Right.
But we have had a conversation with, even Piper about the people above us not understanding that hunters can sense things. But both of them have been hunters.
Yeah, both August and Harry have been hunters. Like, extensively powerful ones, too, based on the understanding
and so it's really confusing. Yeah, so that piece of the power has been really unexplained of going, okay, so is it something you get when you get the label hunter and then it goes away when you're promoted to a different position?
Right.
Or why are we assuming these people wouldn't understand the thing that they've had in their position?
And I get people losing context for the things that no longer are an active part of their life. For example, like if you're an adult, hi.
Sure. Some things without spoiling. Any enforcers and hunters are not the same. They're separate divisions. Enforcer, Harry and August, equal human and witches. Hang on. I'm trying to keep up with the...
That's fine.
Who handle the administrative work of the organization, enforcement laws and government, and they can go out in the field, but it's very rare.
Oh.
Or the only
Capture and kill creatures can sense auras, energies, and supernatural or supernaturally touched, like the place where James died. Or essentially soldiers who work only in the field. Oh, so you don't ever change... So you're a hunter basically for life? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah.
But except that Harry used to be a hunter.
I really... Because remember, they said that Harry and his partner, his former husband, were both hunters together.
Yeah.
And they wanted them to be a really powerful team.
Oh, James. That was his name.
Sorry, I was going to say, James. I was going to say, and that then he was failing because he didn't work as well as James, and so they put him in a leadership position. So he was a hunter at one point? But thank you for all of this. This is lovely information.
That's really interesting.
I was just saying, that's really cool. We're also excited for when, the upgrade for this game comes out.
And you don't necessarily have to have the numbers. It's just, these are, the answers to our questions. We're just kind of curious because these are, things that we ask.
So it feels like a weird inconsistency, because specifically, with Harry.
Oh, he was specifically James's enforcer? But I swear to God, they called him a hunter.
Thank you. No, we probably just missed it.
Maybe.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so, there's a lot to keep track of, and also when we're papping around and mostly, having fun, also talking to people, it definitely does.
So he just joined him in the field. Okay.
Okay.
Well, that is really good to know, but I definitely didn't pick that up from the game, so thank you.
I didn't either.
All right, well, we'll keep that in mind.
All right.
I shake my head profusely. No magic here. His smile grows, and he seems to relax exponentially. It's nice to see. Familiar.
Then, let's talk.
He takes a deep breath.
Breathe, everybody. We got breathe
deep breath.
time.
That's the one, so... Out. Yay.
Relax all the way down. Stretch your shoulders. Straighten your back.
Wiggle your
Put your shoulders
toes.
back. Yes.
Get comfy.
Get comf.
All right.
Take
deep
a drink.
Breath. All right.
The reason I was so hesitant to discuss the enforcers for that matter is because I used to work for them.
Oh, really? You were an enforcer?
Heavens, no! Oh, God, please! I went in and assisted the infirmary or morgue whenever they needed an extra pair of hands. Healers, good healers, are few and far between in these parts. I love the consistency of him going my magic is this thing. But then I don't understand whether and then he can just uniformly do every single magic, and I'm I'm a little disappointed.
I just think it's nice that he is consistent with, I'm interested in healing, I've done work in healing, I keep gathering spells in healing, and he has motivation for it. It's not just, I do this thing. It's no, my dad died, and I wish I could have done something. I felt helpless, and I don't want to feel like that anymore.
I like the character consistency for that, for sure.
Super cool.
It's always what I always wanted to do, to apply my skills where was most needed. Helping those who dedicate their lives to ensuring our safety was an honor. But then the hunter matters began. I got to examine the first body. So a month ago, you were working for them.
Yeah, not that long ago at all. And again, no one's given us any information. We don't know. We didn't even know that we were replacing someone or getting someone demoted or that someone else had already been sent in to solve the problem.
Right.
So yeah, we're very in the dark.
If you can't even call it that with the state it was in, but something shifted within the headquarters afterwards. I mean, because if it was James who died first, it makes sense.
Yeah, when it's one of your, higher ups and also, the leader's, husband,
Like,
that's
dang.
a lot. Additionally, though, I'm like, were they actually able to collect something from the crime scene that was considered a body? Like, sweep up the ash, scrape up the dirt, like what? If you can even call it that. So there was something there, though, to examine that was different than, like, just scorched earth.
Right?
So they're not all identical murders then, perhaps. I listen intently, taking all of this in, a little perplexed, a little caught off guard.
They started treating me differently, calling me in less. Then, when I was there, they kept me clear of any hunters. It became quite clear that they didn't want me there any longer.
Conspiracy is thick.
Information was being kept from me, important information about the victims I was supposed to be examining. And the Aya incident happened, then another dead hunter turned up. This was when they revoked my access, took away all of my notes.
And I need notes.
Oh,
here we go. Another side quest has appeared.
Aha! Ping!
Notes? Ping! Find the notes! He nods, glancing over at the kitchen counter.
I may have even had Piper retrieve them for me, if you would like to take them. There's not much, but you're welcome to them.
Okay, so hang on. So that's part of what Piper got in trouble for. Piper did 3 things. Went through the files trying to find something she wasn't supposed to.
Went to the
stole files that she wasn't supposed to have, which were Ezra's notes, and tried to break into the dungeon.
I don't know why
Her crimes are mounting.
No, so bad. I mean, she definitely didn't pay for it. So, hang on.
What?
Oh, no, she had different hunter ranks. Okay, that was what was going on. Okay.
Yes, so there's different hunter ranks.
So do you think that Wu would take the notes?
Given that we're so in the dark, I think we would take them.
Yeah, like going, I'm looking for just any information. What else am I going to do? Please.
Now, I don't know if we would keep them because, if someone's searching our room or keeping track of us. Honestly, if it were me, I'd want to look at the notes but not have them in my possession.
Scritch out. Borrow the notes.
Borrow the notes. Flirt.
Yes, I know. Yeah, take them. That's kind of what I was thinking. I'm like, we don't have any information.
Yeah,
Why not?
There's so little information. We are taking them. Thank you.
Let's do it.
Yes, I'll take them. He opens one of the kitchen drawers, pulling out a pile.
It's drawers.
Sorry, it is drawers.
Whoops.
One of the kitchen drawers. I mean, I've honestly wondered how that faucet stays in place this entire time. It just hovers above the back of the sink, and that is highly magical where I'm concerned.
That's true.
Because there is no ledge there for it to be installed upon in the construction of the faucet itself, where it is implied where it would be attached.
It's pretty good.
And I just kind of, yes, we know nothing. We know nothing.
We are nothing.
All right, so he draws one of the kitchen drawers, pulling out a pile of parchment. Then what looks like a fake wooden bottom. The notebook, not a notebook. Now, we are such an assertive character.
Wow.
Like, we really are. Like, over and over again, they're super, super consistent with your MC just extrapolates and decides that's the truth really, really quickly. And they move forward without questioning their reality much at all. And it honestly makes them really, really decisive and really, like, action-oriented. But sometimes I wonder how good they are at thinking things through. It doesn't seem like they think very deeply.
Right.
So it seems like it'd be good to balance them with a partner that was more of a thinker.
It also, I don't know, it just sounds a little strange because again it's like, are you writing the character or are you writing a story to the player so that they know what your character is looking at? So we've kind of had this question before and it's been worse in other games, but sometimes I have been sort of frustrated where it seems like when people are trying to write, particularly it seems dating games, they cannot decide if they're writing the character or they're writing basically a novel. So are you doing first person perspective or are you doing third person perspective? And they can't decide what they're doing.
And right now I'm willing to give this game the benefit of the doubt because we've had there haven't been any real strong instances that just pulled me out of the character.
But like the notebook is strange to me.
So for me, what I'm getting is the character's just super assertive and decisive. And going, it's your notes. And you see a notebook, so you're like, the notebook. You just make instant snap decisions about descriptions and labels in your own head.
Okay.
Is nestled safely beneath it.
Here.
I tuck it away inside my jacket for later. So, why were you so afraid to tell me this? You did nothing wrong.
Oh my god.
You were helping.
We are so unaware that we're a cop.
I know, right?
Oh, wow.
Like, there's an amazing...
we are sometimes, and then we're like, but why? I'm so friendly and so nice, and it's not like I just get, sanctioned murder. Like,
there is this interesting imbalance between us specifically pointing out, such as like when we were flirting with Finn, that we are the type of people that kill him.
Right.
And also going, why does this person seem afraid? What's going on? And they're afraid of you.
Right.
And so there's a level of like, But again, I think it falls in well with that level of police know they are the heroes.
Right.
Hunters know they are the heroes. So it has to be something real specific. And the thing that triggered off Uwu before was Finn looking at other basically hunters and going, oh yes, people like them that kill people like him, which is also me. It took 2 steps to get us there.
Which is totally fair. You can have that. I'm just like, dang, our character's really like, I can't forget. And I'm like, that happens when you're inundated in that culture and that's your experience. You go, why do you have such a problem? And then you go, oh shit, I'm white.
Right.
Oh, damn.
Right.
All right.
He offers me a sorry gaze, his brow furrowed, fingers curled into fists at his side.
They do not like people talking about it, about the deaths. Many of us have our suspicions now, and they know.
Aye.
They will seemingly do anything to keep what's happening quiet.
We don't know. We know nothing, but they
know. They know. Yes.
Like not telling me who the latest victim is.
Exactly.
So what we're saying is that they're not incompetent and unable to do a head count of their own employees. That's them dismissing our inquiry over and over again, going, oh, we don't know yet.
I don't.
We're going to make ourselves look stupid and our organization look incompetent in an effort to basically have plausible deniability of, yeah, we just don't know who the victim is yet. And since we're not that deep of a thinker, that might have been why we had specifically selected to some degree.
Right.
It could be, so we're not really examining how could they not know. We're just going, that's confusing, and then we move on.
Right.
Labeled, they don't know.
Good. I wasn't even sure if I could trust Gus, but they wanted to so badly that they pushed my apprehension aside.
You were right to trust them. They're on our side. They're scared too.
Oh, Gus, I just want all of this to be over. What are we going to do?
I smile, but I don't offer a smile, and Ezra's expression lights up.
You have a plan?
I have like 16 side quests. Trust me, one of them will help us move
one of
forward
them
in
will
the story.
work. I know
one
it.
of them. I have a plan. I need your help.
Flirt!
It's gotta be a flirt. Okay, so in case you don't know, we are mandatory flirt at all flirt options.
At all costs.
Until we hit a route. That is our modus operandi. So here we go.
Here we
so
go.
It's I need your help, or it's this is what I need you to do, or I can't do it without you, is the flirt.
Flirt! We've got it.
Yes, the flirtiest.
Yes.
I look deep into his eyes, deeply into his beautiful eyes that I should be mentioning the colour of because it's profoundly green and
That is the
glorious
only thing I
and
can
lovely
put
and
by
intense. I'm going to drown in the sea, hoping I can wash away some of the weight.
You. Baby, you're my angel!
And only you.
I really can't do it without you.
I look deep into his eyes, hoping I can wash away some of the weight that he carries. The toll has taken on him.
This has taken
on him. Obvious. The toll this has taken on him. Obvious. Bat's eyelashes. Yes, the most eyelashes. Ooh. Blink, 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 blink.
Do you like my eyes? I love eyes. I love your eyes.
Oh my
your
God.
Eyes are lovely.
I do. I have such a routine of making my eyes sort of like pop out of my face and be striking because I love eyes. I can't do this without you. Ezra, I need you.
Anything you need to. I trust you.
Ha. I smile, taking his hand when he offers it, and he squeezes mine tightly. I stare deep into his eyes. Together. Haha. Piper and I are going into the dungeons. Holds hand intensely while I say this. Pets hand. And we're like, that thing where you sort of curl it close to you and lay it against like your solar plexus kind of thing. And just hold the hand next to you. All right. And I are going into the dungeons to see if we can locate Aya. If we can talk to her. I think we might have a start. Everything leads back to where she was arrested, as far as I can tell. The only lead I have, actually, except for now establishing that it is a creature, and that someone is taking care of it.
This is it, the only lead.
Only
all
lead.
you have is just a lead.
Yep.
How on earth are you going to get down there without being caught?
He says concernedly, leaning in closely.
Really, like who?
Ooh.
This is one of my soaps. I love them.
I will ask you about your telenovela. How goes it?
I concern you French.
Expresses like enthusiastic concern in French.
Yes.
Right. That's where you come in. That's where you come in. It may involve you and August working together, though. That you were working with me.
Does Gus know about this little plan of yours?
Oh, definitely not. I'm going to blindside him. I mean, yes, of course he knows. I pitched it rather convincingly. I grimace, waving my hand in a so-so gesture. I feel like that's more like sort of like twisting, like I don't think it's waving your hand in a so-so.
I mean,
like,
you could just be like,
but like there's a level of just sort of like turning your hand.
I rotate my wrist.
Like it's sort of like rotating your
gesture?
wrist. Yeah, it's like rotating your wrist kind of thing in a so-so gesture. I don't know how to describe the so-so gesture, but I don't think it's like waving your hand.
I knock aside that assumption.
Of like tilting my hand side to side in a so-so gesture. Like that might be like clearer of what it is if you're not familiar.
Right.
Because for me, it's really that sort of thing of you just take your hand, lay it flat, and sort of like swivel it back and forth.
Right.
That's so-so. Partially.
You're lucky I trust you.
I feel extremely lucky.
But really, I'm here for you. Just tell me when. Who?
Yes. Thank you, Ezra. I feel like every one of these scenes, like I want them to be like maximum like horny because it's like all of the flirt kind of thing.
Yeah, kind of.
And I'm just giggling so hard about it. And the fact that they've used flirt for like both like intimate and comforting and just being like closer and more vulnerable is super hilarious when you try and go like the playful flirt on all of them.
Right.
It's funny. Now, how can I find Finn?
Why, a secret passageway. Of course. You're in the right place.
So what we're saying is that the vampire catacombs are below his shop.
Oh my
and
God.
that the entire clan goes in and out of his shop to get down to the catacombs.
I bought this house for that specific purpose. It's very important. I needed to have my own secret vampire passageway.
Secret tunnel! Vampire tunnel! But I'm just like,
Secret, ta-da! And then we die.
Okay, but can you imagine? Okay, like so we're gonna like relate this to the Arcana here really quick. So we theorized that the catacombs, the vampire catacombs, would be like the Red Market,
Right.
And if there is one entrance through a trapdoor in the floor where a mass of people enter and exit it, but it's never suspicious, I'm
As
like,
a
that is
whole?
what this is.
Honestly, I would cackle.
You have a giant, thriving community of vampires in there that leave every single night through Astra's shop door, front or back, and nobody notices.
It's Ezra, not Astra.
Sorry,
I know.
Ezra.
I appreciate they're
My
really
bad.
similar.
And I'm just like, this could be hilarious.
It could be amazing.
For anyone familiar with the Arcana.
Alright.
He bends down, kicking aside a colorful rug to reveal that hidden latch. That hidden hatch. The one we saw the vampire climb through the first time.
Aha!
It creaks loudly when he opens it. A gust of cold, stale wind rising from its depths. If it's a hop-in lifestyle kind of place where all the vampires in the area live, it shouldn't smell too stale.
Right?
He bends down. Oh, sorry, there it is.
In you pop. Walk for about 10 minutes, then when you see candlelight, it's the third door on the left.
Okay, that's adorable.
Don't be alarmed by any of the clan members. They are friendly.
I
mean, they might be a little alarmed about you, but, you know,
they'll be alarmed
you're
that
safe.
the
You're a
cop have walked in with their badge out because that's what our sash is.
Yes.
I was gonna say, but they'll be fine. It's fine.
It's fine. Absolutely.
I nod, taking a deep breath. I lower myself into the hatch, gazing up at him with a smile. I'm surprised that of all the people who have checked their surroundings before they've done anything suspicious or had like secret conversations, that he didn't look around at all. There are literally 3 people in the front of his shop right now, and he's just like, let me just open the secret tunnel for you. It's fine.
Here you go.
There's only a curtain, as well as your shop is in open business hours right now. I know a bell would ding if someone came in or out, except for we didn't hear the bell when Omen clearly came back in from outside. So there's no guarantee that we can hear the bell from back here.
That is actually a good catch. It's true. So there is a bell on the door and the bell didn't ring. So the question is why?
Yeah. And I was going to say, it'd be really weird if he had the bell specifically silenced for Omen entering and exiting.
I do know magic after all. It's very important. Omen needs to come and go as he
But like the
pleases.
fact that he didn't look around to make sure no one could see is a little bit wild to me.
That's a little weird.
All right. See you around. I say flirtily up to him.
I see you upside down. See you in the air.
Views him appreciatively from a lower angle. You look great from here too.
Him. I love the fact that you think my nostrils are adorable.
Beautiful nostrils.
Lovely.
You know, they say men hate nostrils, but I like them. But men hate nostrils. Men love pterodactyls. The incessant drip of
Drip,
incessant drip, drip, drip of water guides me forward through the darkness, the stench of damp and decay filling my nostrils as I sink deeper into the corridors of the catacombs. Okay, question. Were we like able to lower ourselves in and then our feet just hit the ground? Like that's how short the trapdoor is? Or like did we have to climb down something? Like did we just fall in and we won't be able to get out again without jumping up to the trapdoor? Borrowing a vampire. Can you give me a lift?
That please.
I'm glad you're entertained.
Yes.
I'm so glad.
I apologize, but I'm just like, but it's not dark.
It
is bright.
Well, it says when you reach the candles. So we're not, we're just already past all the dark part.
Oh.
See, so it's pitch black.
Oh, it says
until we get to the candles. So they just only have one illustration for that.
I know.
Because he said
we
we
could
could
just
the
make
candles.
the image dark. They've done that before.
Oh my god, that would be great. They just have like a filter over it that just makes it really dark and then they brighten it up when you get to the candles.
Or just have it be a black screen.
Right, that could have worked too. And we just feel our way through the darkness. The pitch black path is long and winding, and the only sound I can hear is the tap of my boots on wet stone.
Squish, squish, squish,
Plap,
squish.
plap, plap. Eventually, I see candlelight flickering ahead, and it would appear that I've finally found life, as it were.
You are alive, little candle elemental.
Hello. I'm basically like a mini version of Calcifer. Hello. Hi. Oh,
These little tiny little voices every hi.
Hello.
And you get close up like
Yes. Kind of. Sort of life. I remember to look for the third door on the left, just as Ezra had instructed. But as I approach, I find it wide open.
There's also the
I'm
reason
glad you're enjoying the tiny elementals.
It is really cute,
Very
honestly.
cute.
Also, though, for me, the reason why I think that would be really cute is because it would make sense to have basically like a sort of supernatural light of some kind. Because if you're going to explicitly be very clear about the fact that there is stale air running through this place, stale air isn't really, as far as I understand, very good for lighting things in.
Right, it's not good for burning your candles, I would say, but also you wouldn't have to be replacing the candles or having like wax all over everything.
Right.
If you had a supernatural experience, and it would be very charming.
Yes.
All right. But
Wide open.
Wide open when I arrive.
Oh.
Oh, holy crap, it's his bedroom.
Why did
we just walked into his goddamn bedroom?
Why is there a butt on the wall? Just like out of curiosity.
There really
that is a
is.
whole
Booty.
That's
like, you've got figure drawings, and that is like a lower back and booty. And
that
it's like,
is a whole ass butt.
I love that there's also like an angel on the wall, basically the many eyes shining creature thing.
Right?
You know? Like, holy crap.
It's pretty good. It's pretty
good.
good. Yeah. Okay.
All right, so I peek inside, and the stark contrast between the literal tomb outside and what I find in what is most definitely Finn's quarters is astounding.
Especially his hindquarters.
Right? Oh my god. I mean, I think it's cute that he's an artist, and the fact that he uses ink because the brush is there. Like, I love ink paintings. I have said it over and over again. Like, India ink is one of the funnest things to use as far as like sketchy type paintings is concerned, and watercolor paintings and stuff. I love the
Brush
crap out of
pens
it.
are so much fun.
Brush pens and like paintbrushes as brushes are just really, really good. And I have a lot of that sort of stuff on like my art blog, so when I get down to it, it's something that I love. Before I get a chance to take in the view, a cool breeze brushes past me, ruffling my hair and settling gooseflesh, sending gooseflesh prickling across my skin. Oh, hello.
Hello.
A small, darkly clad girl
so
appears
excited.
before me in a flash. Her eyes the brightest crimson as they bore into me.
I'm so excited because we are in freaking underworld. Oh my god! Like, I tried to hold it in as soon as I saw the bedroom, but do you remember? This is underworld.
This is the underworld movie, and the clothes are all about the underworld.
They really
you
are.
mentioned Vampire the Masquerade, and here we go.
Here we go.
We just exited the D&D upper world into Vampire the Masquerade.
Yeah, that works for
world.
me. We have rolled and we have changed settings. Here we go.
It's good. Honestly, I think it's really fun to move characters to different settings sometimes and keep the rules that were the most prominent of their original setting.
Oh my god.
I also love the little sort of like beauty mark moles on her face. Those are very charming.
Also, I don't see enough characters that actually do have like moles or basically sort of like just like freckles or things. Like people really do. Like even where you're like, oh no, they're completely, pure skin, and you're like, there's nothing impure about what's wrong with you.
I actually enjoy that we're not commenting on everyone's skin like crazy, because that is a really like obsessive sort of beauty standard thing.
Yeah.
And that we are, but on the other hand, we are obsessed with people's eyes.
It's true.
And I find that to be a character detail. Oh, that's adorable. She stands with her head tilted and a toothy grin crossing dark lips.
Are you lost, human?
Ah! She stares me down, wide-eyed and quite clearly trying to intimidate me. But she seems playful. I've met a hunter in the bedroom.
Oh my.
Ooh. I'm here to see Finn.
Also, I'm just like, yes, 2000s, like, freaking, like, DeviantArt aesthetic. Here we go.
I casually shift myself to make my
Eyes
sash
are
more
the window
obvious.
to the soul. It's true.
Yes, definitely. And, like, I do enjoy the experience that, like, I mean, I think it's funny that our character is so obsessed with eyes, but I like making a character trait.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. All right. I'm here to see Finn. She relaxes at the sound of his name, and her striking gaze sweeps over me like a caress. Also, we can't ogle her because, she's not dateable.
She's not
And we
dateable.
just know this, so we don't ogle.
Disappointed.
She shrugs, pursing her lips.
So, you're the one you won't shut up about, huh? Well, you do smell good, I suppose.
I guess. Smell good.
Why are you so tired? This is your job.
You
You will profile everyone instantly, and then you go, I assume nothing.
You're also like the vampire train that I've had. Also, we're not trying to sense her aura. Other than like she seems playful, but like there's a level of like aggressive inhuman aura sensing to this point that is not here, and I'm confused about it.
It is kind of strange, actually.
Is Finn here? She licks a fang, and I notice how similar some of her more human quirks are to his. Is this his daughter?
I don't know.
I'm wondering if daughter. She's far less poised than him, but I almost feel like that may be on purpose. I'm in Finn's territory here. Neutral territory. How do we know this is neutral territory?
How is
Like
also
you're
like
literally saying, as a hunter, there's
Hang on.
places that are outside of the law in our neutral territory. Go ahead.
his bedroom is neutral territory.
Oh my god, his bedroom specifically. This is a no conflict zone in the bedroom.
We don't have that kind of conflict here. Unless you want to have that kind of conflict.
Oh my
It's
god.
available if you're looking for it.
But it's
darling.
all very cooperative. It's all very discussed beforehand. We only do full-on consent things here. Neutral territory.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. All right, let's poison him. Let's see.
So I quell
neutral territory. So I quell the desire to be defensive, even though her eyes are the color of a creature who drinks human blood. So are his. Oh, that's an eye roll. That is an eye roll if I ever saw one.
He's around here somewhere. Around.
I
you
get
know,
the
in a
idea,
place,
like teenager. I
doing
really do.
stuff.
I am. I'm getting the grumpy teenager vibe. off
Yeah,
her
kind of.
Super hard.
I am very presenting.
Helpful. Aye. Her smile widens, and she turns to poke at a crystal decanter of whiskey. How do I know it's whiskey?
That is...
How the hell do I know it's whiskey?
What?
That sits nestled in the corner of one of his many
So much
bookcases.
assumptions. Like,
I was like,
dang.
I didn't say the room smells like whiskey. There's a huge label on it that says whiskey.
Oh,
And we assume it's whiskey.
You're like, I know that brand.
But on the other
it's
hand...
about 9 billion years old.
But this is a decanter, which means there's no brand on it. So not a bottle, because a decanter, you put them in to breathe. But if the decanter says whiskey on it, we could assume it's whiskey.
That's true. It's
And
like
that
it could be bourbon. It could be something
It
else.
could be
scotch.
water. Could be vinegar. Oh.
It could be... It's vinegar! Pussy!
Aye. Okay, so her smile widens and she turns to poke at a crystal decanter of whiskey that sits nestled in the corner of one of his many bookcases. So, are you part of the clan?
With a capital C?
A quick nod, almost too quick to catch.
I am. It's still your turn. You gotta stop typing.
No, I'm sorry, I'm just reading. She pours the rich amber liquid into a glass. Is whiskey usually amber colored? I assume it must be.
I suppose?
Swirls it, sniffs it with a dramatic grimace.
Yes, on average it can be. Like, so whiskeys and bourbons, they can have basically an amber color or texture. Some of them are more yellowish. Some of them are definitely get more brown, which is still within yellow categories, but yeah.
Okay.
So they all have different varieties
All right.
of...
Swirls it, sniffs it with a dramatic grimace, and sets it aside untouched.
Oh my god, she...
Hold on.
Time to sneeze.
Pardon everyone. I'm sorry, I have the sneeze.
The schnoofles.
There is no
Bless
good
you.
way to muffle the sneeze
Do the honker
aggressively
sneeze.
when we are attached by headphones.
Yes.
All right. It's crinkled in barely Disgusted, disgust. Barely disgust. Thank you, I can read. I'm like, hang on, brain.
You gotta be careful with the dyslexia. It's
all right. Disguised disgust. When she looks at me again.
I wish that thing you're looking for would stop killing hunters, you know? Because that means that more of your type will come.
I hate you down here, by the way. What I'm saying is I hate you down here.
Then more enforcers, which is the last thing we need in this shitty town.
Hi. Bless you. Thank you. I appreciate it. That is the greatest way to spell bless you, and I love it. Bless you. I bless you. I hear footsteps. Loud ones that echo off the stonework in the hallway. I'm surprised we haven't looked around this room. Like, we have described so many rooms in great elaborate detail. We haven't mentioned the bed or the bookcases. We haven't mentioned the drawings, the desk. Like, we've described the office in great detail. We described Ezra's shop in great detail. Mm-hmm. We described the inn in great detail. We walk in here to have it be strikingly different, but we don't say how different at all. Just, wow, it's different. And we're usually so good about details. Unlike, you have no interest in this room at all, period.
It's not their aesthetic.
No, not my aesthetic.
It was just like, I don't care.
Ah, there you are. Just wandering the halls, half-dressed. It's fine.
Oh, whoa! Whoa!
Enters the room. Woo!
Oh, whoa! Oh, whoa! It's very good to see you. Oh, whoa!
I love the idea. Okay, so get a little bit meta with me here for a second, okay? I love the idea that she doesn't know our name because we didn't introduce ourselves.
Right.
So he just walks into the room and says, woo!
And she goes,
what? Holy shit, Dad, what?
What are you talking about? It's really weird.
I suspect he knew I was here, but his shock is charming nonetheless. He looks at the girl, who throws him a decidedly wicked, wolfish grin. The picture of innocence. Ah, a portrait of innocence!
Raven, are you being nice?
The girl, Raven, shrugs, sliding up to him and resting her head.
Sidling up to him.
Sidling, thank you. Sidling up to him and resting her head on his shoulder.
Pep.
She rolls her eyes hard enough that I'm surprised they don't fall back into her skull. Eye roll, take a drink!
Take your shot!
It's the eye roll.
Woohoo! Yes, Dad.
I called it.
Yes!
Teenager in 2 seconds. Your dad is also king of the vampires, and that's hilarious.
That is actually, or he's at least king of this clan.
Well, yeah, but I mean, he's king of a.
I'm king of this clan. Get your kilt on. We're gonna saddle up a bit, and I am the lord of me castle catacombs.
The Lord of me catacombs. It's fine. I think that's very charming and kind of hilarious. Mm-hmm. Finn's face drops. I catch it. Oh, his eyes narrowed. I get the impression that if he could blush, his cheeks would be the prettiest shade of pink. Like, specifically, we imagine what he would look like blushing. This is what's going on in our head. Also, we did not get to ogle him this time at all. He's wearing different clothes. He's in a state of partial undress, and we did not ogle him. Character, are you okay?
It's okay. We'll get there soon. Remember how we ran into, I think actually Ezra at one point too. That was where we had the drink, and we only ogled him later.
I think it's one of those things of if someone else is there, you can't ogle. We're polite in company. In company, we pretend we don't ogle.
I can do it in a tavern because that's not, in public.
Right. Because that's not in company of another person in your group. It's
clearly.
I stifle a laugh, and with obvious delight, Raven notices.
Raven?
She laughs, the sound loud and obnoxious. Oh my god. Yes!
She is the Hime-sama stereotype, except she's also like, I'm a brat and I'm tired.
A bratty Hime-sama.
Hime-sama. Isn't that already though in like the Hime-sama trope?
I think they are brats.
Yeah,
like,
that is
the
exactly
Hime-sama
what
are brats, period. All right, loud and obnoxious, but somehow still charming, which is also Hime-sama. Trope, it works.
Yeah.
She shoves him playfully, but Finn remains stern.
Are you going to introduce me to your friend?
Your friend.
Your friend. Your friend.
The suggestive waggle of her eyebrows
doesn't
go unnoticed, and Finn sighs heavily, offering me an apologetic smile. Yes! It's there.
Oh, this is Raven. She's... I am his kid.
I bet he adopted her when she was changed. I will bet you.
Probably.
There's a low, exasperated rumble of a warning in Finn's throat, and I find myself enjoying the way he bristles in her presence.
Why? Do you like it when parents and kids fight?
That's what I was going to say. Why
I'm actually now a little confused.
Why do you think bratty teenager and disapproving dad is a fun, appealing dynamic?
Do you have problems with your own dad, Woo?
Yes, I have daddy issues. Therefore, her having daddy issues and him being the daddy that is the issue just appeals to me.
I love
feel
it. You
in
could be my
soul.
daddy and you could also be my issue.
Right, you could be my personal issue of daddies. All right, let's see.
At her presence.
All right, in present. Friend throws her a death glare, and she proceeds to look guilty, but just a little. That pout. He raises a single dark brow at her, and after a quiet scoff, she enthusiastically steps forward and offers me her hand.
It's really nice to meet you, Woo. This guy hasn't stopped gushing about you, so thanks for giving him something new to mope over.
I
do not mope. Fucking hell, kids these days, no respect.
Okay, I'm just getting this slight callback to the Arcana with the Mazalinka scene of going, he's talked about nothing but you.
Yeah, kind of.
That's what this feels like. That she's this stand-in for this is the person he lives with that's going to tell you, by the way, he does like you, just in case you didn't know.
You didn't know. Honestly, though, I also appreciate that he actually has family. An actively, a child that's more around him rather than, where Julian's sister is over there.
Mm-hmm.
They don't really necessarily have a lot of interaction. And he's, all these characters are really I'm going to actively either bring up family or family's going to be around or, they feel more involved with each other.
Very much enjoyed the more, traditional mystery feel of this game in reference to everyone having family. Because, in your big complex, whether it's, Miss Marple or whether it's, Murder, She Wrote or Poirot, you always have, every family member is saying, do you have a motive? We need to know all your connections. There's a sister-in-law, a brother-in-law, there's a daughter, there's a father, there's a grandfather, that kind of thing.
It makes it fun.
And in a lot of romance games, everyone seems to exist in a void.
Yeah.
I do love in this game, and I'm going to say it probably over and over again throughout it, that they have, one, characters interacting with each other, and two, they have connections to the world. Not vague backstory connections, but they're actually living a life right now.
Yeah.
And I love that.
Yeah.
Raven rolls her eyes again.
Ah,
And I finally take her hand. Her grip is firm, and I wonder if she might be trying to unnerve me when her startling eyes widen exponentially. So I guess he's a vegetarian vampire because he has golden eyes, and she's, a human eater,
Maybe
person eater because she has red. And if this is Twilight, I'm going to laugh my ass off.
Oh, no. If it is that, I will join you. I'm oh, damn. I had him and I'll eat you. Got it?
I open my mouth to respond, but before I get the chance, she laughs again. Good job. Finn looks mortified, and he carefully pries her hand from mine and ushers her towards the door.
Oh my god, you act like I'm not 300 years old. Please chill out.
Dad, you're so overprotective.
It's time for you to go, I think.
Raven pouts, raising both of her hands in defense. Yes, OMG. You got it. Now, there's an experience here where I'm this looks like it is literally just his bedroom and workspace.
Yes.
This looks like a studio apartment if I've ever seen one.
Why did Ezra send us to his bedroom?
Well, I assume he assumed he would be there kind of thing.
Okay.
And there's not necessarily a communal space. I'm glad you're dying from laughter.
I
I'm
really
so
am.
charmed. I just say, but, I assume this would be a place that he would go back to kind of thing.
Right.
And it would be harder to get lost down here.
Mm-hmm.
But also, why was she just hanging out in Dad's bedroom? Does she not have her own room? Or is she just I like to loiter in your space because I can say I'm important and I get to.
Yes.
Because I'm basically being a bratty teen going, I'll just be here when you get here. Or going, what if she was here to actually ask him or talk to him about something and she's just been completely undermined and now she's fine, I'll leave,
I guess.
All right, raising both her hands in defense.
I was joking, obviously. I like them already.
All right, she offers me a little wave and rises onto her tiptoes to press a kiss to Finn's cheek. She's not that short compared to him in the sprites. He looks at her with unabashed fondness, a small smile creeping onto his lips. So they're not...
Say hello to Lux for me and be good.
I love the fact that they're not completely at odds. That's a nice addition to the sort of grumpy teen and dad dynamic.
Mm-hmm.
I do like that it was very clear that it was like for me, I picked it up instantly. I'm this is your kid. So for me, that was effective conveyance from the writers. Oh my
pokes the hell
god.
out of
He
her.
just goes fuzzy. Fuzz, 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 fuzz,
Fuzz, fuzz, fuzz, fuzz, fuzz, fuzz.
He runs his hand over her shorn scalp and she swats at him playfully, scoffing much like a teenager would at an embarrassing parent. I love the idea of just heads feel amazing when the hair is short and fuzzy.
It really does.
Like especially like when it's like really soft kind of thing, and he just like pets the velvet on her head affectionately. It's very cute.
I'll do more than say hello. Bye, a woo.
It
A
will.
woo.
Okay, and also I'm sure it's just a graphic convention, but I love how she also backs out of the room like, I'm gonna keep watching you the whole way out, sassily. As I just leave, it's hilarious. Yes, the fuzz, it's there.
I think also the thing that I have liked about like short hair, at least, is just the fact of like you like moving the skin like and the hair around is just sort of fun.
It's a
like that's fun,
fascinating
sort of like
experience,
pop, 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 sort of like yes, female character with short hair, yeah, with like completely like short,
like no hair. I know.
shaved head. Actually, it's really neat.
Honestly, representation, pretty cool.
Yeah.
Another disapproving rumble, and Finn almost looks like he wants to chase her to administer another pep talk, but he stops himself. He just,
I don't know how to stop me in
try
that for 3
to
seconds.
dad better. It's glorious.
It is really glorious.
And with that, she's gone. The door slamming loudly and shaking in its frame.
Her bang purposely.
Her! I know you're gonna need some privacy. Kicks the door shut. Slam!
With
Can
her
you
boots just like poing.
Like, can you see that though? She like backs out of the room, sort of sassily, and it's just like, I know you're gonna need some privacy. Hooks the door with her foot and slams it shut. And she's like, I'm making that like sort of halting gesture to go after you, and she just slams it. It's so good.
And he's like,
and he's like, kids. Finn groans, running an iron hand over his face. I'm sorry. As he walks to grab the whiskey Raven had poured him. We assume it's for him.
I guess.
She's interesting. A quiet laugh, and he sips his drink.
She's a pain in the arse, but she's my pain in the arse. It's my problem, actually.
So good. She's your,
I sired her, so she's my responsibility. She jokes about me being her father, but I suppose I am, in a way.
I was under the
I'm
impression-
affectionately, like...
Bro, this might be back in the time when he was doing things he was regretting.
Oh,
because he's
maybe.
talked about being like, I was a really horrible person in the past. Because I had gotten the impression that he didn't want to make more vampires, you know, because of the nature of the beast.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing she's from back when he was still doing things that he's ashamed of.
That would make sense to me.
All right. Sired her.
In a way.
He takes a small sip of the whiskey, savoring the taste for a moment before he speaks.
He's like,
He's like, It hasn't been
It's a
decanted.
very good year.
Or
Though I prefer brother. Father just makes me sound so...
old. He's gonna say old.
I'm gonna say old.
I just old. I think I can't do. He snorts. The noise, charming. I think he's so old. We're gonna call you old.
Yes, old. She
Yes.
tends to look after me much more than I look after her. She's a good kid and I'd be lost without her.
You shouldn't need that much caretaking, good sir.
I don't use her though as like an emotional support data, so let's not go there.
Okay, that's good. I approve of that. Like, she can help you, but it shouldn't be one, obligating, and two, you leaning on her like crazy.
Yeah.
Because that's just a lot.
It's probably gonna just be an observation. He's like, you do so much caretaking for me, and I've never asked for it, and I've actually been pretty okay, but you've been like weirdly sensitive, like in a way that I don't know how to access, because also like we do have that sort of like, I am, you know, emotional support fledgling? Yes!
Emotional support, spawn.
You're my emotional support like bitten child.
I bitten child.
Bitten
Oh,
child.
yes, my good bitten child.
Oh, my good bitey baby.
It's okay. I nod, observing him quietly as he sets down his glass. Sire bonds are powerful because we have all this vampire lore that we can nonetheless forget constantly.
Right.
And it's interesting to observe such a casual, healthy dynamic because we are so racist against vampires in general.
Yeah, because vampires just unwillingly do this all the time.
Well, and we really have been. Like, at the beginning, when we first met Finn, there was this really strong of, he's nice for a vampire. He's behaving himself well for a vampire.
Yeah.
He's surprisingly friendly for a vampire. And so, yeah, now we're going again, like, you know, what a healthy dynamic between vampires.
Right? Especially like in regards to the fact that it sounds like clans aren't unusual in this particular world. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to plug them again. I would actually suggest if you are interested in somebody who is super interested in vampires and has studied vampires for a very long time, I suggest looking up Maven of the Eventide on YouTube. She is very fun. She does actually also Phantom of the Opera stuff. She also really likes ghosts and monsters, but she primarily focuses on, in her channel, on vampires.
Would you like to link her?
Sure. Yes!
Oh,
Isn't she great?
Her. Excellent.
Hang on, let me go find her real fast on the FooTubes.
I was gonna say, and so it's just like all things vampire lore. She's like the biggest vampire weeaboo that I've ever seen.
Yes.
And it's very, very charming. And if there's like any vampire media that she's not been exposed to, she will quickly, if anyone, like if it's missed her radar kind of thing.
Yes. So you do not have to engage with her if you do not wish, but I do definitely enjoy her content. I've followed her for several years. She's a lot of fun.
Okay, all right. Did you choose to turn her? He frowns, shaking his head. Oh, we get to learn about this.
Well, no, not exactly. It's complicated, but I made a choice that I have to live with forever. Literally. I'd seen too many die at the hand of my sire, and something about her struck me.
So he saved her when she was dying.
Ah.
So she's Claudia. Oh.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. I know they have original content in this game.
Absolutely. I'm
It's
just like,
once you get
that's
far
so
enough,
depressing.
Oh God, it is.
God.
Claudia's story was so sad.
God, that story was so sad.
Honestly, I encountered this really beautiful visual novel at the library recently.
Oh, yeah.
And it's for anyone who's not familiar, it's basically like a large comic book. It's a graphic novel, okay?
Right.
And it's Claudia's story.
Yeah.
And it's literally just the whole, basically the movie of Interview with the Vampire from her perspective.
Yeah.
So all the parts of the story she was involved in, what her thoughts and feelings were, like it's an internal catalog of how she saw events and stuff. And yeah, it's very pretty and it's very, very thoughtful, and I enjoyed it greatly. Yes, art also very
Art
nice.
was really nice too, yeah.
I say, but we also plug libraries really hard on this channel. So if you have an opportunity to go check it out, and again you're interested in Anne Rice's Interview with the Vampire stuff, or you like visual novels or graphic novels, not visual novels, digital, but paper ones,
right?
Then you might really enjoy it. It's really cool. Additionally, if you were part of that group that was super Interview with the Vampire is the best movie ever, you might really enjoy the story from her point of view.
yeah. I planned to leave her for dead, but I couldn't let that happen.
He smiles, and it's bright, earnest.
We're kindred spirits, I guess. So I'm also a bit of a shit, just so you know. As much as I have regret for cursing her with immortality, she's the closest thing I have to a family.
Not me, no. Not into, nope, not how.
I'm
not sure what the nope is in reference to.
We missed the context. I apologize. We moved on.
Yes. So
before we saw the comment.
I'd say if you want to be a little bit more
Specific.
that would be helpful.
Anyway, what brings you to my neck of the underworld?
Perhaps you're just not into Interview with the Vampire and you weren't part of that group. I can see that, yes.
Yeah, no. Actually, if that is what you're talking about, I totally know that you are a vampire fan. Vampire Chronicles, buddy.
All right. He leans back against his desk, still cradling the glass.
I need you!
Okay, so I
Flirt.
need your help.
Flirt.
I have a job for you, or I need you. I need you.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
Interview with the Vampire. Thank you.
Yes.
I figured it out eventually, but I was like, sometimes I move through topics really quickly, so it's just a thing.
that happen.
All right, here we go.
I need you.
Flirt with Finn.
Flirt!
Leader of the vampire clan, in his bedroom in the
Alone.
catacombs.
Yes.
Yes, I need you. It's a thing. I want.
Not with my knee, though.
I didn't knee you. I'm sorry. I am. Whoa. It's okay. I watched the careful swirl of amber liquid in his glass. His eyes focused solely on me.
So we're now staring at the amber liquid
Wait.
over on the desk?
I-
We stopped looking at him.
No, he was holding it. Did he put it down again?
Put it down!
Hold on, we need to.
He put it down!
He put it down.
Down.
Let's see. Did he put it down?
Okay, this is really difficult.
It is really hard to do.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Alright,
Let's
rose,
see.
short, and scalp, blah, blah. Okay, so he goes...
I walked some
Risky.
risky.
Yep. Quiet sips his drink.
Uh-huh.
Sired her. Responsibility to savoring the
Listen.
taste for a moment. Oh my
Whoa.
god, no.
No, we don't want to quit.
Stop it.
It's really, the buttons are very close together. Forgive us.
No.
Oh my god.
Holy cow, I'm literally clicking down here. Oh,
Yes,
it
you have
gets
it highlighted.
highlighted.
Yeah, so.
Okay, that's a really terrible error. Excuse me, I hate it.
Yeah, so don't let go of the button for the life of you. Don't
Oh, that's
do it.
terrible.
Let's
Hang
see,
on.
snort.
Savoring the taste. Old noise charming.
Pardon us, we have to figure out the exact...
Sets down his glass.
You're right.
He really did. I'm like, no, he set down the glass.
Thank you. Okay, so what we've got is he set down the glass. We're looking down at the glass on the desk, but we can see that his eyes are completely focused on us.
That's amazing.
I was gonna say
Or
that's...
at least you just be like, I get the perception that he's staring at me intently.
I think that's really good, peripheral vision.
That too.
Aye. Stares at the glass rather than at him. I need you.
Him.
You want a drink?
Aye.
I can get you one. It's fine.
What are we talking about?
Thank you for bearing with us while we checked that back. I appreciate it. Continuity is important to us. He raises his scarred brow, dark hair falling in his face as he turns to set aside his drink. We describe people so much more when we're flirting with them than when we are not flirting with them.
This is also amazing because I'm just like, you already put your glass down. You
It's
fine.
fine. And then he set aside his drink again. Okay, guys, he got so flustered. He had 2 drinks.
Raven like a shit.
Pours him 2 drinks. He picks up both of them, sets one down, continues to hold the other one, looks down into that one, sets it aside. I'm just like, okay, but imagine this. He's so flustered by us flirting him, he goes back in time and is holding the drink again.
Him. I have only one power, and this is the best thing I have.
Okay, for anyone else, there's been a shift in the Matrix. We just deja vu. Him, oh shit.
Damn, I've done that. Wait, you do, huh?
His smile has me rolling my eyes. Roll your eyes! Drinking time! Time to drink. And I quickly try to distract myself. Let me rephrase that. Let me rephrase it a little bit more thoughtfully. Finn leans in closely, looks at him instead of the drink. I need your help. I have a plan, and I think you may be of use.
Oh, so you like it when I'm your object, do you?
I feel like I could put good use to you, yeah.
Aye.
If you're into that.
What part of the bed would you like to be used for?
I didn't mention bed, did I?
Oh, you didn't.
Right here's fine. It's a nice carpet, by the way.
Oh, you finally noticed. I worked on that carpet myself. I made it. I actually make rugs.
Oh, you do painting and drawing and rug making.
Yeah, I
Lovely.
like to be creative. It helps me sort of get out of my space. Sometimes you pick a different thing. Also knit.
You mean pass the time?
Time. I've got all the time in the world.
Right? He laughs.
Suddenly just have this image of him knitting doilies.
I love the idea of him either like crocheting basically lace doilies. That would be very charming.
He's like, I have all the time to learn this incredibly complicated skill where you've got 30 different little spools going point, point, point.
So he also learns bobbin lace making?
Yeah.
That would be amazing. God, I want more vampires who do crafts. So I'm just going to go off on this just for a second since we've run into this in the middle of flirting. So I have this rant about immortals that you may or may not have encountered on our channel if you've been there. And basically that most people's immortals tend to be incredibly boring. Like they know they're going to live forever. They know they have infinite amounts of time. But God, I'm so done with life. And it's like they don't use skills. Like they don't become artisans. They don't become trade masters. And they could. Seriously, every one of them, if you have 100 years at your disposal, do you know how good you could get at a discipline? Do you know how good you could get at painting or at lace making or at any kind of an intellectual study as well? If you were an artisan or a crafter, or if you were an archaeologist or something. But also I had this idea of going, okay, you turned immortal and you know that you have all the time in the world. So immediately what you do is you go out and you acquire your own lake and you start going through, what you do is then you go and you start making your own fossil plans, right? So you dig down to the bedrock of the lake and then you get dead corpses and you put them down in the lake, really nicely arranged ones. You think about the position of the horse and the horse bones, and you think about the position of where you're putting birds around it and stuff, and then you put the proper sediment over it. And you've got 5,000 years to compress this thing into the most beautiful piece of art you can ever come up with, and you just have a fossil making hobby kind of thing. I'm just why wouldn't you have the most ultimate 500-year-old bonsai tree garden kind of thing? Every bored immortal just disappoints me,
Right?
Anyway,
it's true.
I would love it if he had some craft skills kind of thing. It would be amazing. He laughs, a raspy chuckle.
I'm all yours, Hunter. Do with me as you please. Just tell me where and when.
It's good to have, like, informed consent. We need to know what we're up to.
I need to be a little bit risk-aware in regards to my kink, okay?
In regards to my participation in things.
Ah, yeah.
Yes. I clear my throat. The double entendre making my skin feel hot. He smiles,
Aye.
and I know the bastard can hear the unsteady flutter of my pulse.
When did we start calling him affectionately a bastard?
Now, in this moment, we have just graduated. He has hit Flirt Tier 3 and unlocked the affectionate name of Bastard.
Aye.
The moniker, if you will.
Alright, I mean, that's not a bad thing. I'm just sort of like...
I'm like, since when are we resentful of him having his vampireness?
Because you...
Even playfully resentful. Also, we just got a subscriber on YouTube, and I'm
Hey,
charmed.
cool.
That's lovely.
Alright.
Cool. Alright,
Just that
pulse.
flutter of my pulse.
Piper and I, not you and I, Piper and
And
I
I
are going to attempt to break into the dungeons beneath HQ. His ears flicker. His ears flicker? Like they go away and come back like a light flickers?
Wait,
What?
I didn't actually even know his ears could move.
Is flickering a movement?
I don't remember.
Do wings flicker? Do hands flicker? I thought flickering was in and out of existence.
I mean-
Hold on a second. I need to
You're
look
like,
up
I
a
need
word.
I need a definition.
I really do, because if flicker can apply in that way and I've just been missing out, maybe I should be using it.
You're like, you know what? Why not? I
Flicker
mean, I've heard
definition.
it.
Okay, so flicker. Of light or source of light is the primary one. Shine unsteadily, very rapidly. Make small, quick movements. Flutter rapidly. I didn't know that was a thing. I have learned a thing.
Aha!
That is your second one. Also, it can be used as a noun instead of a verb. An unsteady movement of a flame or light that causes rapid variations in brightness or a tiny movement. I didn't know he could move his ears, but now we know. And I also know that flicker can be used in that way, so thank you for that.
Hey, cool.
All right.
Flicker.
Almost flattening against the side of his head before they put themselves to rights. He cannot mask his surprise, nor his apparent interest. Why can his ears move? If he was human before this, why can he move his ears? Is that just a vampire thing?
Do your ears just grow when you become a vampire?
I assume so.
I thought so too,
I assume
honestly.
you grow basically better nails, pointy ears, and fangs. Like, those seem to be the features.
Mm-hmm.
As well as, you become cold and like marble.
Also, here's the silly discussion that we would like to have. Actually, so in the chat, out of all y'all, how do you believe vampires drink blood? Is it their
Oh,
teeth
God.
or hypodermic needles?
Oh.
Like they suck through their teeth? Or
Do they drink
Or
it
do
with
they
their
drink it
mouth
with their mouth?
and their normal throat? Okay, so maybe he can move his ears with a human. Yes, some
Yes.
people can wiggle their ears. That would be actually a really cute trait of going, it's not a vampire thing to move your ears. It's literally just something he can do. I love that. I blame the pointy ears on Gunkutsuo. You should. I only
And they
actually
look
saw
really
that.
like Gunkutsuo pointy ears, honestly.
There's honestly distinctive families of pointy ears, and I'm still annoyed that WoW sort of appropriated Drew Hayes' pointy ears from Poison Elves.
Yeah.
Because
or
like,
the Lucifer comics as they were originally, yeah.
I was gonna say, yeah, but I was gonna say they're known most commonly as poison elves.
Yeah.
I would say, but like, yeah, there's ones that people call the WoW long ears, which I call poison elf long ears because I'm an originalist. I was gonna say, and then like there's definitely the Gunkutsu is sort of your sort of elf ears kind of thing, and then like there's several of them that are recognizable. I only actually saw Gunkutsu last year because my good friend Scandal introduced me to it.
Hey!
And it looks cool as hell. God, that is one of the prettiest anime I have ever seen. And also, I am not good at tragedies. Damn. Anyway.
It's true. Anyway, no, but I want to know.
Oh,
so
okay.
think
So,
about it.
does anyone have an idea of how, basically how vampires drink the blood? Is it
Yes.
just like cut something open
What's
and then
your-
gulp it down, or is there a special modality of blood intake? And I feel like they can weigh in at their own time. You think so?
Yeah, no, please
All
feel
right.
free. Like, think about it. Like, it actually was an interesting discussion because, like, as a kid, I actually discovered apparently there was this big thread on Twitter where a bunch of people going like, to this day, only now have I learned that that's not actually how vampires drink blood through their teeth. What they're doing is they're puncturing and then you're sucking and using the mouth. And I had no idea that was how that was. And I was like, I never assumed it was through the teeth.
See, and for me, since I know that, and pardon anyone if you're again sensitive to like teeth or biting, since I know that teeth can bite through things, I mean, like everyone likes to argue, yes, we have canines, so we are, we have, we're carnivorous creatures, so we can bite through flesh, right? I was just say, so for me, I assumed that the fangs were special blood drinking, basically adaptation, and you would drink through them to basically put it directly into your bloodstream because you didn't digest it. So that vampires didn't have an active digestive system because they were dead, and so they were just refueling their blood the way a leaky car sort of needs oil poured back in constantly.
Which makes total sense.
And so for me, I was like, why would you have fangs since normal teeth can bite through flesh unless they were for something specific? So that's why I thought it was that.
And then also that brings in the question too, since a lot of, as far as I understand, mainstream impression is of vampires and the biting and the drinking of the blood is your stomach is literally completely unnecessary because that's for digestive purposes. What are you digesting inside your stomach?
And this is the difference between vampires that live off of blood versus live off of life that is taken from the blood kind of thing. And some that can go, yeah, I can totally take blood that's in a bag or, from other places and
teeth like straws and a Capri Sun. Yeah,
right, that one. Me too. Yes. I was gonna say, but like as far as like for Nyangaku, fangs draw out the blood and then they drink with their mouth. I have come to understand they're much more like vampire bats, but I'm going to share something really, really funny about vampire bats.
Oh my god, this is
my friend loved this when they learned it, okay? So, and I have just been like, your vampires is not as sexy as you think, okay? If they actually have a digestive system. So vampire bats live off of pokey, jab! Ouch! Oh my god! Yes, because you're trying so hard to get the Capri Sun to work. Yes! You can't do it.
Honestly, I've stabbed myself.
And then it sprays everywhere! Can you imagine that vampire trying to bite a person like stabbing a Capri Sun, sprays all over their face? Damn it!
Honestly, though, I think that's actually what they do in Shadows was kind of making fun of. Because I've shown you that scene before, right? Where the dude bites the person and there's the blood just spraying everywhere and he's trying to go,
like a bad water fountain kind of thing. Yes.
Anyway, go ahead.
Yes, normal teeth can tear through flesh, so fangs would make it neat or tidier. So, vampire bats. This is a really fun vampire bat fact that is very close to my heart, okay? And there's this lovely book called Dark Banquet that I love the shit out of that tells you everything you will ever want to know about vampire bats because it's about all kinds of blood feeders. Anyway, vampire bats, they do bite the skin and then they lick up the blood. They don't suck, they just blah, 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 blah. But the thing is blood has an extremely high water content, massively high water content. And so it takes a long time to get enough blood to have a meal out of it, okay? And so the thing is vampire bats' kidneys work overtime to cycle the water out of the blood and out of their system. So even while they're feeding, they have to pee to be able to get enough blood in them. So vampire bats, when they're feeding, immediately start peeing about 5 minutes into feeding so that they can get the water out of their system. So if your vampire is doing a digestive process with the blood and they're trying to get a full meal out of it, they gotta be peeing, okay? I know! It's so good. And it's amazing because they really will. They'll have birds up asleep in trees and stuff, and the vampire bat will attach to the bottom of them.
Sexy vampires in diapers.
Diapers? Or just casually lift a leg and turn away from you a little bit and just pees towards the corner. It's so good. You're just hilarious. Hello, I am sexy and I'm really good depends. Yes. Also, because your body has to process it out, it's an experience of blood feeding for 40 to 60 minutes while you're peeing. It's so good. Anyway, so you all can take that home with you.
You can do whatever you'd like.
Next time you need something funny about someone's overly obnoxious vampire character,
you can be I see the dungeons,
Yep.
when I pee. Excuse me, I just need to really load myself down.
Can you imagine that though? You're trying to be romantic about it, I'm feeding on you, runs off to the bathroom, comes back, and then runs off to the bathroom every 5 minutes.
Oh no!
And you just casually put a compress on until they come back and
You're so supportive. I love you.
He's so good. You understand.
He's quite supportive. I need to know. Yes.
He whistles, scuffing his boot against the stone floor. He's not standing on the carpet. It's okay.
It's okay.
He gently rolls up the edge of the carpet that he's clearly standing on, scuffs his boot on the floor.
I can help you, but I may have a favor of my own to ask if you're bold enough to venture down there.
Us immediately raises an eyebrow. Down there, is it?
You want to go down?
Right, you've just asked us if we're bold enough to venture down
there. Yeah. Yeah.
All right, I'm listening. I narrow my eyes at him, contemplating if I want to tangle myself into yet another level of flirt and double meaning and innuendo. Complication.
A web.
A web. What is it? I say, sort of like, you just said that. I can't believe you just said that. He pushes away from the desk, standing tall. Wait, pushes away from the desk?
An important member of my clan. He's been leaning against the desk the whole time.
Okay, I just you have to deliver. It's that supposed to be that gesture where they push away and then they walk around the room staunchly or whatever, you know?
An important member of my clan that you might have killed previously, but we won't ever address that because I'm gonna keep fucking bringing it up, has gone missing, and I'm positive that they have him. As I'm sure you know, any trust for the enforcers is wavering. I want my friend back, and he's done nothing to warrant being thrown in a dungeon.
It's okay, so he's in a dungeon. That's good to know. His hands ball into fists, and it's the Arthur meme. Oh, at his side. His prosthetic flaring brightly before it fades into its usual dormant, dull glow. If it's a dull glow, I want it to be shining gently through his shirt.
I do too.
I really would love that. In the same way that they have August do the magic, and when they get expressive, just really flare up. I think if the arm flares up, you could have a tiny little sprite variant where the arm gets really bright. And then you just change the opacity on the sleeve.
I think that would be so cool.
It would be very
honestly,
cool looking. I would love it. All right. How do you know that they have him?
I don't. They have an excellent defense system that prevents any of us from detecting him. No matter how close we manage to get, he would just not abandon us, though. So
I assume they have him because he wouldn't just disappear.
Right? And also, great. So we really are saying that cops just pick up people off the street.
And this is expected and very normal. We're not surprised by it. But we are checking in, well, how do you know? And he's like, no, this is just what happens.
He's either detained or dead. And if it's the latter, I just want to know.
Yeah. You're sure he wouldn't just leave? I'm going to say it's not likely us, the hunters or enforcers. Do you really think it's the cops? Are you sure about that?
Are you really sure?
He wouldn't just leave. Your clan isn't like others. Maybe he wanted a change. We now know so much about vampire clans.
I would like to have your knowledge, good Uwu.
That would have been nice to be shared, because we know that Uwu has had a lot of training on vampires and at least some exposure and experience killing them.
Also, I'm giggling my butt off of going no, I just know vampire clans. When you're not a vampire, you clearly probably have only invaded clans as basically a dangerous force. Why would they ever act normal around you? And 2 or 3, whatever, I don't care.
And next...
you've only met Finn and now Raven. I have met the whole clan. Your whole clan is completely different. We are a very different clan. We do all the clan differences.
So
unless he's basically going advertising to you as the leader going, no, we're different. I promise we're different. Please don't investigate us. Stay over there.
Okay, so do you know how profiling works?
No, I know.
Do you know how racism works? You assume everyone's the same. You assume the one representative sample, him, and now 2 representative samples of him and his daughter are the way the entire clan is.
Yeah.
And going, but you guys are nice and polite and civilized. Maybe he wanted a change, implying he wanted to go back to being an asshole, like I think most vampires are.
Right?
He just doesn't like this, civilized, quiet, very controlled, contained vibe of your place.
Right?
The very chill experience of living underground and such like that. He looks sad, frustrated. He runs his fingers through his hair, leaving it messy.
It's already a little bit messy, so I'm not
sure why. I need to re-messify.
Maybe
Hunters have to train academy to learn about creatures, so they have a basic concept of vampires.
Yes. And that one we did know. We were trying to basically parse out how much we've directly learned from Uwu that we the players know versus what they know.
Right.
And so that's sort of what we're talking about here. Thank you for that contribution. There's an experience where we're going, like I said, we know that Uwu has had experience with vampires, fighting vampires, killing vampires, seeing them arrested, as well as being trained on vampires. But we don't know how much they know about whole vampire clans because they've never specifically mentioned it in their narrative.
Right.
So comparing a clan to a clan is something we're not familiar with.
And also, as we've pointed out, at least for how we've read this does seem to be someone who comes in and they do have the authority to basically
racially profile basically all vampires or supernatural creatures at all. So you have sort of this expected attitude of when you go into situations of going like, these are the dangerous ones.
Yes.
So you sort of treat people differently. So they also then go, hi, this has been a long history of you interacting with us, so we expect that hunters and enforcers are basically going to treat us more or less like garbage, or that we're always going to be dangerous no matter what. So we refuse to basically open up to you, because why should we?
Right? In the same way that it seems like the vampire catacombs are relatively like hidden, since there's, an entrance under Asra's shop. I assume there have to be more entrances. Ezra, thank you.
I appreciate
more
you.
entrances and exits. Like, I assume there have to be.
Right.
If you have an entire group of people living down here. Unless maybe it's a really small clan. Maybe there's only like 5 of them.
Maybe. Yeah, again, that's why I'm going, I would like to know what you're talking about. Like, definitions of, like, culture, society, like, it would be good to know.
And what I assume here when Uwu says, maybe they wanted a change, was that maybe they wanted to be more like other vampires rather than like you, the weird exceptions.
Right? Maybe.
And so it's sort of an implication of just, I feel like it's a light dig, if you will. Does that make sense?
The other vampires are just fucking, they're all other real the other vampires who are clearly not you. Like, even though you are also an other, you're not, but you're the good minority.
Yeah, you are the exceptional minority.
Fiero wouldn't just leave. I know he wouldn't. I trust him more than anyone else in my clan. Even Raven. We both suffered at the hands of Levi for centuries. We were healing from that together.
Aww.
He was the only friend I had when I was with Levi, and he saved my ass more than once. I owe him this. If he's ash and bone in a forest somewhere, then so be it. But if he's there, then I must save him.
I love that. Honestly, there's so much that is never dealt with in people's backstories. And again, like the connection between characters and the fact that they do have relationships with each other, like friendship relationships, family relationships, dating relationships, all of that is really just so good, know? And there's this really strong experience here of him going, I have had a traumatic backstory, and it wasn't just, it shaped me as who I am, but it was literally filled with pain and trauma. And I've been healing from it. I haven't just been judging myself and trying to atone for my badness and I'm better than that now. I actually was hurt by what was done to me, and I actually have a process to go through that. And that's just really valuable, because so often I feel like there's these characters that are these strong, desirable characters, and it's like, well, I was bad in the past, but now I'm better, and there's no process of healing, recovery, change, anything.
Right.
And that's so very real, if you will.
The only family creatures like me have are the ones you find, so I intend to keep them safe as long as I can.
Unless someone turns a whole family.
Levi or Fiero?
I think we would ask about Fiero first.
Since that was the one
because that's the one that he's talking about.
And so, also, it's more positive rather than immediately.
It doesn't immediately shift the subject and just tell me about something else. It digs into what he's clearly concerned about right now. So I think it's a more thoughtful way to approach it from there.
Right.
Why do you think they would take Fiero specifically? If you're so sure he's... we're such a cop. If you're so sure he's innocent.
Really?
Like your MC is such a cop at heart. It's amazing.
Well...
He shrugs, clearly quite confident in his theory.
Because he's valuable. He's an empath, a powerful one. It's actually probably more like the trauma he experienced that made him hypersensitive to people, but that's okay. If he saw something he wasn't supposed to, or even if they just managed to overpower him and get him alone...
A quiet growl rumbles his chest. I
rarely let my clan members patrol by themselves, regardless of our supposedly stable relationship with the enforcers of this town.
Aye.
But I was stupid, and Fiero is a good sweet talker. He sent someone in distress in the woods, so...
I didn't go with him and let him go, I assume. His shoulders sag, his eyes falling to the floor. Oh no, they are on the carpet. Losing their sparkle.
I pick them up, I wipe them on my clothes, and then I
gently clean them off, give them back to him. It's okay.
So I allowed it. Therefore, if anything has happened to him, it's my fault.
Finn prides himself on being the opposite of his sire, and I can see that this is eating away at him. You can't place the blame on yourself. You didn't know. Plus, if he is as valuable as you say he is, empaths are now valuable.
Maybe.
His eyes light up when they meet mine, his fingers twitching upon the surface of his desk. Didn't he walk away from his desk? I guess he's gone back to it. I think he's pacing and they just haven't specified.
Right, then they could be using him, so he's still alive. Still sounds really fucking bad, but thanks.
I smile in return, tilting my head this way and that. I sort of like, maybe... ish. Let's lighten the mood. He laughs, and I can't help but join him as I was trying to entertain him.
Right.
Like, that was clearly a joke. Just that.
So,
I
you'll
love.
check for me?
I love that gesture description, though. That was very clear, like the just the head gently back and forth. That one made really good, like, narrative sense to me. Like, well done. I nod. I will.
What?
Jeffrey Brown has subscribed to you on
You're on
YouTube.
YouTube.
Welcome
Hello,
aboard,
Jeffrey Brown.
Jeffrey.
All right.
Right. I will.
Ask about Levi.
Yes,
Yay!
I love that we get to do both of these, and I wonder if it genuinely affects the game which order you do them in. But I've been trying to really do them in an order that makes sense for conversational flow and also for Uwu's motivations. Also, I'm like, why doesn't the headboard of your like bed match? It's been driving me nuts. I'm going to point it out here. So there's a big gold rectangle on one side, and there's half a gold rectangle on the other side. And I assume it's some sort of like a built-in cabinet or something into the headboard itself.
I
but
think
it
it's
looks
at
like a full contained headboard on this side. And then there's something going on the side.
I think
of the
it's
candles.
supposed to be at an angle. So you're coming in like this, so there's a thing over here that's blocking it.
Oh, so it's just coming forward. It's recessed, and
Yeah.
there's like another shelf over there.
Absolutely. Like here's the bookshelf, here's the other bookshelf. Or
So it would have to be really deep, though, to block like half of it, not like much deeper than that.
Yeah. I don't know.
Okay.
Oh, that's my best.
It's asymmetrical, maybe.
Oh, maybe.
Anyway, it's been throwing me off, so I appreciate that input.
Okay.
All right, pardon me while I'm like that one thing in the room. I'm like, okay, I see the angle now, but it doesn't seem like that narrow of a shelf as is on the other side with the skull
Right.
would be able to cover that much. So it's not meant to be a nitpick. It's just distracting. All right.
Oh, I think actually that is like the side of the headboard itself.
I really.
But that also
thought it was.
is kind of.
And again, is it? And I
But
think
that's
it is.
kind of
It's
strange.
really-
Okay, so really quick. So there is no side of the headboard here.
There's
This is
not.
just a bookshelf.
Yeah.
So why is there a side of a headboard over here?
Or is
so
that
this
another piece of low
or-
furniture?
yeah,
and why
or-
does it keep going?
Yeah.
I think it's an asymmetrical headboard, and that's an interesting choice with everything else they've done.
Yeah, I don't know. Okay.
Anyway,
information.
The information on Finn's sire is sparse outside of the fact that he was notorious and cruel. Notorious but unknown. I love that. He's a notorious enigma, a famous mystery, an absolutely unknowable, but everyone knows him. That charms me.
Vampire. That's exactly how I wanted. Yes.
Yes,
Know me,
perfect.
but don't know me.
Know me, but do not know me. And cruel. I wonder how such a seemingly kind man could have followed him for that long. Do you mind? It's called abuse, actually.
It is.
Just gonna say, Uwu, it's called abuse.
It really is.
Do you mind talking about him? About Levi? Finn grimaces, folding his arms across his broad chest, his posture losing its usual confidence.
Also, a lot of times people talk about actually arms being folded across the chest. Sometimes there's a level of like, I'm trying to comfort myself, but also I'm closing off a bit.
I say it's two things. It's either like self-comfort because you're applying like pressure and secureness, doing like sort of that mild self-hug, but it's also closing off to other people.
Yeah.
It's, guarding and putting yourself away, putting also a barrier between you and them, which is why I always teased like Julian was never open to us ever. He was
yeah.
guarded 100% of the time. And if this is sort of meant to be, as far as we can tell, sort of the Julian-inspired character, then I like that they make a point that he's being less secure and comfortable when he's crossing his arms.
Right.
Because that feels very natural.
Yes, I suppose.
I take a seat on his bed as he pulls out his desk chair. That's kind of hilarious.
That's sort of intimate.
It again asserts, though, that our character is very assumptive, is very, comfortable in their space and makes snap decisions and never looks back.
right.
It works. The first thing I can think to ask him is loaded, but I need to understand. Why did you stay with him for so long? His mouth forms a little O, and he looks at me wide-eyed for a beat before he manages to formulate a response.
Well, I don't know if I can answer that because I still don't know. He was good at making sure you had nothing left to go home to, so he was all I had. I'm not the kind of man who does well with loneliness.
Abusers often create an isolated situation
Yes.
where you have no resources other than them.
Yes.
That's close to home. A wry smile, but Finn looks sad. A pale film of crimson coating his golden eyes. What? Does he cry blood? Does he cry blood?
He might.
What did he take from you? He swallows thickly, casting his gaze to the side.
I mean it when I say he made sure there was nothing left. He took my fiancé, killed him right in front of me before he took my own life.
Damn. He's like, I am going to basically cow you in every possible way and then take full possession of you and let you know and make sure you know that you're not only an outcast and an undesirable, but that you are a monster and I am the only person that's here for you. Like, that is such an intense narrative.
I was an orphan, and I didn't have any friends, so Gabriel was truly all I had. He destroyed our home. I hope Gabriel didn't destroy my home, honestly.
Yes, I say like
that
the
the subject is a little awkward. This writer has... But I also understand sometimes when people are talking, because that's the one place you get away with weird grammar, like, extensively, is that sometimes people jump topics back and around and all over the place, so it makes total sense. He destroyed our home, all our memories, even took my name from me.
Oh, when you wake up, do you not remember your name?
I don't know.
A laugh, but it's bitter. How do you remember your fiancé's name? I would like to know that detail. Maybe he'll share it. A laugh, but it's bitter, tinged with anger.
Everything. He took it all. And he did everything to make sure that I needed him. I followed him like a lost puppy for centuries.
It's never the right time to leave. No matter how much you want to or you feel like you should, it's never the right time
to leave.
And so you usually let these sort of things just go on for a long time. And the abuser works really hard to make sure that they are accounting for whatever level of empowerment you might receive and taking it out of your life.
Yeah.
Did you ever try to escape when you found others? He nods.
Many times. I had a few blissful periods of freedom, but he always found me. He tended to collect vampires with abilities like Fiero and myself. Maybe to make up for the fact that, aside from his advanced age, he was truly unremarkable. Like, and I've only come to that realization because the big thing is why abusers are able to basically keep you in their grasp is they convince you that there is something very unique or very special about them, that they know something maybe inherently about you that they can manipulate and mold, or that you just need something that they have.
Or that they're better than you at really important things. They need to continue to mentor you and teach you and help you.
Oh, this is abuse. This is me doing a mentor or a student like teacher sort
You're
of
just
relationship.
such a social mess. You're still not a good vampire yet. You can't handle the outside world. But
Right.
I'm here for you. And now he's dead and you're free. You seem to be managing well for someone who endured all of that. You turned out fine, they say to the child who was me. And I go, what is your estimation of fine?
I'm not okay!
You've known me for 5 minutes and you're telling me I turned out fine, thanks. He sighs, rubbing the back of his neck with his iron hand.
I'm trying to shape myself into the man I always wanted to be before the whole being undead thing. I try not to dwell on the things that have happened to me. I was bitter for long enough. But the fact of the matter is that I cannot change any of it. All I can do is be the opposite of what he wanted me to be. I should probably be a little careful with that, because it might get a little extreme if I'm like so desperately going, I will be anything but you. I will be absolutely even the opposite of you. That could throw me into an extreme that actually could either hurt me more or hurt other people more, and I should watch out for that sort of thing.
There can also be a level of trouble of defining yourself only in contrast to something rather than as something.
Yes.
A lot of people can sort of lose themselves, if you will, when they only define themselves in contrast to something rather than having an identity. Because if that primary thing goes away, or if there's a part of it that you can't contrast, like a part of yourself that you can't contrast against it, you can have real trouble knowing like who you are, you know? So that thing. I smile, observing him. I register how comfortable I feel in his home. The thought of stepping into the den of a clan before all of this would have set me on edge, you know, because that's bad territory. But now, you're doing a great job, Finn. In my limited assessment of you, of now having 3 data points, you're doing amazing.
You seem like you're doing it good. Well, yeah,
Which I appreciate the enthusiasm there. Like, I really do. I was gonna say, and that's a level of like hopefulness that's really nice. But there's still a level of going, you're doing such a great job. You know almost nothing about him.
Right?
Right. His mouth curls into an earnest grin.
Thank you. Ooh.
That's such a good place to put that.
It really is. I give you my permission to kick my arse if I ever do dare to step out of line. Actually.
Oh. So now I have permission.
Why I'm doing this with a cup, I'm not sure, because that seems a little
That seems a little intense.
a little much.
But there we are. Duly noted.
Maybe it's just the fact that like I've been trying to subject myself really hard, and also I don't trust myself even after all this time, which is quite a lot. But I'm gonna trust it Right, okay, I'm really trying to make friends, okay? And it's really good that you don't attack our clan anymore.
It can also be a level of basically subtle self-abuse of going, I'm going to hand this power over to someone who really genuinely can hurt me and murders people like me, but without really thinking about the ramifications of it. A little bit of being reckless because you still really have low self-esteem and believe you deserve to be punished over basically your failings.
Yeah.
So it could be that kind of careless behavior, which is actually a good sort of extrapolation of his character.
Right, so what is it that you'd like me to do exactly?
Well, pauses dramatically.
Whew.
No one knows this town quite as well as you, I assume. I was hoping you'd have some secret little passageway tucked away. Yeah, that's what it is. For me to use. I'm assuming you have access to the dungeons.
There are wards, other things in place to stop people like you, like us, getting in.
I'll worry about that. All I need is the doorway. Now, about that passageway. His grin is wicked, and I think I have my answer.
I'm your guy. Just say when and I'll be there. If you need anything else, just come running. Also, like the screaming thing I told you earlier, we'll look at great.
I still want them to call back to the Deb scream thing over and over again. Like, that would be such a fun inside joke that would drive, for me, like, so much character.
Right?
In reference to things of just being like, if every time he told you to contact him by screaming and it was like a wink wink in like inside joke between you, there'd be so much more connection between the characters. Like, for me, one of the biggest things that shows like familiarity and comfort between characters that isn't directly expositional as I feel comfortable with them is an experience of having like inside jokes having like familiar language with each other that is actually established on screen. And I love that. So like I would love it if they had that here. I bid Finn farewell, and now I only need to find one more friend. Hang on. He's not gonna show us where the secret passage is?
Immediately? We're just gonna, that's the end of the
Do
conversation?
you have it? Excellent, I bid you farewell. Not, I'll be back to use the secret passage? Okay, that's fine.
We're not also like sharing a schedule, so I get a little confused here of going like, okay, so what I'm gonna do next, like in communicating with the other characters. So what I'm getting confused by now really is that your character's going, all right, I'm gonna need this thing. And then they just sort of assume that everybody's on the same page as them and they don't explain, okay, I'm gonna go here next, I'm looking for this person next, maybe you could help me. I just need to arrange a couple more things, even just like generically going, I will be back in however amount of time. There's no like sense of, well, just time.
Yeah, see, I'd love a sense of time, especially since we're working on, and again, you want to work with things that the writers have established for you to pay attention to.
Right.
And they've established we need to pay attention to a 7-day cycle that's really important of when the murders keep happening. They've established we need to pay attention to day-night cycles because the shit keeps happening at night and nights are dangerous.
Yep.
And now we're not telling anybody at all when this is. Also, we have like, assumably a job that works some days and has days off occasionally. That kind of thing.
Yeah.
So there's this experience of wanting to, if everyone else has full complex lives, which has been indicated that they do, then there's got to be this experience of going, when do we need them to be available so they can plan?
Right, yeah, like having all these people just hovering and waiting on you, but like on your every single beck and call going, oh, I'm just available whenever you need me. I mean, I'm like, Ezra runs a shop. Like, that is the most obvious one. Like,
right?
Like, Alcar is probably the only one I think that we're really strongly like, I don't know what you're doing.
As well
like,
as
Omen
we went and saw Piper on a day off.
Oh, yeah, that's
where we were on, where we were like basically at work in uniform. We were scheduled and she wasn't scheduled because she was casually at home during work hours.
Right.
So like we would need to plan with these people in reference to time.
More schedules. I request them out of Atomes. Like,
yes,
let's
please.
do it.
Or don't make time a theme.
Yeah.
Either don't make time a theme or be more specific about it. That would
Yeah.
be mine. I saved the most stubborn till last. Are we gonna go get us a werewolf?
Yes.
Yes. Alcar is waiting for me when I return to the inn, and for some reason it doesn't surprise me anymore when I catch his eye across the tavern where he's been nursing a mug of ale, clearly pouting. That the pout disappears when he sees me surely counts for something, though the way his lips thin instantly makes me think perhaps not. It counts for something that he's grumpy with you. He gets up, movement slow and deliberate, and I remain by the door for a moment, wondering if hilariously, he's somehow trying not to scare me. He's trying to look less intimidating, which of us which of us is the one who should tiptoe? And here we realize we are scary. We
Yeah.
realize that we are a force that is scary. And I think it's literally just the brand on his chest that keeps reminding us of it. Like, I think with everyone else, we sort of forget that they would have any reason to be scared of us because they're normal, good, law-abiding citizens, even if they're creatures.
Right.
And with him, he's already been marked by us. He's on the watch list. And so I think in this case, that's why we're able to maintain it more. But that's just my guess.
Took you long enough. Was wondering if the bad shit got to you.
Do you need something?
Hey, Palm, no worries. It's okay. We actually honestly figured that you passed out.
Or
It's okay.
somehow had to be gone. Honestly, you dropping in and out you obviously can't be here for the whole story. It's still just nice to have you whenever you're here. You need something. You missed the discussion about vampire bats and having to pee aggressively, and that regular vampires might have to do that too. So, you might have enjoyed that one.
It would be fun. You can look it up in the stream later. It's actually really funny.
If you want to, since you can actually
you want.
read the chat,
Hey!
you can actually scroll through it on YouTube and find out where it is without having to listen to a 4-hour stream to find
It's
it.
true. No, you're okay. Take your time. Do what you need to. No worries.
Also, we know your internet is flaky, and that is like, no one, a god or anyone, can do anything about the internet. It's fine.
Yeah, right.
Honestly, if there was a god of the internet, and like I am a patron saint of the god of internet, and I do my ritual to summon internet, like I want a modern D&D setting where your patron god and you are like a paladin is internet.
Honestly, that would be wild. What are your skills? Like, are you electric based then?
No,
In
no.
terms of how your powers also like manifest, because you're a paladin, right?
Right.
So what do you do? Like, what are like trolls like an actual thing you have to interact with?
But like,
internet.
I was just say, but imagine it though, like you're in a place where there's no Wi-Fi booster.
You went so
you can't just be not now.
Yes.
I love that. But like, just imagine, okay, so you are either a cleric or a paladin that ascribes to the specific deity
Right.
that controls essentially internet/Wi-Fi, right?
Right.
So you get into a place that is an absolute dead zone. Like it's got blockers and interferers everywhere, and you cast your spell and give everyone access to internet.
I was about to say you become the Wi-Fi portal.
You are the Wi-Fi hub.
You are the
what
hub.
you are.
Oh my
You
God.
are the walking hotspot, no matter what anyone else does.
Oh my
like that would be
God.
such a powerful modern thing. It's like our phones have blockers on them. Fear not. I shall contact my deity.
My
Like,
deity, I'm sorry. I require communication. This is a part
with
of
my child,
like quite literally.
who is offering me worship. No, and they're like our blockers have been shut down.
That is so good.
I love that. All right, here we go.
Yes, actually.
Alcar rubs at the back of his neck and gives me a critical once-over. Frown deepening. Then he glances behind his shoulder at the sparsely populated
You
tavern.
would have a lot of power, Palm, and I
You
support
would.
you. Like,
Honestly, like, and then, you could flirt with your god. It'd be super fun.
it would be fun. And they'd be like, ooh.
But yes, can you imagine access, like perfect, flawless access to internet anywhere? That would be a power modern day. Like, it would be a thing. So yes, you are correct. Powerful.
Yes.
And glances at the populated tavern. The 3 or 4 people lounging about seem deeply engaged with their own conversation. But I nod in understanding. Lounging about. They're sort of quietly talking to themselves in different parts of the room. That's
Right.
the visual I'm getting. That's hilarious. My room? I want that. My room. Flirt. Hi.
Flirt!
I
Time
would
to flirt.
love that to be a flirt tab. My room.
Flirt.
Hi. Him. Whoa.
Ha!
Alcar barks a short, scornful laugh.
So, your superior can come knocking on the door and catch us? Not a chance!
Your place? Oh, immediately. Flirt! Your place, then. Are you saying I'm trying to ambush you? He frowns at me, tail flicking, and then growing still. Going still.
Not growing?
Sorry. I mean, the other things. I just...
Oh my god!
Thinking about it. There we go. I mean, I'm glad that your fictional god appeals to you. That's great. Enjoy that experience.
Exactly.
All right. Tail flicking and then going still. His voice low and steady when he answers.
No, I'm not saying that. But I'm not keen on taking chances right now. Tell me, you agree?
We're supposed to trust no one, so I'm hearing your place. What I'm hearing is your place then. Much as I loathe to abandon the promise of a horizontal, not bare rock surface to lie down, close my eyes and try to even process the day. Hang on. We were inviting him to our room and we were going to lay down while he was there? You're kidding.
What?
We were literally inviting him to come take a nap with me in my room.
I said,
It would be
Alka,
brilliant.
quick, it's important. Please lay with me.
Honestly, companionable naps are a powerful thing, and I love them.
They are really
like
nice.
just friend napping, being like, I'm tired. Them, I'm tired. Do you want to nap together? Yeah.
We have not pet him yet.
No, there is zero with the touch him. Honestly, it's possible that if we'd have done the festival with him, we might have got to hold hands or something, or dance with him if the scenes are the same.
Oh.
I was just saying, but we did the festival with Ezra, so we are not super close to him at the moment.
Right.
But this is weird. This going the I would invite you to my bedroom, but lie down. He's right. And if Alcar has any more information, any more at all, I want to hear it. I need to hear it. All right then. I just want to say your place, damn it!
Please.
Where?
The woods.
Are you serious? The deep, dark woods where I just killed a youngling. We do remember it!
Aye.
Oh my god, that's the first mention of that vampire kill.
Why are we not...
To-do list, yes.
Yes.
We're going to put it on our to-do list. Honestly, I have had Scritch Ear on my to-do list since we met him. It's there. And as well as potentially Pet Tail, if that's not, like overly bearing, just because fluff,
Right.
On the other hand, though, having never had a tail, I don't know how people think of their tail experience. So I wouldn't know if that would be more like stroking someone's arm, or if it would be more intimate, like sort of petting their head, or even more so than that. And so it'd be important culturally or, individually for me to understand what it means to him before petting his tail.
I mean, I've always figured it was a little bit more personal because honestly, like if you're trying to pet a part of somebody's body anyway, it's really personal.
Like I said, there's various levels of like intimacy. So like
So-
petting someone's hand versus stroking their whole arm versus the head is more intimate kind of thing. That
right.
kind of thing. So I think it would be important, just species-wise and just culture-wise to realize.
Kill the young.
Hi, I just killed a youngling not more than a day ago.
Aye. Up, take a drink.
Hi.
Take a drink.
Oh, Alcar rolls his eyes. Drink time!
Do it, drink.
Aw, Delta whiskey
Yay!
with the ears!
The pets.
Yes.
Do the pets. We need more pets.
Possibly also with the tail wagging. If you know anything about tail culture and intimacy, you're welcome to, weigh in if you'd like to, Delta.
Absolutely.
Because, that's a thing I've thought about. In the same way of having, fictional creatures that have, wings and or other appendages that, you don't have as a, standard humanoid kind of thing.
Right.
I'm always very interested in what it would mean for them. Like, do you think of your wings as more arms? Or a lot of people seem to treat wings as a weird backpack. But I
Yeah.
don't think of any of my body as a weird superfluous backpack, so I always haven't liked that one very much. Like, it doesn't feel like a moving interactive limb would just be a weird backpack.
Right.
And so I've always thought that stroking or touching someone's wing is very much like stroking or touching their arm, but depending on if they're thinking that of stroking my hair, it could be even more personal.
Right.
And so I don't know, it also depends on if you're going in hey, I pat you on the arm, pat you on the wing, or if I'm stroking, petting you, having an experience hey, can I touch your hair kind of thing.
Yeah, I could see that too.
So I imagine there's some relevance in where one would have to get out of their own space and sort of try to relate a little harder. Alcar rolls his eyes.
Would you prefer the graveyard where those damn Woodridge twins can probably hear every word we say? And all the woods are dangerous, I would know. I live there. Now I ask that you trust me.
I'm also just these are the only two locations in town, the woods and the graveyard. What happened to the shore?
Aye.
Also,
lake.
there's a lot of buildings, my bro.
Right.
Anyway, why should I? Of course.
Aye.
I'm having a hard time with this one because I know we've been a little bit grumpy and distant with him. There's a little bit level of you've been a problem child, even if I flirt with you. I have. The graveyard sounds weirdly romantic.
I mean, we've been in the graveyard before, and it does look sort of that gothic romance kind of,
a little bit with the whole big crypts above ground.
The
and stuff like that.
mausoleum, yeah.
Yeah, which I would expect again, as I've said, all of it to be mausoleums because of the water table.
right.
But that kind of thing. So I feel like if we're trying to get him to cooperate, we would say, of course. And right now, we've just come up with a situation where we're pretty desperate for information.
And we did already, in my opinion, actually agree to going with him because your character actually goes, I will have to give these things up.
Right?
And then they were like, but I should do it anyway. And then now we're asking the question again, and you're like, yeah.
The Adams have entered the chat.
Yes!
Yes!
Honestly,
Wake the dead!
Bring out your dad!
It's fine.
Bong. Bring out your dad! Bong.
I'm not dead yet.
I'm feeling better.
I'm feeling better.
No, could you just, it's really, yeah, no problem. Oh! Okay.
Tail tends to be seen as generally intimate. Thank you, Delta Whiskey. I appreciate that. I assumed it would be, but again, it's some people treat appendages that humans don't have as being sort of these inert, like, some people,
unfeeling objects.
Some people
sometimes?
seem to treat a living, breathing tail as if it's a tail that you would just put on with a belt, you know?
Right.
Kind of thing. And so I appreciate that. Thank you. I don't have a lot of knowledge of like furry community and stuff, but I only have my own extrapolations and experiences, mostly from role playing and occasional fantasy where someone was what I feel to be more thoughtful. All right.
So
I think of course.
of course.
All right. I want it to be a flirt option. I need a flirt option. I incline my head in understanding and step aside, inviting him to take his lead through the door first. I trust you, but you're going first because I want to see what you're doing. That's hilarious.
I was going to say that is a complete, like, not trusting gesture in my experience.
That is a level of, I'll let you lead, but I don't trust you.
Right, sure, you can totally show. I'll let you go first so I can watch you.
That is exactly what that is, and I am entertained that the choice to trust him immediately has our body language not trusting him at all. That's funny.
Training!
All right. Alcar didn't move immediately. He stays where he is, arms crossed, and regards me with a strange expression. Not unreadable, but almost as though he doesn't quite know what expression he should be making.
We're having a tense problem. So Elcar didn't move immediately, and then he stays where he is. I believe it should be he doesn't move. Elcar doesn't move immediately.
Knightsmaid ladies go first because if something, she'll die first. Oh my god. That's hilarious.
That's very silly.
I don't have to run faster than Bear, only faster than you. That's so bad. Okay, but yeah, that is like a tense problem. I'm also having an experience here with him basically doing I'm trying to perform the proper social behavior for this cup, if you will.
Right.
And trying to do so.
I am trust-ish worthy.
Also I'm trying to show you, one, that I'm trustworthy, or also not be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Just, very, very light plug in reference to that, because I was like, we could do an emoji or something. We actually found out in our Twitch research that if we can get up to 50 followers, and then we can actually make like custom emojis and stuff like that for our chat. And so we're kind of interested in doing that. So if you do know anybody who would like our channel, no obligations to promote or plug us if you're not comfortable, or if you just don't have access, that kind of thing.
Right.
But if you do know anyone who might enjoy this, please feel free to share. That would be awesome, because we would love to come up with like custom emojis and things like that, stuff we can do to sort of acknowledge you guys in chat and participate a little bit more.
Right.
We think it would be fun. And thank you, Zarzalpan. We would enjoy it too. Yay.
Yay.
All right. Is something the matter?
Right. You're one trusting motherfucker, aren't you?
I'm judging us.
Oh my
now I'll
god,
challenge
you are fucking kidding me.
Hi. No.
Who?
I scowl at him. You and your friends in this lovely little town aren't giving me a lot of choices. You also assume I can't handle myself against you. 'Cause I would want that. I expect another eye roll. A scoff. On the other hand, there's a level. Hold my energy drink.
Yes!
Hold my drink. Yes! Okay, so I like the fact that actually we didn't get defensive. So there's a level of like,
possibly.
Kulo emote? Okay, that would be adorable. Honestly, if we have the power to make emojis, we are gonna make so many emojis!
We're the worst.
Like, if they give us unlimited access to emojis, we are gonna make so many. It will just be, they will not know what power they have given us until we spam them with 1,000 custom emojis, one for every experience we've ever had.
Yes! It'll be great.
It will be amazing. And then everybody who's in on all of our various inside jokes and in our drinking games and stuff will have all of them.
Right?
Aw, is it?
Oh, you're fine.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So I was going to say, like, I made Uwu be defensive and go, you think I couldn't handle you. But the fact that they didn't say anything actually suggests a level of confidence that I like, because this character has been portrayed as confident the entire way through, and I love that. And there's this level of going, I really don't have any other choice. And you just kind of sit there quietly. You don't have to assert that you could kick his ass. It's just obvious. You know? I have one character that is, like, basically this archetype of capableness, if you will. And he really does. Like, there is no way to attack his pride at all. He will never defend himself. He is so comfortably confident.
We kind of are Geralt, but like less abortion king Geralt, which is unfortunate, but that's okay.
Whoa.
What?
I don't really think of him that way. What?
No, I know. It's a reference to the books.
Okay.
That's
fair.
it's the book stuff. It's fine.
But yes, we very much are doing the job of a Witcher here as an organized police force. You are correct.
Yes.
All right. I expect another eye roll, a scoff, a dismissive wave. Instead, Alcar inclines his head, and there's something almost like guilt in his grimace. Not
Yes.
quite. I don't sense anything. Our dad is Geralt.
I mean,
Yes!
we could be ancient at this point. Are we Siri then? Is that the argument we're making?
We are the grown-up expression of Ciri, and the Witchers have evolved because her coming from a royalty background, she's used to systems, cooperation, and like basically structure. And so instead of having a Witcher out in the distance, she's like, no, we need 50 Witchers that are also an organization, that also have rules and direction, that have like a name and title, and we have organizations, we have bases, that kind of thing. I could see it. She just becomes a force like her mother was. And is
that
just
was her
like,
grandma.
Oh, sorry, her grandma. I mean, her mom was in a different way, I guess. But
her
like,
mom wasn't really around in the series.
yeah, it's true. I was gonna say, but just a force like her grandmother. And if you haven't watched The Witcher, I apologize because a lot of this won't make a lot of sense to you. I was gonna say, but she would just reform everything and be like, I have recreated this thing because yes, I just love characters that are like, I have goals and I'm going to meet them.
Let's do it.
All right, Grimace.
Let's go.
Uh-huh.
You know you have to keep on walking down the road and doing the thing.
It's suddenly nighttime?
Aye.
Did we spend our entire day? Because we went to Ezra's place in the morning, didn't we?
How long have we been underground?
Oh, God.
Did we lose time?
I think we lost track of time. Like, utterly lost track of time when we were in the catacombs. Oh, my God.
I don't know what... I'm confused by time passage. It's okay. Here we go.
All right. Because you see, Ezra's shop is still open in the one alley in the entire city, so we're okay.
All right.
Lunaris is a cold and lonely shell of its daylight form tonight, and I have to almost run to keep up with how quickly, though sure-footedly, Alcar moves through back alleys. Many alleys now.
Many alleys.
The chill sinks into my bones.
Flirt.
And unbidden, I follow him. Flirt. Honestly, I love that when Lucavian was in the chat last time. He was just making every fun little phrase that could have been like an obnoxious flirt into a flirt. It was very charming.
Right.
All right. I wish I wasn't here. I wish I wasn't following a half-werewolf into the dark unknown towards more mystery. I just have this idea of the narrator. Like, imagine this is like one of your like shows on TV, right? And you're inside the character's head, and they start the episode with, I wish I wasn't here. I wish I wasn't following a half-werewolf into the dark, unknown territory towards more mystery, but here I am. Nonetheless, this is my experience. And then they go into the show kind of thing. Like, I feel that really hard right here in this narrative. Omen's confession is still ringing in my ears, as do so many other things.
So here's what Has he ever, like, I didn't actually know that we'd established him as a half-werewolf before. We've always ever just called him, like, a lichen or a werewolf.
I was gonna say, I actually, when I was trying to read that, something to, like caught me, and then I was like, I forgot it because I went off on my tirade. I didn't know he was a half-werewolf either. Nor have I thought we'd ever mentioned it, in fact.
I don't think I've ever heard of a half-werewolf, like,
How
werewolf
would it be
at
half
all.
a werewolf?
Are we saying that, like, a werewolf and a human bang, and that doesn't make another werewolf? It makes
a
half-werewolf? Like, we're trying to introduce Dampier, basically, but, you know,
for werewolves?
werewolves?
Yeah,
like, that's an interesting lore addition that I had. No, I've never heard of anybody trying that ever.
I haven't ever heard of a half-werewolf either, and it doesn't mean it hasn't happened, but what I'm hearing is basically, or I guess what my experience has been that, like, basically werewolf is the dominant gene. So in the same way that, like, brown eyes are the dominant gene and they're not a recessive gene, that werewolf is the dominant gene. So if you have an experience where you get werewolf in there, it's full werewolf.
A half
null.
Yeah.
Kind of thing, like, you know, in D&D kind of thing. But I'm like, how do you get a half werewolf? Were they bitten slightly?
Well, that was the thing is like, like, I've only seen, okay, so for based off the fantasy that I've ever read or the stories I've ever encountered, one, the only way to get a werewolf, as far as I saw, was typically either, like, you're born to purebred parents, or in the story that obviously the werewolf gene is dominant, or you have the bite, and that's it. Now, I've never heard anybody ever even try to approach a half-werewolf, and I'm not saying it's bad.
Not bitten, like, six werewolf. Okay, I was literally just thinking that in my head. I was like, you made out aggressively with a werewolf. It was partial transmission.
No.
Licked.
You boned the werewolf.
Oh, God! So you didn't use protection! And so, but how do you get partially infected with something? Still the question. Because it wasn't commuted properly to the blood. So your immune system filtered out part of it. Alcar was once a human, had one human and one lichen parent. So they are saying the gene isn't dominant. Oh. Okay, that's interesting.
I've never heard of anybody trying to make
Like a half werewolf. It's
That-
always that it's a full werewolf child.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it.
Or again, they're just normal human because you have to be bit.
Yeah, so I was just saying, I've also seen
Depending
that
on the
too, where
lore.
you have basically, I've seen dormant werewolf before, where if
Right.
you're half werewolf, you basically present as completely human in all ways.
Right.
Except that if you're bit, you become much more stronger than a, standard human being bit by a werewolf.
Yeah, I think I've heard that too. God, it's been a long. I'm like, I haven't thought much about like werewolf lore for a long time.
But thank you,
like,
Nyagaku. Appreciate it. I'm like, that is so good, though. All right. Omen's confession, as do many other things. Running after him as he's really fast and sure-footed ahead of us. Did you know that Omen is... Alcar shakes his head, ears flattening. Not here. You should know that.
No
actually.
kidding.
Oh, look, back to the identical spot in the forest where we did the murder.
Hey, eyeballs.
There we go. I love the eyeball trees, honestly. Like, I want to know more what it's about. I want to know if it's like wards. I want to know if it's just like a breed of tree. I want to know if it's something like local to this community or if it's standard. Like, I want to know more about the eyes
Is
of the
it
trees.
runaway magic, kind of a bit
Right.
like August's magic?
Like wild magic that is just spread out and sort of infused with the trees.
All right.
Another turn, and we've stepped beyond the village's bounds. Trees loom above us, moonlight flooding through the bare branches to afford us some light.
I mean, I hope so because like there's no leaves.
I mean, it
Are
does...
you saying that it's like a really dense forest? Like I feel. Have you ever been in a forest where they don't have a lot of like leaves because it's basically a completely deciduous forest?
I was going to say that most of these trees do look deciduous. There's, of course, a couple of evergreens in here, but they look a little sad, worse for wear.
Right.
I was going to say, but your forest doesn't feel nearly as private in the dead of winter when it has no leaves.
I know, right?
Alcar leads me a little further away until the roofs of houses are barely visible, and he turns to me.
A while ago, I got into a fight with one of your hunters.
My hunters, who I've just acquired, thanks.
The bitches.
He jerks his chin towards the village.
Well, not one of yours, I suppose,
Ha!
since you just got out of here and all. Out here and all. But, one of theirs. Some bloke. I don't even remember his face all that well. I was,
Alcar pauses for a moment, rubbing at his chin almost nervously, eyes narrowed. But then he shakes himself of it? Shakes himself of it and
I
continues.
would say out of it would be...
I say out of it
Would
or
flow a
shakes
little bit.
himself, like shakes off of it? I don't know. That's not a phrase I'm familiar with. He shakes himself of it and continues.
Because it sounds
Or
like
with
he
a
frees
comma.
himself from it and continues.
I say maybe if you had a comma, he shakes himself of it, comma, and continues. Maybe it'd be easier to read then, but it's just how I parse the sentence. At any
Right.
rate,
It was a full moon. I had an argument with my sister. Didn't go well.
oh, you have a sister as well.
Oh.
He grimaces at the memory. I mean, yesterday was a full moon as well, just so you know.
And when I transform, when I'm upset, my control's not as good as it could be. But I know I didn't kill him. Would have damn well remembered that if you ripped a man apart with your own claws and teeth. But when I came to, he knocked me out, I guess. You hunters and your annoying little gadget, your enforcer friends were already swarming over us like hornets.
Wait, we have gadgets?
I
Since when do we have gadgets? I want to know. We've always only had weapons.
know. When do we have gadgets?
We also don't even know what our weapons are. Just
Wow.
weapons.
I know,
Like
just generically
blades.
weapons.
Bladed weapons.
But I don't see the man. No blood either. I can't even smell my own.
That doesn't mean you didn't hurt him. Alcar gives me a look. It's that look.
Okay, smartass. The point is your hunter friend vanished. Poof.
And I can't eat an entire hunter.
He wasn't gay as far as I know, but poof.
But poof. Oh no. That I haven't heard that term applied for a while. Why do you sound like a poof?
Yeah, I
that
haven't heard it
one.
for a
Oh
long
my
time.
god.
They, the enforcers, dragged me off to their fun little dungeon and kept me in there for fuck knows how long. A fucking week, I think. More. And then they brand me and they punted me out on the street. Too dangerous to just snuff me, I guess, given how well I knew Ezra and Finn and all that. But here's a question for you, Hunter Nya. What do you do when a creature's hurt a hunter so bad he apparently isn't walking around anymore? Without a question. Just a statement of fact. What do you do?
I would just say, generally,
Bitch.
we kill them. That's generally what we do. I press my lips together. Nothing pleasant, I know that much. Assuming the creature in question was allowed to escape with their life at all, that one. In my experience, the brand is reserved for things that have a prolonged use.
Oh.
you're still useful to us.
Oh, that's aggressive dehumanization. Like, wow,
That's-
even more so?
That's a bit dark. It's not like you're a pirate, we brand you. It's like you're too useful to kill you. So we're going to get more out of you. But we've branded you so we know where you are.
So we're really having like, okay, I'm going to assume here this is a pretty far jump, but I have mentioned this once in a while. So like, for example, in Japan, people don't get tattoos largely because of the fact that tattoos are associated with criminals. Whenever you did a crime, you were tattooed. That is just what happened. So it was a way to physically brand you of you are a bad person.
Sort of
right?
way, like I said, they used to brand pirates. Yeah.
Right, exactly. Except that, I mean, not like branding, but
It was a
like
tattoo,
it was an
yeah.
actual like tattoo. So I'm going, so we're sort of having and that's clearly not going to be the same. This is obviously not, our world, but I'm just like, are we just using that then? Huh.
It's also an interesting sort of narrative, again, to specifically mention that they kept him because he's of use to your police force.
Right.
Or creatures too delicately tied to the order of things to be freely snuffed. What? You're saying it like an inconvenience. I can't freely kill them because it would upset the culture in the area. What an inconvenience. Wow.
Also, like snuffing.
Specifically snuff.
That is really aggressive.
That
like,
is a
I
language.
can't just, put out your light.
Exactly.
Dang, it's
this.
that. Whoa.
Okay, this reminds me a little bit, and I'm just gonna go there. Of like dash cams in cop cars.
Right.
Of going, we can't just do our job freely.
Well,
We
he
can't just-
mentioned, honestly, though, the snuff thing, too, so
But
I guess...
too dangerous to just snuff me. No, we do snuff dangerous people. He's making extrapolation. We're saying he's too useful and too connected to the community to snuff. And it also makes more sense for him to refer to his own death with stronger language than we would.
Yeah, that's fair.
That kind of thing.
We're like, well, he said it first, which is where this sort of, as Alcar had so elegantly put it. So,
But again, there's this experience very strongly of me going, it sounds like you're complaining about essentially a dash cam, of going, well, I can't just freely snuff you because people would see and disapprove, or because you're connected to the community, as Alcar had so elegantly put it. But surely, if he had wounded a hunter so terribly, he would have still been in the dungeons. There must have been some plausible deniability. Perhaps Finn or Ezra parlayed for your release. But Alcar is shaking his head.
they didn't. And correct me if I'm wrong, but you hunters don't get retirement leave till you can't walk on two legs anymore. And even then...
Aye, well, there are always prosthetics.
Aha!
Alcar barks a sharp, bitter laugh and shakes his head. But neither him nor I find humor in it. I know.
I mean, he could find humor in it. Like,
It's okay. We have established that we know he doesn't find humor in it. So he can't.
Right, of
because
course.
we know. He is quiet for a moment, running a hand through his hair. Does he go between his ears, under one of his ears? Does he run it
scratch
over
his
his ears? I need to know.
and then drive himself freaking bonkers because ears and the tickle of your hair on your ears.
And he
like,
flicks his ears aggressively after running his hand through his hair.
Like,
Messing with his clothes, fidgeting, nervous. Does he flick his ears? Does he twitch his tail?
right?
Does he lay his ears down? I step back a pace to let him collect himself. No use pushing him for anything now. Not when he's already so open with telling me everything he knows. That's everything he knows.
I didn't kill that hunter.
That a hunter at some point was killed and he was incriminated in one of the early killings.
Yes.
So basically what I've gotten from this is he was incriminated in one of the first killings of this whole kerfuffle.
Oops, sorry.
Alcar's frown is deep, but his words are as quietly fierce as they are pleading.
I didn't. I wouldn't forget something like that. And I've... enough to never do it by accident. Never!
What I would like to know is why we're not expositing more of our werewolf lore on him. Of going, we know that they do or don't lose their memories, that kind of thing. Like, it would be helpful not only as a reader for Uwu to go into more, like, werewolf
detail
lore here, but it would also be a really good space to do it. I know these things about werewolves. It's common for them to lose their memories or not, that kind of thing. Because we don't actually know if going into that kind of a state, he says he has less control, but is it common for you to lose your memories? Or not.
Right?
All right, never.
Never.
How? Oh, we can flirt with him?
Because you believe him?
That is a terrible flirt.
That dichotomy is...
Sexily. Oh, I believe you.
Oh, hi.
What?
What?
That sounds wild.
You're greatly distressed. Oh, honey.
Also, there's only 2 options here, unlike the others.
That's why I said that dichotomy is really terrible in my
That's
opinion.
wild. Then
Wow,
what must have happened?
I
honestly kind of want to ask what must have happened, but we need to flirt because we've committed to a flirt route.
Do you want me to save it and we'll come back and look at it later?
Ooh,
Here,
let's do that.
Let's just
We're
do it.
gonna do it.
Let's do it. Okay.
Because,
We're gonna
like,
save it.
I want to know
I have
what
the
the
power.
information would be. And now we get a flirt.
Flirt.
All right. Hi. Cox hip raises eyebrow. I believe you. The words are easy to say, and easier still that they are true. I know, rationally and instinctively, that Alcar tells the truth. Even though we're not sensing him and looking at his aura and detecting his feelings.
Like, we've completely dropped the aura thing for, like, everybody aggressively since we were last playing, and I'm kind of baffled by it.
We haven't hardly, like, felt emotionally felt up anyone for a while.
Yeah, right? Excuse me, could you bend over a bit? I need to see what your aura's like.
Okay, but no, but like I didn't even think about it before I put those words together. But can you imagine this experience of someone who's sensitive to psychic essentially experiences, and you perceive their aura and their emotional state, and it's like being patted down or felt up or something like that, and they're like, "Excuse you, whoa!"
All right.
And you're just like, "What?" And I will make them believe it too, if you like. Who's them? Alcor stares at me in response. Do we mean like all the rest of the enforcers and hunters?
I think that's probably what that was. That was how I was taking it, so.
Wow, do we have that kind of clout?
I mean, we are the one who's in charge of this investigation.
Supposedly, except for we know
that-
that also August is more in charge of this investigation. We're assisting them.
But also, that doesn't mean that we have a lot of power, is what I was gonna say.
It
that could
also
be
doesn't.
a level of, like, I'll do it. I could totally do it. I'm capable. Especially, like, that cop mentality of going, I know what I'm doing.
Right, I could totally convince everyone. Also, it still sounds a little bit like that manipulative of, I'll convince them if you want me to, kind of thing of, I have this power.
Right?
No clever words this time. Just, he stares.
I could fix your life. And the fact that I have your life literally in the palm of my hand, isn't it all brought up of going, that's fucking terrifying?
Yes, the, why is my life a mess? The, why is there an orphan crushing machine?
It's so good. We were able to save some orphans from the orphan crushing machine.
Yeah, but why aren't you asking why there's an orphan machine at all to begin with? Okay.
So if you guys aren't familiar with the orphan crushing machine analogy, it's something we actually ran across recently on Tumblr, and it was really, really lovely in reference to like basically being aware of systemic issues, especially in reference to like inequality, and especially the kind of inequality that is bred specifically in capitalism. And they just said, they basically like, the post went approximately like, why is every good faith and like faith in humanity kind of story in America essentially an experience of, we managed to raise $100,000 to save orphans from the orphan crushing machine. It's so lovely. And no one's ever asking why there's an orphan crushing machine in the first place.
Yeah.
And it goes right along with that experience of recently, I don't know if all of you are familiar with the saying of, if you give a man a fish, he'll eat for a day. If you teach a man a fish, how to fish, he'll eat for his life. But like that's a really common like platitude that I grew up with. And someone actually said, why not do both? Give a man a fish so he can eat for today, while you teach him to fish so he can eat for the rest of his life. And it's like, in a society that is tiered around basically success and like financial success and social like dominance in that way, we often forget to question the rules that are put in front of us because they're so pervasive. And the idea that you can not only feed someone but also give them skills that empower the rest of their life never occurred to me as a child, and I am only just coming up with it now. In the same way that I never asked, why are there homeless people? I was always just told basically because they failed at their lives, not because we have deliberately made a society that makes it hard to succeed. And that we need an underclass to have the upper class to support the capitalistic narrative.
To have an upper class, you need a lower class, period.
Exactly.
That's how that works.
And that capitalism, the model, demands an upper class because the upper class is what you're supposed to strive to. You're not supposed to strive to equality for all. You're supposed to strive to a massive sense of success. And that if you can't get there, well, you just haven't got there yet. You still could, or you just are doing it wrong. You're not morally pure enough. You're not working hard enough. You're not whatever
the
it is.
assumption that people also have in making the argument of going like, well, you know, but if everybody's equal, nobody will have any goals. And I'm like, you're fucking insane. People will have plenty of goals.
So one of the things that I love that was pointed out to me also recently, because in the current political climate that America is, I've actually learned a lot more about politics than I knew in my young life, because my family was never very politically open or discussive in any way. Like, nobody that I knew had strong beliefs politically, and I never learned anything about politics in general. And part of that was, my privilege of being, I guess a young white girl, where it wasn't largely impacting me in a really aggressive, dangerous way. So I didn't think about it a lot, and I wasn't driven to think about it. But there's this sort of experience of like, you really don't question the system, and you're indoctrinated really hard into the idea of a capitalist lottery of if you just work hard enough and or you play luck systems, you'll eventually do well. And it tears so many people down. And it's just frustrating to sort of come to a knowledge now as an adult that we're in a system that's hurting each other.
I love the fact, though, especially for me, where it also seems to uphold and really revel in like the special snowflake narrative, which I'm not trying to demean, but basically that sort of thing that you're taught, going like, but you are uniquely special, you deserve basically the world, but also at the same time too, it is completely up to random chance whether or not you'll even be remotely successful in anything you do. And it wants to have both, and they both can, in my opinion, coexist in that way.
Right. It basically touts one narrative while another is true.
Yes.
No clever words this time. He stares, arms loose at his side, surprise evident in his face. He stares like he's never seen me before. Is something wrong? I say playfully.
No,
He looks away, scratching at his head. Then he chuckles, sounding so disbelieving it almost hurts to hear it. You couldn't possibly have a crush on me. You are amongst the group that has only kept me around because they couldn't murder me quietly.
I. Wild?
And it almost hurts to hear it, but at the same time, so relieved. And I have to wonder how many people did not believe him, not just about this, but about other things too. He mentioned a sister, briefly, and that he had a fight with her on that night. That night. He never mentioned any family otherwise. I like that the narrative stays consistent in that way. I'm just going to mention it again. Like, props to this game, that when I usually go, I want to ask more questions about that, so does our MC, and that's really nice. It's not all the time, but it's a lot more frequently than I'm used to, and I like it.
Yes. Thanks.
Alcar grins at me, and it's a lot less awkward than I figured it would be. You're welcome.
I'm used to being defensive around you types, but when I can actually be more myself, like, I like grinning, I have a fun time,
it's kind of nice.
I'm not sure about you.
Not to be attacked at all moments. I have another question as well. Only one, because
Just one.
We do not investigate thoroughly much at all. But that's okay, that's who we are, consistently charactered throughout the whole thing.
It's alright.
Alright. Were you aware Omen came from hell? Alcar frowns at me, then squints and snorts.
Of course. Where else would they be coming from? The general store?
Nice.
Come on.
Where?
Man.
Okay, I would like to know, in our academy, in our training, where did they teach us demons come from?
Like,
if that was such a big revelation, where do we think they normally come from? Do we think they're just a standard species that lives on Earth and just breeds and propagates themselves like everyone else?
Or again, like, it was a big revelation just because we couldn't suspect Omen at all.
Right? And going, yeah, of course these horrible flaming monsters come from hell, but not Omen, someone who's polite and shy.
I know.
I hope he doesn't hear the sound of my teeth gnashing as loudly as I hear it. Whoa. We're grinding our teeth?
After we did the flirt option?
But with the way his ears suddenly stand up and the cackle, I know he's seen something. And we're grumpy at him, I guess?
Yes.
I mean that he is the son of the Lord of Hells.
You were the one who didn't ask.
Hello? I ask questions, you don't.
Come on, man.
Yeah, you've asked me almost nothing,
You're
to
terrible
be honest.
at this. You're a really bad,
Investigator?
No, I'm trying to think of the British word for cop, and my brain has completely just went whoop.
Oh, I don't even know. It's okay.
It's all right.
You weren't giving me a chance to, as I recall.
And why exactly should I have told you? Oh, by the way, we've got a demon prince in town. He's easily spooked, but don't you worry about that because he's harmless.
Okay. So he literally, Omen literally said, and I assume he's trustworthy, so I assume reliable narrator, that all demons come from the father of the hells. So what makes him a prince?
Or was it the fact that we misunderstood it? Because I actually was kind of confused by that line when it popped up going like, are you saying We, as in, like, myself and my sister, who I sort of vaguely brought up over there. Like, again, so this is one of the things that we've talked about. We're going, like, sometimes the subject with the writing, and like, where the characters are referring to something, and then they'll talk about something else, and then they'll suddenly talk about the thing that they talked about 4 places ago.
And what it
kind
sounded
of like,
was that Omen was saying that all demons come straight from the Hellfather.
Which I thought would be amazing.
And I was like, yeah, he is the creator of all demons. And if that is the case, which is what we understood, then there is no such thing as a prince unless, you know, he was made first and Omen's the oldest.
I am the prince. I'm the oldest. It's really awkward, you know. Time.
So, you know, have everyone looking up to you all the time about everything.
Hey, big bro!
You're supposed to be the example of the best demony McDemonies.
Yay!
It's a little bit of pressure, you know.
Because he's harmless.
Aye.
Like that would fly.
He pauses for a moment to consider his own words, then shrugs. I mean, he does literally wear like a coronet kind of necklace thing on his head, so you know.
I always figured that was like the glamour, though. Like, he has to have basically like a center or something where he focuses the spell, because he can't or it's a magical, basically enhancing device. Or
yeah,
something
magical
like that.
object. Okay, I can see that. I assumed it was part of the glamour.
Oh,
I
see,
just assumed he was used to.
Remember how he pointed out where it really doesn't seem to go with the rest of his outfit in a way that seems really strange? I'm like, it seems like a thing that you just sort of put on.
Like, it's a little out of place.
Right?
Like, maybe it isn't able to be glamoured because you're actually wearing it.
Right? That was his secret to tell, and he didn't have anything to do with that mess that's been cropping up around here, including that fact. Besides, Ezra was the one who chose to offer him a place to stay, same as he offered to help me. Help Finn and help anyone who so much as looked like they needed it.
I see.
The dumbass, let me tell you.
Yeah, Ezra helps anyone. Ezra's house would be full of every stray kitten in the world if he could.
Also, I gotta say, I don't know why I'm like, okay, so I'm now going to ask the question. I know it might be answered, and sometimes that happens. But how did Omen know to go to Ezra?
Well, he said he was there when he appeared. I suspect that somehow Ezra was involved in the summoning of Omen. Because as far as I remember, Omen said that Ezra was there when he appeared.
Yeah, that's true.
So
but
he
that
didn't
could mean
go to him, he just was there.
Yeah. I guess we'll see.
And
So,
this could be, again, Alcar's understanding.
but see, going, Omen came to his door asking for aid. That's why I was like, like he was there? Or are you saying like he was... Or does Alcar have a different version of the story?
That's what I was going to say. They could have contradictive narratives, and we might be supposed to parse it out. This is a mystery, after all.
Right? Why would it be any different, like, be different than any of us? Than you, who he took in that night too?
Ezra just found Omen when he arrived. Oh, okay, so he didn't go to Ezra's door then, which is what I was thinking. Like I think Alcar's misunderstanding the situation here a little bit. That
It could be
that Ezra and Omen just sort of found each other coincidentally, kind of thing, and that then Ezra realized Omen was lost and basically sad and invited him in.
You're a baby.
Yes,
I need to help you.
Ezra was like Omen was baby to Ezra.
Oh, it's
baby.
Is your baby.
Sees Omen is baby.
Is baby.
I can think of a few ways a hunter might be different from all of those things. Excuse me, I am not all of those things, but I understand the spirit of it, the special, period, separately. I understand the spirit of what you're going for. You're wrong, but okay.
It's okay.
Omen has stout friends in this town. Does he?
Aye.
I thought he had a friend in this town, one. And if I didn't misread the hint of protectiveness in Alcar's voice, some are more than just stout. What?
I guess? I don't know.
I
You didn't seem like you were very inclined or interested in Omen at all, but I don't...
I haven't seen them interact at all.
Yeah.
And Omen
Which is
literally
true.
talked about, no one except for Ezra and his sister now.
Yeah, that's it.
Omen's super nervous.
Yeah, it's
All
fine.
right. But thank you for that, Nayagaku. All right, I understand. Alcar inclines his head in acknowledgement, his eyes sharp, intense. It's more force than I've ever seen from him.
Good.
Period. Was that a comma?
Good.
It looked like a comma to
I mean,
me.
I can just pep on
Oh,
his-
God.
I think it was just a period.
Okay, it's a period. I'm just having a dyslexic
You're
moment.
fine.
Then he chuckles and leans away, signifying that the conversation is at an end. I took you out into the woods to tell you, basically, I didn't kill a person that people think I might have killed. And that's it. We don't know about any of the other deaths. We don't know who they were other than they were enforcers. We don't know when they happened or under what conditions. Getting this piece of information doesn't really add much to it. So it's good to know where your brand came from and why you think they left you alive, etc. But like, it doesn't add much to our investigation since we know almost nothing, again, about the pattern, frequency, placement, experience of these deaths.
Other than basically going, maybe the guy, the person that was killed. So I have no idea about gender here. Maybe the person basically
You'd question.
just up and got killed after the fact. So that's why the whole, again, where you talked about where there's a suspicion that he was somehow involved, but they can't prove anything at all. So I don't know. See you tomorrow.
Where are you going off to? So late, really, but so soon. Flirt.
Back into my hovel before the big bad vampire comes to scold me about staying out in the cold, of course. What else? Excuse my nosiness, but you look like you've seen some hell yourself, not just the Prince of Hell.
Hi, by the way, you look like shit. Thanks, dude. Thanks. I frown. Am I that obviously rattled? But now that it's been said, I do feel the building headache behind my eyes. Additionally, we haven't bathed since we got here, and that would be a time.
Please.
Not from the ghost of James alone, but from, well, everything. Alcar is staring at me again, tilting his head this way and that, and making a show out of squinting at me. And I just,
Yeah, definitely looks flawed. Fit for a bed, huh?
Did you just tell me I need to go to bed?
Yeah.
Well, don't stray too far. He literally said, I'll see you tomorrow, like asking it, and we're like, let's affirm. You don't get to offer to see us tomorrow. We're going to tell you we're going to see you tomorrow. Like, that is a deliberate shift of power if I ever saw one. Honestly, him going, so I'll see you tomorrow, and us going, don't stray too far.
We don't even engage actually with that. We actually even moved the topic on and then we bounced back.
I might need you tomorrow. I have a plan, you see.
A plan, huh? Well, don't worry too much. I'll be a stone throw away, whether you like it or not.
Yeah, we don't even know where you live, bro.
When you need me, you need me. Until then, later.
Whoosh! Runs away. Shoop!
Honestly, I just find that to be super funny that everybody just like flings themselves off into the next dimension.
I keep expecting someone to move off the screen more slowly based on their emotional tone and stuff.
Right?
I also keep expecting, if they're not going to reverse the model when someone runs off the screen, for them to have someone run off the other side of the screen. I know. Like, I keep waiting for it. It's fine though. But I love the idea of people backing out of your line of sight, keeping an eye on you. It's a little wild. He disappears into the tree line, as sure-footed as ever, and once again, I'm left alone in this damn forest. You could go investigate the murder that you were told you couldn't look at the crime scene. It would be so good.
You could do it!
Because, your boss told you can't see the scene yet, but you know where it is in reference to the forest. We could go look.
We could! We're just out here.
Except for we don't. I begin to make my way back to the wolf. My mind reeling again. Why don't we want to go see it? Like, we went to the one, basically unprompted in the cemetery, and then we were told, don't look at this one yet, and now we know everyone's keeping secrets, and we know they're hiding things, and we don't trust, like, our big boss, and we feel like we need more information. Why wouldn't we go look?
Especially if we're going to be engaging and we're the only one good cop here.
Right?
Yeah.
Or something
as it always
like
seems
that.
to be these days. I work really hard in the film noir industry, and then there will eventually be a really hot person that will come and go, oh, wow.
Dear,
help me.
I need you to help me with my investigation.
As I try
but I can only pay you this diamond necklace that my great-grandmother left me. It's very
and
special.
let me pull it off of my neck or out of my bag. And I have these
show it to
long gloves.
Yes, all right. My mind reeling again, as it always seems to be these days. Though, I feel hopeful. My plan seems plausible. The little team of misfit helpers I've managed to assemble more than capable of carrying it out alongside me. I think. And so our plan's going off tomorrow, I guess. I smile to myself, feeling a little lighter. You think you could have told people it was going to be tomorrow?
Right?
Then, a rustle. Something moving in the tree line, a little too close to the edge of town for my liking. I wait or advance. I feel like we would wait because we don't want to scare it off. But I also don't know because, Wu's been pretty proactive and is really experienced about this. But they've also said I want to see about things, so let's try wait.
Sure, let's try a wait.
Yes. I stand my ground, quiet as I try to get a feel for what may be approaching. Yes, we're finally feeling things again. Let's do it.
Yes.
I can't get a read on its aura, but I know it's certainly not human. Then it lumbers into view. Here we go. It's hunched over and misshapen, with long, gangly limbs that look out of place on its relatively normal-sized body. Is this a werewolf?
Maybe.
No, it's a unicorn, like a demon unicorn. A single twisted horn.
A demonicorn.
Grows out of his head. Demonicorn.
Aha.
Democorn.
Democorn. Demon llama!
Oh, God. Grows out of his head, and I spot 3 eyes. The third seems new, underdeveloped, and it melds crudely above the existing left socket. Oh, we are having horror monster here.
Oh.
Interesting.
Cool.
It's covered in patches of scraggly fur and scales, and in some places, its skin is entirely burned off.
Poor baby.
Poor thing. An amalgamation of mismatched parts and pieces that look like they don't belong. Oh, we're talking about a chimera here.
Maybe? Or is it just a demon? I don't know, because we don't really know what they look like.
But they're like specifically saying that don't belong together. That cloudy gaze meets mine, and merely looking at it gives me a headache. It's psychic as hell. A weak demonic aura that makes my body beg me to look away. It's an insanity monster.
Ah! Or is it like fear casting, basically?
Right, it could be casting fear or confusion.
That too.
Then something hits me. Something that makes me hesitate to draw my weapon. I cannot place this feeling of complacency, of ease, nor can I fight it. I can't place it?
Yeah. I cannot. Where's this feeling coming from? I cannot place it. What is this?
I can't place it and I can't fight it. Thank you. So it's soothing you.
Yeah.
It tried to scare you and then it's soothing you. Is this how my comrades were killed so easily? Does it have some kind of power over us that makes us freeze, become immobile? Or is it the dull ache of familiarity that settles in my gut that makes me pause? The feeling that I shouldn't harm it, that it deserves empathy, mercy. It opens its crooked jaw, milded sinew and mottled skin, stretching and splitting to reveal a set of violent, jagged teeth. Okay, for me, the mottled skin. Like, I've known so many dog snobs, men, in my life, that are like, if they have a mottled inner mouth, it means they're smart.
Oh God, I've heard that one.
That this is a smart boy because if they have speckles or patches, like discolored, multiple colors of skin on the inside of their mouth or tongue, then it's an indication of a smart boy.
Yeah, I remember people talking about that crap.
So I'm like, so smart demon monster. My body screams at me to fight, but my feet are firmly planted, stuck to the forest floor. My fingers do not move, my weapon safe in its holster. It takes a purposeful step towards me with a low, rattling groan. Teeth bared. My heart races as I stare into its unfocused eyes, all 3 of them blinking out of sequence. There's a loud ringing in my ears, and I've never felt like this before. My instincts are screaming, pulsing, dying for me to do something. Is the ghost gonna help us?
I hope so.
As I say, either or our werewolf needs to come back. If we die right here, though, we're gonna have to load the game.
Oh, well, too bad.
I don't even know if you can die in this game, actually. Anything, and yet all I can apparently do is stare down my bitter end. Then, vampires?
Aha!
Something washes over me, and in a split second I gain perfect, blinding clarity. Run. James? It is! It's a ghost! Yes! The creature takes another step and howls, a broken, blood-curdling screech. We don't think we can fight it.
Run!
Alright, I listen. The choice you make on the following screen will determine who you romance for the rest of the game.
Oh no!
Oh, now it's choose a route.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, damn.
Oh.
I also want to know what action would have been like. I don't know what that said. Oh, wait.
Go to the tavern? No romance!
Can you go to history really quick? Because the last part of it, what did it say?
It just said, it was just the thing about warning about the screen.
No.
Going like this, you have to save. That was it.
You have to save. I thought there was something like a little bit more. It's fine.
There
It's
wasn't
gone.
anything
They didn't
else.
Save it. It's fine. Okay. So we go to whomstever we feel comfortable with, I guess. I mean, okay. So let's go meta for a second. Let's assume that our character doesn't know this will be romance. Who would they go to? They would go to Piper or to August because we have information.
Okay.
So those are the only 2 that I can see them going to with this information if they're actually here doing their job rather than thinking about the sexy. So I like that the game told us that this is our choice. This is a really interesting place to choose a route choice.
Right?
And I like that it's way less directed than the experience of Arcade Spirits, which was really, really uncomfortable the way they did the route choice to me. And it felt super pulled out of the game.
Yeah.
So I think since we've actually talked with August more about what's going on, I think we would go to them.
You want to go to August?
That's what does anyone want to vote in the chat where we go with this? Because this is going to be the rest of this playthrough. So if we have anybody in chat who wants to vote who we go to, we can choose that narrative. Like, Zarzlapan, do you have opinions? Magic Palm, do you have opinions? Niagaku, or
Delta Whiskey.
Delta Whiskey, like anybody. If you want to put in a vote, now is the time. We'll give it just a minute so people, in case there's lag, so people can put in their options.
What do you think we should do in romance? Everybody else gonna take off their pants.
Right, what if they don't wear pants? What if they wear a skirt or a dress or a kilt?
I don't think I know a single person that we are going to romance that doesn't wear pants.
They all wear the pants.
Hilariously
in this relationship.
enough, not a single character
doesn't wear pants.
Yeah, like there's no I'm wearing a robe, there's no
I'm wearing a skirt. I'm anything. Yep. All right, well, chat is unusually quiet. What do you think, my friend?
I mean, I was between August and Piper as well.
Okay.
And I'm going to go one step a little bit further. So
it.
I've noticed in regards to this game, there is a lot of, where I will say very loosely, my assumption of a lot of basically male-bodied individuals. There is literally one woman-identified character in this entire game.
It's true.
And I kind of want to go check out Piper because of that.
Okay.
Because part of me is actually kind of frustrated that a game that seems to be like, let's tout representation and all this other stuff.
And inclusiveness has one woman identified, and canonically, so far as we understand, only one female-bodied person.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. All right,
Which
I like
is-
it. Let's go with Piper. Like, if nobody's got an opinion, and hopefully the chat hasn't crashed, we deeply hope that.
I do too.
I was just say I would say Piper is an excellent choice because it is well within like our reasonable canon kind of thing,
Right.
And also that it works well for this character.
Right.
Hi, what you got?
No, I just want to make sure. Okay, so we're just gonna go out to Piper. That is my assumption.
All right, here we go.
Go to Piper. All right.
As though my body already knows where I need to go, where I want to go. My feet carry me towards Piper's house. I think it would be hilarious to try and go to Alcar though, because he literally just left and we don't know where he lives. How the hell would we go to him? I know! That would be freaking hilarious. I'd be like, how would you even go to Alcar?
Doesn't make any sense
At
to me.
all. Like, are we gonna track him away from this creature, slowly and carefully track him through the forest from our death staring us down?
Yeah, why not?
That's hilarious.
Isn't that how it works?
All right. I don't look back, but I do hear the rustle of trees and the creature's maddened aura fading. It's heading back into the woods. The town is safe because it only kills. Does it only kill people in the woods? It killed someone in the graveyard if that's the creature.
Yeah.
I would just say, so I guess the town is safe. Also, if it only murders every 7 days, that wasn't the creature.
Yeah, it can't be based on that.
That would be a different experience. For now. Here we go.
Here we are.
I'm thankful that the town is so small as my feet pound the icy cobblestones. My breathing is ragged, and I'm grateful when I reach Piper's door. I knock. Oh, there's a knocking sound.
Yay!
A little frantically, but I just wait to get off.
Want
to get off the streets. The feeling of dread in my gut is heavy, and all I want is to see Piper. I feel like they've leaned into the romance element a little bit hard, because I didn't feel like the character was going to be like, oh my god, I just want to see this person. I thought it would be like, I need to get to someone for support and information.
So, I know why.
Why?
I'm pretty sure. Because, you're going for the person you're most attracted to.
What?
So that's the thing. I go to the person that has been on my mind the most, the one that I've flirted with the most, and it's a very common thing that I've noticed in the Otome games. Basically, they go, who's the person you've really been attracted to? Who's the person and you're like, I don't really know who they are?
I just like, yeah, this wasn't enough time for me to really choose one.
I don't really, honestly, my other choice would have just been like, don't choose anyone, because we are those Let's Players where we just constantly keep picking no one because it doesn't feel like the character is interested at all.
Right? And in this case, we just kind of been casually flirting with everyone. And there's been no one that's really displayed really active interest in us in a way that we've responded to, other than like Finn. Because, that's a really active back and forth flirt where the character themselves has been like, spicy, and he's been like, spicy.
And you're like, ooh, spicy.
And so that's interesting. But I'm like, why in a situation, one, where you are a seasoned, advanced professional, like we are not a cute, fluffy little brand new out of the gate, green MC. We are a very developed, complex, mature, professional MC. We are top of our game, desired for helping with this. Why would we run to someone because, I want to go to a person that I want to see rather than to do something professional?
Right.
Like, that doesn't make sense with the character
At
at
all?
all to me. Like, there's this really strong experience for me of going, that doesn't make any sense. And if somehow the chat has died and like y'all are here, you can really like contact us on Tumblr if you have it, or like leave a message on our Facebook, or not Facebook, our YouTube.
I was supposed to say, we don't
YouTube
have-
profile. So there's actually a section on YouTube where it says about, and you can actually leave comments there, which we would get alerts about. But anyway, so it feels weird to go to the person we have the dokies for when we're in a professional situation. Anyway.
Yeah. Who's knocking on my fucking... Oh, whoa!
She gives me the once over, registering that something is clearly very wrong. We have stopped ogling people in this episode, like altogether.
A lot, like completely.
Like, I don't know why that went away, but it really did.
Come in, quickly.
Let's see here. She guides me over to the sofa, quickly chucking a blanket around my shoulders. She takes a seat beside me and places her hands upon my shoulders.
Lots of shoulders.
There's a lot of shoulders.
That was very...
It's okay.
Are you injured?
I shake my head, wondering why she would think I was injured if I knocked on her door in the middle of the night. Panting, taking a deep breath. A deep breath, everyone!
Dragon breath!
In. Out. I shake my head, taking a deep, ragged breath. We'll take a gentle, smooth breath, though.
Oh,
Let's
you were
see.
getting food. No, that's totally fine.
Oh, hello. Okay, well, I'm sorry that you weren't here for a moment, because we had to pick a route. It showed up rather suddenly, and we asked for a vote in the chat, and no one was here. So we are going to be romancing Piper, because that's what it came down to at the end of things. Just so you know what you missed. Welcome back. I suddenly want your food, but I support you and your food.
Whatever your food is, I hope it is delicious.
I hope it is fabulous.
Quite.
Right. No, I think I saw it. Piper, the creature. You mean the murderer?
Oh, no. But you're here. You're okay.
Does Piper think it's a creature? Do the enforcers and, hunters in general think it's a creature? Because as far as I knew, we thought it was a person until Ezra said something.
Or until Omen. Or, Amorous.
So, sorry, until Armorous, that was it, in Ezra's shop, said something.
Yeah.
She squeezes my shoulders hard, and she looks impossibly relieved. She scoffs, closing her eyes. Her touch is still heavy and reassuring, her fingers twitching.
I couldn't bear it if something happened to you, you know?
She moves to withdraw her hands, but I curl my fingers around her wrists before she can get too far. She's like, I got arms around you. We're like, stay.
How's that?
Piper.
We should go out there, right? We should try and find it. Maybe together we could kill the bastard, once and for all.
Honestly, it would be really appropriate to, take many of you out there and go focus on it, because I doubt it could, make all of you still at once.
Well, you never know with the fear aura. If it cast a wide enough net,
I would be like, we need to talk to our boss about this immediately.
Yeah.
That's what I would do. Be like, I need to go. Again, you should have them be a polyroute, because then you could go to Piper and take them
to August,
and then be involved with both of them and also go solve this damn problem.
I think that'd be great.
I feel like the three of them would make a great polyroute, and it would be amazing. All right. No, we're not ready. Our priority is figuring out how it immobilized me, which I'm now telling you that immobilized me so easily. I've never felt so helpless. I feel like she should be responding to the fact that it immobilized you. I look at her, and the thought of her putting herself in front of that thing terrifies me. Now I know what it can do. She swallows thickly, looking down at our point of contact. Several, because we've grabbed both hands.
Right.
Carefully moving to lace our fingers together. She bites her lip. It's the lip bite!
Lip bite.
Lashes dipped, cheeks kissed crimson. We're not blushing. We have crimson kissed cheeks. Does she have a blush emote? Because I don't see it.
I don't think it's on this one. She does have one, but this doesn't look right. You really care for me that much, huh? I'm also do we? I thought that was a professional, bro. Okay, so now, you pointing out, honestly, that the language has shifted a lot is now actually kind of disorienting here. But it was a thing that
I had criticized of our viewpoint, honestly, of going like, since our choice was to flirt with everyone,
Right.
it seems like it kind of destroyed some of the tension, basically, in the game. The setup is a little awkward, because we never played this before.
Right.
And so you're kind of like, I don't take any of this, who do you trust, seriously,
Right.
like, at all, because we're flirting, basically, with everyone.
Right?
So...
Which, of course, isn't a canon option. I keep
Yeah.
looking at the food and going, I hope your food is warm and tasty.
You're like, I went
I don't know if it's warm, but I'm a little chilly, so I'm like, food.
warm.
Right.
You really care for me that much, huh?
I mean, I don't want any of the hunters or enforcers to die at all. And yes, I don't want that inflicted upon anyone, but apparently, especially not you.
I guess.
I nod, my heart pounding insistently in my chest as she runs a finger up along my forearm.
This is weirdly intimate for I nearly died!
So this feels like weirdly sexy times too, of also going, she doesn't respond at all to the creature froze me in place. That seems like it'd be important information to her too.
Why is no one react? I don't understand.
Also, how does this immediately move into sexy times like, whoa, I do. She shifts closer, facing me, our knees brushing. She's got her arms around you, but when she shifts closer to you, is she like leaned way over, her body positioned away from you, but arms around you, so you know your chest doesn't touch, you know, your shoulder kind of thing?
Right.
That sort of distant, I hug support, but I won't let any of my body touch you, because if her arms are wrapped around you, which is what they've said, and we stopped her from unwrapping them, how does she scoot closer to you and your knees don't touch?
I don't know.
Like, damn, bro.
You know, I've become strangely fond of you too.
Huh.
Watching you fight the other night, fighting by your side, I felt a spark.
Which,
I don't tend to connect with others this easily, but you...
as far as I know, you connected exactly the same way with your last partner.
You've awoken something in me.
Based on August's description and your own, the one who's in the dungeon that we need to go see, gave you the same kind of spark.
No, this is totally, clearly, uniquely different. You've awoken. It's something very different, clearly.
Okay, something that was dormant until now. Got it.
What? No,
I-
no, it's different. It's new.
Every relationship has to be completely different. It can't be like, wow, this is the crush that I usually feel. The way...
How else do you experience a crush? Well, not like that. It's completely new. Sometimes when I have a crush on other people, it's like a stabbing in my butt. And other times when I have a crush, it's like a stabbing in my ear. And then I have another crush with someone else, it's like my eyes just are completely unable to close themselves.
And I just...
Ooh!
The way she's looking, I can't do it. I'm sorry.
Aye.
All right. The way she's looking at me makes me shudder. The endless sapphire of her eyes boring into mine.
Into me.
Into me. Sorry, me. My
Me.
whole of me, not just mine.
Me, my
Her
mom.
hand moves to my face, fingers tracing the curve of my jaw.
I nearly died! Okay.
What?
We've
What is it?
We've entered into me being angry about the Arcana. I'm sorry, but I get really annoyed about this in stories anyway. We're just like, and now here's the romance moment, and I'm like, what?
I'm not feeling this at all in reference to, we've gotten a bunch of new information about this particular investigation. We know what the creature looks like. We know something that it does. We know that it can paralyze hunters. It nearly killed me, but I got away. I got away with the help of a supernatural entity, which all seems like it could be important to the investigation.
Why?
No, screw the investigation. We're not into time crunches or sharing things in an immediate way, or
like-
telling our superior that we do have established that we trust, this thing at all.
Also, okay, so hang on. The biggest reason I find this to be frustrating is because it's undercutting the moment of this was supposed to be scary.
Yes.
You are just going, we've just kind of moved on. It doesn't really matter. By the way, hello.
And I'm like,
And I'm like,
scary.
I thought this was supposed to be a mystery, like, yes, mystery romance, but like, you still want to preserve some of your terror and having people bonding basically over that experience and still following, process and going through, hey, this is what happened, rather than just being like, and now I will slow down a lot and go, let me run my fingers over your jaw, let me pet you, let me run my, and like, this
and I was
is
gonna say, for
weirdly
me,
out of place.
It feels like the pacing is wrong, is the best thing. Like, I can see people going, I've run out of a dangerous situation that had my heart pounding and me scared for my life, and immediately I want physical comfort.
Right.
I want to just bury myself in someone else to get that hot, intense connection that they often like to show in movies and stuff, of people, crashing together in like comfort and basically overwhelm.
Right, which I can see.
I was gonna say, but they're not doing that here.
No, this is really slow.
And so again, it
actually.
feels like a weird pacing thing. If I've just nearly lost my life, I really and truly nearly died as far as I understand things. And I'm gonna be like, let's just take this really slow and move really steadily and have this intimate, slow, romantic moment. I don't feel like it fits the speed of things at all.
I don't think so either.
All right, yeah.
I find myself wanting...
I swallow thickly, unconsciously leaning into her touch. Her warmth is unmatched. Everything about her inviting. She also let go of our hand to do this, so
Right.
Wanting? Piper nods, edging closer. Again, there's not much closer to get, dear. If you have your full-ass arms around us, except for one of them's, now caressing our face kind of thing, you should be pretty damn close.
No kidding. To kiss you. Would you like that, Uwu?
I love that line. Would you like that, Uwu?
Do we kiss her or do we
Kiss
wait?
her or wait? I'm not feeling the romantic tension as far as it, but I feel
I'm like, they've completely shifted your character, so I don't even know it. Like, clearly they're like, you will do the kiss.
I feel like in this case, if we're just trying, if the narrative is that we really want to stop thinking about what happened and we don't want to be professional at all and we don't want to approach or advance anything at all, that we would just kiss her. We'd be like, we are burying ourselves in this. Yeet. We are not doing work. We are not advancing the investigation. We are nothing. Bye.
Sure!
The way she looks at me sends heat prickling across my skin. Her eyes dark, her sly smile inviting. I'm also interested that she, who has been demoted for improper conduct, isn't interested at all in going, maybe we could use this to basically, 1, get me in a better standing, or, 2, connect with my leader again, who's really fucking jaded me, kind of thing. I feel like it's weird for neither of you to want to go the professional route at all.
I don't get it either.
Piper is like no one I've ever met. She's fierce and proud, and even though we've barely known each other a week, I feel a connection. I mean, yeah? Yes, I would.
I mean, you have a connection. It's fine. You've had a connection, though, with literally everyone. And now the thing that's also going to ruinate me, because there's where I was like, okay, the flirting ruins a lot, I think, of basically the tension they were trying to build up. So that's partly our fault. But now it's going to be even worse because our character is literally flirted with every single character.
And has
if
thought
we have
about...
no options to flirt with and or, have hot moments with other characters, this is going to be super weird.
I was going to say, unless we establish a relationship in this shot, and then we don't flirt with people. If we just kind of get involved with no communication at all, and then we no longer have options to flirt, that's going to be weird as hell, because we've established ourselves as being very flirty.
I flirt. I also find that to be really funny, because you can flirt, and the flirting can totally be a thing, and some people are incredibly playful, and that's totally fine, even in really ridiculous, sometimes, not all serious situations, but I've seen people in real life even do it, where you're just kind of like, whoa, that's impressive,
I've often, like I said, broke really intense tension with, anxiety, anger, that kind of thing in a group, with playful flirtiness kind of thing, with, clever flirt.
Or sometimes you're just cracking a joke.
It shifts the mood.
Yeah.
I say, but in this case, it sounds really strange.
I don't know, okay.
But yes, I would. I'd like to see how they approached it, because the game itself pitched it as approaching relationships in a healthy fashion. And so we're going to need to communicate about this, and I'm looking forward to that.
To know what you think healthy means, though.
She trails her fingertips over my lips, tracing the curve of them.
Because I am not David Bowie.
I'm so glad you said that. I've been finding it hard to resist.
On the other hand, we have actively looked at and scoped out the kiss on several people going,
I do the smoochy smooch?
Yes.
Yes.
She leans in, the smell of peppermint and clean cotton flooding my senses. She line dries her clothing, even in the dead of winter.
Absolutely.
We're closer than ever before, and her ruby lips curl into a grin before she presses them against my
I love the
arm.
fact that lips turn into a grin.
I
would say
know.
her lips part into a grin, maybe.
Eh.
Part over a grin?
Right?
Because you have to have your teeth involved with a grin.
It's true, unless you're an anime, and then you don't.
And then you are toothless.
Hi. My eyes flutter closed, and I sink into it in kind, drowning in Piper. And that's what I was thinking. So this actually fits the narrative of I just don't want to think about anything.
Right.
Piper, Piper, Piper. Her hand runs down my arm, seeking fingertips to twine with again, but it's already still twined with the other hand. I smile against her lips. That's cute. Smiling while kissing is very cute. And she catches my quiet laugh against her tongue. We break apart, albeit reluctantly, and I relish the delightful crimson her freckled cheeks have turned. Still no blush.
Still no blush. Or does Piper? I thought she had a more obvious blush. Maybe I'm wrong. Well, that was
She looks at me from beneath dipped lashes, her eyes dark. She doesn't speak, but a low, delicious, and appraising hum rumbles in her throat. That It was. She looks like she wants to eat me whole, to not let me go. I kind of wish that she would. But we tear ourselves away from one another, and Piper bites her bottom lip, smiling slyly.
You're something else, you know?
Ha.
I know, nom!
Nom, yes!
Nom,
Nom, nom, nom, nom. Yes, indeed. Like, there is the lip bite. And also, like, it would be amazing. She looks like she'll eat me alive. The vor ensues. Oh.
Oh.
I didn't see that in the war.
I appreciated that, though, in Meeting in the Flesh of going, it didn't come up, and then it was like, yep, when we've been eaten alive.
Yes.
It happened.
So, like...
There we are.
Meeting in the Flesh was really fascinating in that way. Like, that was the most romantic and, like, soft and friendly and warm interpretation of vor I have ever seen in my life.
Yeah.
That was amazing.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I feel lighter somehow. Also, it wasn't also my awareness of vor because it involved so much, like, actual, like, eating rather than swallowing.
Yeah.
It was very different than what I'm used to.
It's true.
I feel lighter somehow. Like being here with her makes everything seem so easy. Like it was always supposed to be like this. Why does every relationship... Oh, there's the ogling. There's the ogling.
Such ogles.
It is there. I say, why do they always lean into that so hard in every romance game? As if it was destined, rather than it just feels good.
Right?
Why does it have to be so deep instantaneously into this profound, meaningful, destined, like a fated relationship? Instead of going, I like this. This is nice.
That's, I like this decision that I have made.
Uh-huh.
Like, it feels almost like they kind of take your choices away from you in that sense. Going,
Right.
like, again, for me, that's why I was like, what do you think healthy communicative relationship or just healthy relationship looks like? Because part of me would be like, part of the healthy thing is going like, I choose this and I'm actively choosing this. I want to be involved in this relationship.
And not
So
a level
why-
of feels like it was meant to be, but I like my choices.
Right?
Like there's a level of removing basically
Character agency?
yeah, a
Or
little bit of
player
your agency. Like your character agency for sure, by going, it just feels like it was meant to be. And I get that that's a romantic trope. Like I understand that it is, but it doesn't, like in real life and in reference to like empowering people in their real lives, I would love it if someone really did just go, I am happy with my own choice. That
And
would be
I
super
am
cool.
making this choice. This is a decision that I have decided to go along with.
Yep. All right. What is behind Piper? Is that supposed to be the window?
That's the fireplace.
Oh.
The fireplace is apparently enormous now.
I was gonna say, what angle is she at in reference to sitting with us?
That's us looking like dead alongside the couch.
Right,
So
because
couch hanging like this.
couch is directly parallel to the fireplace. Okay, got
Yep.
this. When she looks away,
The way she
the way she looks at me. Sorry, I can't do this. Makes my heart skip a beat. Two, actually. Like I'm the only thing that matters. Your heart monitor gets grumpy because you should be not having an AFib situation.
Excuse you, like
Aye.
please. That actually can kill you.
No, she rests her head upon her hand. Her eyes heavy, tired. Actually, I wanted to say that it bothered me back when we mentioned that we knew that Finn could tell our pulse was irregular. Not that it had quickened, but it was irregular. An irregular pulse is a bad thing. Hearts aren't supposed to do that.
They're really not. My dad has actually been in surgery multiple times now to try to correct an AFib. And so he has a heart that basically where he really does like the nerves on his heart make it difficult, so he actually experiences extreme chest pain and sometimes he can't breathe.
I say an AFib is your heart not beating regularly.
Yeah, like
it
that
is your heart missing a beat, missing some beats, that kind of thing. And so I get the whole trope, but sometimes it really bothers me when they're like, when they do it as like basically a device, I'm pretty okay with it. Like, hey, this thing happens. I can feel my heart pounding irregularly or whatever. But when you say, like you could take it as a metaphor in that case. But when you say a vampire can literally sense it, it's not a metaphor
I
anymore.
also expected Finn then to be like, are you alright?
I'm
I'm gonna
gonna-
fucking pass out, because it does. It hurts sometimes, and sometimes it's also like I can't function. Like it is shocking how much like having an irregular heartbeat can really fuck with you.
I would have loved him to react in that way. She rests her head upon her hand, eyeing me. She's so beautiful, bathed in the dull orange glow of the roaring fire. It's a roaring fire?
Why would you have a roaring
To
fire?
have a roaring fire, you would have been needing to tend it, like, recently. But it's okay. We'll just say she stoked it right before she answered the door.
Yeah, which was why she answered the door so quickly.
Because she was stoking the fire right then. Got it.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel more at home here than I ever have anywhere else.
I feel so lucky, you know?
Lucky? A smile. Soft. Reverent.
To have found someone like you. Someone who finally understands me.
Loses her composure a little bit, is actually super into this. Like, I'm actually a little bit nervous about that. Do we understand
I was going to
you?
actually ask that question. Do we understand?
Since when have we demonstrated understanding of you? I guess it was more with the fight kind of thing.
I guess?
When I look at Piper, I see strength, passion, someone how helps me. That's what it says.
We have another error. It's okay.
Okay. Someone how helps me find worth in myself and what I do. I love the idea of just taking typos and saying that's the character sort of like basically stuttering over their own thoughts because they're nervous. So I'm just
Right.
going to put that here. Both of them are trying to play it cool, but they're really nervous, okay?
Woohoo!
And in turn, she finds that in me, I assume.
2.
I, too. I feel the same, Piper. I like her nose. I really like Piper's nose. It's really cute. A meaning, a purpose. And we lift each other up and allow ourselves to shine. Okay, that sounds like a mutual and cooperative relationship. That sounds great. Her support makes me feel unstoppable. And alongside everyone else...
However, there is one tiny thing that I'm still looking for.
Please.
Are they
Discussing
gonna
this?
talk about it?
That's what I'm waiting for too, is are you going to talk about it? Also, her support. Support in what? Just saying I endorse everything you do? And has she said that?
Right?
No longer am I alone in this. I mean, you weren't alone before because she's literally been your coworker the whole time. I have a family?
We have gone from 0 to 90 billion in about 2 seconds, in my opinion. Whoa!
I mean,
I just
imagine-
smooch you, honey. What's gonna happen when you don't have that communication and then you have a breakdown of your relationship and go, what happened?
I smooch you, and what I mean by that is
You
we're
are
now
my
married.
soulmate.
We're now married. Pep. So this reminds me of a lovely TikTok that I saw recently, where and it's a lovely individual talking to themselves, but they're playing out something that I've seen in so many relationships. It's wonderful. And they walk into a room and they're like, "Hey, so we've been dating for a while, right?" And the other one going, "Yeah, we totally have. We've been hanging out and having a pretty fun time. Yeah, it's been really good. So do you want to like maybe talk about like what our relationship is? Oh, like break down what we're actually doing here,
Yep.
establish some boundaries and some awareness, make sure we're on the same page. Yeah, don't you think it'd be really good to like decide where we are socially and, you know, address what we've been feeling and really just sort of lay it all out there and define our relationship in a way that sets us up to move forward with success and know where we both are and, you know, sort of dispels like uncertainty? God, wouldn't it be great? No, I don't think we should do that at all. Nah, you're probably right. We shouldn't do that at all.
Yeah, why would we do that, huh?
Why would we do that? I think that would avoid so much drama, and we need drama. Like it was
really funny.
well done, but it was so painful at the same time. Going, people don't talk about this.
I really don't.
But also, like, I don't understand how people go from 0 to 100 like this, and also without discussing it. How do you just know? Well, you just know. I have a family. Everything is going to be okay. End of chapter 4. Well,
Hey!
that's a note, Anton. Chapter 5.
Faded light.
Wow. Do we... Okay, we go back home. We do not spend the night. That would have been a step in, like, escalation as well. But also, like, that felt super weird because I was expecting, again, like, if you're going, I'm not going to do anything professional, I'll just bury myself in you, I'd expect it to go to 100 physically because that's what you want to get out of the space of, like, terror and discomfort and the realities and rules of your world and basically something that seems to be insurmountable that you're now faced
Or
with.
you have some control over your body again.
And you suddenly
right?
you're making a choice that allows you, basically gives you some agency and also allows you to disconnect and have some escapism.
We also haven't unpacked.
I was going to say, and so we don't do that. And then we also don't, and we also don't communicate about our relationship at all. And I wonder, like, I feel like it could have worked with no communication if they'd have done the hunter sensing aura, sensing each other's feelings, because both of us are hunters, and they literally could have had, I sense her intentions, I see her aura shining in acceptance of me, like, I feel the connection between us, and I can see her feeling it as well.
No, but we don't do that to humans.
But we don't do it to humans.
I know.
And it was just really, like, nothing was discussed there, so I'm hoping, like, we need to talk about this.
Like, please.
Strangely, I wake with a smile upon my face. I wish we would have unpacked. Honestly, maybe that's why we haven't taken a bath in, an entire week. Is because we aren't changing our clothes. Either. Except for the festival, we changed our clothes.
Right?
Oh my god. Or either that or we just like living out of our suitcases kind of thing. Or we did unpack everything, but then we put the suitcases away.
Oh, that is
in
an
a
option.
very, very orderly kind of way. Despite
like right over the edge of the bed, so we have to particularly walk out and around them aggressively all the
every time. We either have to get out on the side and potentially hit our toe on the dresser, ow! Or if we get on the other side, we have to go way around our suitcases to get out of the room or to wherever else we might be going.
Right?
Despite meeting the thing that's been wreaking havoc on this town, we have decided that's the thing, and despite the fact that it rendered me useless, I'm happy. It feels wrong, but I cannot ignore the way my chest aches when I think of Piper. When I think about kissing her, I laugh to myself, feeling so much lighter somehow. Though I can't shake the feeling of that thing staring me down, sizing me up. I think of all the creatures I've encountered in my time as a hunter, feeling like there's something I'm missing. Is it a hybrid? A new species? It looked damaged to hell. I would think it's a magical creation.
Right.
Also, a new eye barely developing. That was a very specific description, like it's growing in.
That sounds like some new critter to me.
That sounds like it's been created recently, or it's basically suffering from an aggressive case of being tainted, and it's continuing to transform based on that sort of like overtake. We were always taught that it's unrealistic to believe that we've discovered every kind of creature that roams the earth. That the realm that separates us from them can tear... What?
Like, from hell.
Okay, the realms that separate us. That every day new horrors are brought upon us. But it just felt like we were always taught that we couldn't, know everything that's on Earth. The realms that separate us from the things that are on Earth. Do you see how the sentence flowed that way?
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, sometimes, I know in some stories they talk about basically you stumble into the Fae realm, even though it's, like, a place you can literally wander to.
And it's still Earth?
Yeah, and it's still Earth, but it's, like, the realm of the Fae that you can get into from the Earth itself.
Okay,
like, or
it just
that's on the Earth.
Sounded weird to me, and that's why I got lost there.
It's okay.
Also, I would love to see, now looking closer at it, what that headboard looks like behind the pillows.
At any rate.
But every single one of my instincts is screaming, telling me that this is different. That it's not going to be simple. Also, if we've got our good sister of the church being able to handle and feed and care for that thing, that is something we want to tell other people immediately. And as police, I assume we would want to compel her to do so. In the way that you can, when you have
authority,
the power of the law.
Yeah.
It's that sort of thing when you know someone basically is connected to someone else, you can be like, you're going to let us into their house.
Right.
And like, all right, with great effort, I drag myself from the relative comfort of my bed. We've started getting more fond of our bed. Honestly, the relationship we're building with our bed throughout this playthrough has been super entertaining with me. Like, it's horrible. It's moderate. It's nearly comfortable. Relative comfort. We're just acclimating ourselves to this bed slowly. All right. Staring out over a surprisingly sunny Lunaris, I take a seat at my desk and decide to take a moment to observe the stolen notes that Ezra has kindly handed over. Weren't those still inside of our breast pocket? Wow, look at that. That's super fun. Something consumed everything. Something damaged
fire
beyond...
consumed everything?
The fire consumed everything. Somebody or something was...
Something damaged beyond restoration. Magical fire, can't reconstruct. Anise and skeletal flower, doesn't work. Perhaps memory spell to recall events of death. A runestone should suffice, no good. It's as if the body doesn't remember the soul's essence at all. A creature that treats on life force? That is not feeds, that treats on life force. It's so strange. Performing Ritual on crescent moon. Scrying's a fair shot, but at this point I've exhausted my options with the corpse. It looks like auctions. I love the fact this actually looks like writing, though. Like,
it's
it is
really
so
charming, actually.
like, dang.
Also, the art is very, very
Oh, but
interesting.
I like to read from the book. The book is somebody put effort into this book.
I was going to say...
Oh, is it going to come up?
I was going to say thank you. I kind of wondered if they would read it to us, but I was kind of having fun parsing out the writing, and honestly, I'm looking at this and going, you don't have a consistent art style that's kind of charming. Mm-hmm. Because
like people.
I have a hard time maintaining a consistent art style, and so those are like, some of those would be kind of like doodles that I might do. On the other hand, it's just I'm stumped, I guess.
I'm stumped.
All right. Okay, well, thank you for that. I appreciate it. All right, I scan them, seeing a truly talented witch being completely and utterly perplexed. I can practically feel his frustration rolling off the page. Yeah, he's going, I've tried all of these things. I'd actually like to know what condition the corpse, if it was, in there is.
Live fire consumed everything. Muscles damaged beyond restoration. Magical fire? Can't reconstruct. A Nisan skeletal flower? Doesn't work. Perhaps a memory spell to recall the events of death? A runestone should suffice. No good. It's as if the body doesn't remember the soul's essence at all. A creature that feeds on life source?
Life source.
That says
That
life
says
force.
Uh-huh.
Aha! It's okay.
It's so strange.
Perform ritual on a crescent moon. Scrying's a far shot, but at this point I've exhausted my options with the corpse, and she deserves a burial by now.
So one of the first ones was...
Use an extract from the flowers and a spell to ascertain she was well terrified before her death, but nothing more. Can't tell if it's death by burning or other injuries.
I'm stumped. All right. Well, thank you for that. I was going to say, honestly, there's so often that writing appears in games that we've played.
That they never
and
read.
it's never addressed and it's never read. So I appreciate that help, Nagaku. Is it Nyagaku or Naigaku? If you don't mind.
Nyagaku?
I think it's Nyagaku.
It could be Nyagaku.
I'm like, there's a lot of ways to say it. Nyagaku.
Nyagaku.
Then finally, written so hard that the page has torn. I'm stumped.
I love how the page is very clean. It looks very lovely, and the page is very torn.
I would love it if more
I'm
of the
stumped.
illustrations match the text. I would enjoy it.
Yes.
The complete lack of an intact body would have certainly made his job hard, but a witch of Ezra's skill can cast many spells to determine cause of death.
So is this Ezra's notes? Wait,
Yeah,
what?
yeah, they were his notes.
Oh.
Remember? He said, I took notes, they were confiscated, Piper got them back, do you want my notes?
Right?
Yeah, we knew this was Ezra notes.
Okay.
All right. But all he encountered was failed spell after failed spell. He even went to
Right,
reaching
I forgot,
and
yeah.
like things that were a far reach that were challenging. This is why I love playing these games with 2 or more people, because like it's hard to remember all the information.
It really is.
And a lot of the story seems to count on continuity to really move you forward in trying to, sort of, because part of the fun as a mystery is trying to solve it yourself before it's over,
Right.
I would just say, and that sort of experience. And I really like having more minds to weigh in to help with the continuity. It's nice.
Yes.
As failed spell after failed spell, I set them aside. No time to delve any deeper. Now, it's time to write my report for last night. This should be interesting. I find it interesting that we don't go in and check in the morning of absolutely any day ever.
I forgot.
There's
I should have done Ezra's accent. My apologies. I was like, oh yeah, I forgot.
It's okay. There's no regular morning meeting. There's only check-in if you found something. There's very little communication in this organization, like very small. And a lot of it has happened by chance, given like the meeting with August in their room, right?
Right.
I check the conveniently placed clock outside of August's office. August's office door. Thank you. And take a deep breath. Deep breath, everyone! Hold. Exhale.
Yes.
I love the little chimey bells that are associated with August's office. It's very charming. As I raise my fist to knock, I hear a crash. Whoa, and it shakes the world.
August, collapse!
Hi, wow, damn. I forego knocking, pushing the door open and rushing to check that everything is okay. I scan the room, seeing no August. But then, I see a pair of expensive heels sticking out from behind the desk. followed by a string of muttered curses in a language I don't recognize. I'm like, someone's doing something behind the desk, but I feel like they just fell. I'm just like that thing that you see in movies where you have feet sticking out behind, of an obscuring object, and you're just like, woo! I walked in on
something. Yeah.
August? They pop up, hair a mess, dark bags under their eyes. That looks more like blushing than bags.
Oh, is it 9 already?
You were sleeping in your office. I nod, clocking that their clothes are wrinkled, which is odd. Very odd. Wait, did you sleep here? I think that's obvious. Ooh, sometimes you miss things that are really obvious, and other times you catch things that are so subtle I had no idea. I don't understand at all, really. It's amazing.
It's a little wild, actually.
A quick, sharp burst of laughter. That seems suspiciously nervous.
Did I sleep in my office? Don't be preposterous.
I stare them down, unconvinced. August. They cover their mouth with their hand, coughing quietly.
Yep. Yes, I did.
And what of it?
I had a lot on my mind.
I nod in understanding. Like, I want to be more sympathetic the way I know Uwu would be, but like the setup is funny and I'm entertained. I nod in understanding, itching to tell them about my encounter, but almost not wanting to burden them with yet another thing. You should tell your superior. There was a little incident last night in the woods.
An incident, you say?
Still tired.
Come.
Trying not to be groggy. I promise, I'm awake. I'm
Let's sit.
Awake.
I need to sit. Please.
I take a deep breath. Another deep breath, everyone. We'll relax because August is stressed.
Like just a bit.
I take a deep breath, following them to their desk. They really popped up from behind their desk and ran over to us. Oh my god.
Panicked.
I believe I encountered the creature, and by that I mean the murderer, because no one else has ever established it to be a creature.
The creature, as in the creature?
As in the murderer? I find it the weirdest thing that no one's reacting to the fact that it's when it's an establishing shot of someone calling it a creature or the creature, no one's going, oh, it's a creature, not a person. Like, everyone accepts this really hard and with no, question at all, and it kind of amazes me.
Yeah, my assumption was honestly that it was a person. Like, why wouldn't you think even that it's a person? Because everything we've run into is something that has basically what you would term to have human intelligence. So...
I was gonna say, we've also never mentioned it in reference to, we're searching for a creature kind of thing. We just was always searching for the culprit,
Yeah.
And we suspected, demons, what have you, not creatures. Anyway, yes. Their pale skin gets lighter, somehow, and they take a deep, shuddering breath.
So many breaths. Here we go again.
Deep breath. I'm gonna yawn from all these deep breaths. Yay! All right. Shuddering breath. My friend, it's contagious.
You got me.
I'm gonna pass the yawn to the chat. Sorry.
Are you okay? And how are you okay, if so? Some of our best hunters have perished by its hand.
James saved me. Oh.
It is hand.
It doesn't have a hand. There are no hands.
It is hand.
Well, about that, I need to tell you it doesn't have hands. Flirt. Oh,
right, here we go.
Hi.
Yes!
Spoopy! Yes.
Yawn.
That's
a yawn
that's
face.
a yawn. I think it's a yawn face.
It's a cute yawn. I like the yawn.
Oh, I see it now. I was like, but the green eyes had me for a second. But yay, the yawn has gotten you. I hope it was not inconvenient.
Or is it spoopy? I don't know.
I don't know. It's okay. I settle in the comfortable chair opposite them, my mind reeling as I think about how the hell I'm going to explain this. We have words.
We do have words.
So we're afraid that they'll think we're crazy, but we didn't think Piper would think we were crazy? Why?
I don't know. We didn't really explain it to Piper.
We didn't, and Piper didn't ask. Piper seemed very disinterested in anything other than you survived.
I pet you. Hello.
I'd
like to pet you, I'd like to flirt with you, I'd like to do anything but. And I'm like,
fine.
Yeah, finally now the love interest has become the main character that I despise.
It's fine. Firstly, don't think I'm crazy, okay?
Okay.
They don't seem convinced that I'm not crazy, but I continue regardless. James has been communicating with me somehow. I thought we'd already talked about that. Who did we talk to about that? We talked to Ezra about it, didn't we?
I think so.
Because I know
I'm
we
like, we have
already
talked
talked
to
about
people
it.
about this before, but I don't.
Remember who it was. I guess it wasn't August.
We didn't tell Harry because I feel like Harry.
No, we did tell Harry. That's
did?
who we told. We told Harry.
Yeah. Oh, right. We did tell Harry.
Because we
That was
decided to
told.
trust
Yes,
Harry,
yes, yes.
and we said your husband's communicating with us. All right. And since we didn't immediately get murdered or dismissed, we assumed that James can't give us any incriminating evidence against Harry.
Because that's my suspicion is that Harry's the bad guy because that's how this works.
James has been communicating with me somehow. It's like I can hear him, feel him, as if he's right beside me. Their expression remains neutral, that perfectly arched brow raised high.
That is not a neutral expression. Just so you know, I have actually specifically gotten coaching in reference to the fact that I can raise my eyebrow, and some people have actually taken offense to it because of the raised eyebrow. That is not a neutral expression.
Literally.
It's really not.
I express emotion by emoting with my face. I remain emotionless. That's what that sentence sounds like to me.
Yeah, no, I'm like that, and I really, I'm not kidding. I have had people actually be like, you cannot do that. And it's just the raised eyebrow thing is, I'm like, I'm just curious. It's just me being kind of going what?
Curious.
Right?
Okay.
Or I'm just kind of
No one will ever do as much eyebrow raise as Dwayne The Rock Johnson. It's all right.
Or Spock.
Oh, okay. But that was specifically a thing when The Rock was in the ring. There was this real specific expression of a raised eyebrow.
Yeah,
that was
okay.
part of his signature look. All
yeah.
right. Anyway.
Yeah, it is. Yes.
Yes, it's okay. I gather that they wish for me to continue. I figured out that they want me to finish talking about what I started talking about. Is it hard?
I got really distracted by your eyebrow.
Sorry, I was just busy really appreciating.
enforcer.
Even when you are utterly ruffled and exhausted and have slept behind your desk on the floor, you look good, bro.
Like
my
being.
dude. Teal'c? Indeed, on your shenanigans.
Yes.
I love our shenanigans. I also love shenanigans in the chat, so that's okay. It's happened a few times now. The most recent being last night. I'm pretty sure he's the reason I'm sitting here right now. He snapped me out of whatever thrall. I haven't heard the word thrall for so long. That thing had me under. Honestly, it is such a good word in reference to, magic and stuff, or just psychological states. They have me in their thrall. And it's an uncommonly used word. I love it. They process what I've just said with an unreadable expression. I read
Except
their
for the
instead.
eyebrow.
I read their eyebrow instead.
It's very wiggly. I wonder if they belong in the Keys to the Kingdom series. They've got so much eyebrow going on.
Either that or it's just perfectly poised up there. Absolutely frozen. Poink! Yes, I wait with bated breath, unable to get a read on their aura. Oh, now we're trying to read their aura?
Wait, we've been reading other people's Wait. I knew, at one point, there was, I think one other basically, assuredly human character that we ended up reading, but that was, the only one.
I thought it was Ezra because of their magic, honestly.
I thought, I guess that was true, too.
I think it was. All right.
Yeah.
Are they going to laugh in my face? Tell me I'm insane.
I see. Well, I'm glad that he decided to help you, Uwu. To think what might have become of you had he not... I'd rather not imagine. Why are we, suddenly assigning pronouns to critters? It was Nurse James.
It's the ghost.
Shit, I was like,
what? If he had not... No, if the ghost, who is he, had not. Because
Sorry.
even in death, you maintain your pronouns.
yeah, it's true.
It's okay.
Yeah.
I pause, mouth agape. I'm perplexed. Not even a flinch. I mean, Harry didn't have a problem with it, and Piper didn't have a problem with it. Why do we think August is more skeptical than either of them? I don't know why we would think that.
It doesn't make any sense to me either.
I mean, they've been a little bit judgy with Ezra kind of thing.
But
and
that doesn't
closed
mean
off to him.
That doesn't mean I perceive you as being insane. That as me going, fucking what?
Yeah, it's a little bit wild. I don't know why we would think they're so skeptical.
Why are we adding more into this? Not I would expect more of that more than just oh, I don't believe you. I expect one more thing.
All right. You seem rather calm. I expected, They raise their hand.
A lot of things happen in our world. A lot of things that happen in our world are out of the ordinary, and we can't possibly explain every unusual occurrence.
Aye.
Ghosts are certainly not the strangest thing we deal with. There have been many recorded cases of people claiming they have been contacted by the dead. If Hunter Lane has somehow managed to communicate with you, then so be it. We can question it and attempt to understand it if you wish. But
I consider the statement, deciding that yet another thing to add to the list would be a hindrance to us all. We have a lot of side quests already. We can't add that one.
That was not quite a statement, though.
But that
was
wasn't
sort of
the
a
experience.
lingering offer, kind of like, we could do this thing.
Yes, I didn't feel like it was a statement either, and I also feel like Wu is responding a little bit oddly to it, of going, why, again, we deal with basically exclusively the supernatural and the weird and the unexplained in our entire profession. And so it doesn't feel like it should be a real stretch for them to accept a ghost.
I know!
Also, it doesn't seem like it should be something that we've never heard of either at our advanced and experienced, position.
Right?
Right, that won't be necessary.
you've felt fine during all of this. Nothing ails you when you experience this connection.
Oh no, I get splitting migraines. I grimace, and August notices.
You'd do well to tell me, Hunter, yeah?
You actually are trying to drag it out of us. We volunteered the information, so this is a weird interplay.
Right?
I've been getting headaches, pretty intense ones. There's a lingering ache in my temple almost constantly, and it flares up whenever he's near, or at least whenever he's interacting.
Mm-hmm.
They press their finger to their lips, looking at me thoughtfully. Their gloved finger, excuse you.
Blah, la, la, la.
Then they rise from their chair, walking to stand over me, wiggling their fingers in my direction. All of this.
May I?
I flirt. Oh,
I flirt.
Go ahead, or
Go ahead.
rather not?
Oh, I think we would let them.
Like it's your
I
superior.
think we would. Also, we want their interaction. That's why we came to them.
Right?
So,
If you don't mind.
let's see. I nod, trusting them to do what they have to do.
Just close your eyes. It won't hurt.
Now, since I also, as a player, don't know what we're agreeing to, I could say I'd rather not if I assume this would be suspicious or untrustworthy. But I also feel like there is only one establishing shot of the MC saying, I've decided to trust them, and then that's kind of what it is from there on out.
Right.
But I'm not really sure. I oblige, and I feel a distinct crackle in the air, the smell of ozone thick in my nostrils. Because magic smells like rain. The hairs on the back of my neck and arms stand, and I dare a peek at my enforcer. Their eyes are closed too, their hands hovering carefully above my head, glowing a vibrant aquamarine.
Closed?
A quiet grumble as I heed their instructions. A moment later, I hear them huff. Huff!
Drink!
Time for a drink! It's been a while since we got to take a shot, man. All right, time to drink. In fact, I probably do need some water, just saying.
You're fine. Thankfully. No damage detected.
I'm going to suggest that you also look for psychic damage for the thing that I encountered last night from the creature in question. It definitely did a hell of a lot of work on my mind.
Also, that's the fastest spell I think I've run into, other than basically D&D runs where you just kind of go, we don't want to spend the whole time sort of going through this thing that takes about an hour to figure out.
There's a strange level of us not reacting with, I feel them probing my mind, or I feel the magic watch over me, that kind of thing. That feels a little out of place with how much we've had other experiences. It was just like, pap, close your eyes, done. I open my eyes, watching them sit back against the desk. They lean on it. It highlights their beautiful boots really nicely.
Amazing.
Thank you, August.
I should imagine it's rather unnerving having that happen, though. I do hope he's at least polite.
Oh, well, minus the headaches, he's not too bad.
He was a fine hunter and a valued friend of many, including myself.
Meaning we might get to engage with the fact that you have grief as well, not just Harry. Honestly, I would love it if they would deal with that more in games. There's so many games where when someone dies, and I'm just gonna call out Arcade Spirits and also Lily's Garden here, and that basically it's an event rather than a spark for grief and loss, and that nobody else other than the most immediately connected party ever seems to acknowledge being affected by it. and it's never really dealt with in any way. It's like it's just a point over here, plot point, someone died, not like it's a real thing that actually affects the characters in their worlds.
Right, which is a good thing to keep in mind if you're writing, going like, if you have these people who are all this deeply connected, I feel like they should deeply care, unless that's the point, and actually kind of go, oh, either you're, like, you weren't actually really good friends with them, that was just kind of a person you knew over there. Like, you can do things with those relationships, but it is really important that you be mindful of those things.
Right, and that's something that I've thought for a while, and I like that it's being mentioned here. I don't know if they'll delve any deeper into it, but I like that there's at least a start, which is more than, oh, my great aunt died, who was a profound member of the community and close to everyone. No one is affected by me, and I'm only really affected by I inherited something.
Right.
Yeah, like it's pretty coarse sometimes.
He's missed terribly. Even more reason for us to bring this thing to the ground.
I silently ponder the implications of if the enforcers are involved with this. To think what it would do to Harry if the very agency he runs ended up being responsible for his husband's death. Wait, what?
A loud knock.
Hang on.
What?
How did that connect? Go back for just a second, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Like, give me
that's-
half a second here. All right, so he's missed terribly. Even more reason for us to bring this.
We're thinking as Harry as outside of this.
I silently ponder the implication if the enforcers are involved with this, meaning.
I silently
why-
ponder the implications of the enforcers are involved with this. Of like, what the implications are if the enforcers are involved with this. To think what it would do to Harry if the very agency he runs ended up being responsible for his husband's death.
What's making us think from he's missed terribly to I'm suspecting to there might be enforcers involved in this? That's the connection I'm not seeing.
Oh, okay.
Like how did we get from he's missed terribly to I wonder how Harry would feel if he found out enforcers may be involved in this. I wonder what it would be like if enforcers were involved with this. Where does that come from? How do we get from...
Maybe it's been a lingering concern that your character has had, but has never really brought up. I mean, we've talked about it before, like, where you're kind of like, oh, if the enforcers are involved, this is weird. Like, it came up. I think your character brought it up before, but it was like once?
Did it?
I thought it did.
I thought we had only posited going maybe the enforcers are part of the bad guys because we're not supposed to trust them at all.
Right.
Like, I really don't think it's been dealt with in story, so this comes out of left field. Like, the sentence itself makes sense, but it doesn't make sense in this conversation. Does that make sense? Like, do you feel me?
Yeah, no, I get you.
So I'm like...
Like, oh, no,
and
I
it's-
get where you're going, it doesn't follow. Again, that thing of going, here's your subject, where did this come from?
So I'd like to know where it did come from, and I'm not making the connection. At any rate, we can continue on. But I am really confused at how we suddenly got to that segue. It feels utterly non sequitur to me. A loud knock interrupts my train of thought that somehow just went off the rails, and August throws me a look. They suddenly seem uncharacteristically nervous. I tilt my head in question. Is it the regular morning meeting, the one we missed on the first day that's never happened again?
It's time I made amends. Come in.
What? Oh, hello! The atmosphere immediately grows tense, both of them making a point to look at me and nod at each other. They know Piper's knock.
Oh.
Because that's unless Piper was scheduled to be here, they just know Piper's knock. Because they knew who it was.
I mean, I don't know.
That's interesting. Anyway, have I been tricked into mediating? No one knew you were coming here, so how would you be? Yes, apparently that's exactly what this is.
What?
How
That makes literally no... How do you get tricked into mediating when you knew you had to go see...
when no one else knew you were going to be here.
What?
Let alone August, who didn't expect to be here themselves.
That doesn't follow at all.
Other than as their regular 9 a.m. office hours.
I can't even make an excuse
And
for
without
that.
a normal morning meeting, Piper wasn't expected to be here, and no one knew we were going to be here, and they couldn't have, August couldn't have contacted Piper while we were here.
We don't have a schedule at all. Again, the thing of going is it 9 already? 9 for what?
Uh-huh.
Like, I thought that was just August sort of going, oh crap, I forgot the agency is open now.
At 9 a.m.
You know, at 9 a.m. This doesn't work for me at all.
This is wild.
You keep bringing up a casual, there's a schedule, but there's no schedule, so
I'm in confusion.
I don't.
At
it's
any
fine.
rate, we are at the end of our time, and I am
We
terribly
are.
hungry.
Oh yeah, well we're out of time, so thank you very much for joining us, everyone. Hey, if you like what we do, do, please feel free to like, comment, subscribe, and also share our videos. If you are having a good time with us, please also feel free to share our stream if you're having a good time too.
Yes!
Please also feel free to go check out our Ko-Fi and our Patreon. We do actually have links for those now, actually in both our streaming profile on Twitch, and we do have them on our YouTube.
Yes.
This is where you see us. And then also, other than that, thank you for joining us. I have been Scandal.
And I have been Lies. And it was great playing with you. Bye!